See you on the other side.
Here we go. So, hello guys. We are going to be breaking down some of the best and worst cards in Clash Royale today, ranking them from S tier to F tier. S tier being unbelievable. These cards need a huge nerf like Clash Royale. Emergency nerf these things. A tier being, yeah, they're a bit better than average. B is like, yeah, they're pretty good. And then C is, you can fit them in your deck, but they're not necessarily going to be, you know, a defining factor. They're more of a supplementary card that can give you some benefits. They're used a couple times, but overall they're just like filler cards. D, way worse than average. You probably shouldn't be playing them. And F is like, if you want to lose, put these cards in your deck. We're joined by Cashman, the king, the greatest of all time, the TikTok hero, and one of your favorite pro players, hopefully, Boss. He is one of the best players in the game, and he is definitely the best player out of us three. So hopefully you guys enjoy this stream. And yeah, what's going on, guys?
You want to talk first, boss?
Sure. Going well.
Good talk.
I guess well. Good talk.
Going well.
We love
going
it.
well as well.
We love it. We love it. I also had my iPad here, and I was like, yo, I'm ready to play some Clash Royale. But for the first time, this iPad has to get tucked away. That's kind of crazy. I don't know if you guys have ever had like these recording procedures where you're like, you know, I got to do this. And then, yeah.
Half the time I forget my tablet when I start streaming. I'll start streaming and my tablet won't even be set up. I'm professional.
That's what we like to hear. Okay, so as you guys can see, we have all the cards here. You guys can see everything. And we're going to be ranking everything. So the first card that we're going to be ranking is Wizard. Boss and Cash, where are we putting that card today?
Boss, you touch this one first because I got yelled at today for ranking this thing low.
Oh, no.
It's always been a controversial one. I would say I'm thinking somewhere like around D, probably.
Okay. Cash, what you thinking?
I did the video today where it was ranking each. It was like saying the worst card at each elixir cost, and for 5 elixir, I said the Wizard, and oh my gosh, did I got a lot of hate. But the 5 elixir cards are pretty good. It was between that, the Witch, and the Executioner. I think. I can't give it higher than a D. Like, let's give it a D because it's not a bad card. If we're talking about the tier list, first off, are we saying like top ladder, or are we saying all of ladder tier list?
We're going to be doing top ladder. This is going to be the best cards overall. I don't want to mess around with mid ladder because it'd be too much for us to deal with.
It's got to be D then. It's got a low usage rate. It's got a low win rate. I'm with Boss.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of better alternatives of cards that are also 5 elixir.
I'm kind of in the middle between C and D. I'm like really liking it in elixir collector decks with Sparky and Rage. I think it's super fun to play. I also just don't see it too often at top ladder, but there is a Denacito running around sometimes. I think it's a really obnoxious card, obviously, when it's over leveled. I think that it's not that great overall because it's got low range and it doesn't have that high of damage. So if we're going to be putting Wizard anywhere, I guess it has to be a D tier because Musketeer, Archer Queen, Dark Goblin kind of just are better than it. And I don't know if you guys feel the same, but I think that 100%. At higher ladder. Yeah. So we're going to go and put it at D. Options. Yeah. The next is the infamous Expo. Where are we putting that? So we're going to start it a little bit different. Since I was last, I'll go first on this one. I think that I would put Expo in C tier. I don't think it's great right now because Golden Knight is one of the most popular cards in the game. And if you drop a Valkyrie or a Knight or anything to body block, you should bridge spam, what happens is, the Golden Knight just dashes through, hits the Expo, and you feel like a fool. There's also a lot of Cannon Cart in the meta to counter Electro Giants. And I think that most Mortar Cycle decks, at least when I've seen it or when I've played it, I think I have a pretty good matchup against Expo, especially when you've got Mortar plus Cannon Cart. I just don't think that Expo is that great. I think it's definitely great when you're played in at the highest level and the top level. But it's a struggle for right now. So what do you guys think? Would you put it C? Would you put it higher? Would you put it lower?
See, I'm totally well said. That was well said because I think you hit all the points, Boss. Did he miss any?
No. I think I agree with both of you guys. Initially I thought of C right when I heard Expo because I think right now it's not at the best spot. I think in other metas it would be a little bit higher, but I think like you mentioned with the Golden Knight, the Electro Giant, Cannon Cart,
Mm-hmm.
and all of that, even some of the Expo players on the very top of ladder I've noticed have really been struggling, and some of them have even been, trying to switch the variant or use something else because they haven't been able to have the same success with Expo right now.
Yeah, to be fair, on Twitter, everyone complains, even if they have a good meta, or they're like super proud of it, and they're like, "I'm the best" when they're number one in the world with like a great meta
True.
for their deck. But yeah, I 100% feel you. I think that we've been seeing Expo players complain a lot more than regularly. Let's put it at C tier, and I've never seen an Expo player actually like Golden Knight. They all hate it, so it's funny.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So yeah, Expo definitely got worse since the last balance change, or since the last tier list we made. So Zap is the next one. I kind of think Zap got a lot better since there's a lot of bridge spam decks. It gives you that immediate resource of just finishing off a whole bunch of bait cards quickly. And because Log got a nerf, I think like Zap is more used in the meta. I would probably put it B tier. I don't know if you guys are gonna, dislike that, but I'd go B. What do you guys think?
I got a couple of things to say for the Zap. I could argue it even being higher just
Mhm.
because like the usage in top ladder, there's a lot of decks. All those Sparky decks, those like Giant Sparky, Giant Graveyard, a lot of the beatdown, just Lava Hound decks. Some Golem decks even use it. But didn't El Patron get number one in the world using Zap last season? Or was that two
Yeah,
seasons ago? Was it
dude,
last season?
like
No,
every season.
well, Anaban,
Oh, and Anaban got it last season. The season before it was El Patron. And he used Zap. So like B, I'm fine with. Could we say A? No, that's too high. That's too high.
I think B, just because I would say Snowball is around where it's at, and we see a lot of that. And I was gonna say in Giant Graveyard, usually Snowball's used, but in
True.
Sparky, Zap is typically the spell used, and then in Lava, I think B sounds about right. It's viable enough. We see it in a few decks, but it's not, it's not everywhere like some of the other small spells.
Yeah, and
I'm good with that.
just to hit on why Boss said that Zap isn't played with the Giant Graveyard deck, is if you zap the tower, then the tower gets reset off of the Giant onto the Graveyard Skeletons. So that's why people typically run Snowball. It slows down the tower's attack speed, it pushes away units, and also it won't retarget and mess up your Giant Graveyard push, because when you're playing Giant Graveyard, you always want the Graveyard to be tanked for by the tank, the Giant, and not having the tower target the Skeletons. Otherwise, you're going to get no damage. So, yeah, just wanted to highlight that in case people.
I mean, that was a really good point. I think a lot of people don't know that, and yeah, I'm glad you addressed that because most people don't know why Snowball's used. So that's exactly why.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, so let's have you guys start on the next one. I can't wait to see where you guys put this because I have no clue. Cashman started off. Where would you put Zappies?
Oh, frig. Zappies are so good. I'm so biased because I use Royal Hogs Royal Recruit, so that's one of I use a lot of Fireball bait, a lot of Royal Hogs in my career. I've used a lot of Zappies, and I know there's a lot of competition at the range. We talked about it with the Wizard, but the Zappies, if we're talking about like the 3 criteria for grading a card, just how strong a card is, how versatile a card is, and how well it combos with other decks, you can use it in a lot of decks. Deck versatility of a card, let's say. It hits all three, and it hits all three well. On defense, I don't think there's many cards that can do what the Zappies do. If you have E-Barbs coming one side, a Bandit on the other side, you can play Zappies in the middle, and it will be able to defend the push, split lane push, no problem. It's able to reset. It can do it all. I'm gonna go with A. I'm gonna go with A. It's used in a lot of decks as well. I'm gonna go with A. Royal Hogs Royal Recruits is really good this meta too. You see it in some graveyard decks. What is there anybody that's gonna say no to A?
I'm with you on A. I think right now,
Oh.
especially, I forget if you mentioned this, but because of all the Electro Giant too, Zappies are one of the
True.
best counters to it in the game, besides like buildings. So, and yeah, like you said, they're versatile. I've seen a lot of Zappy decks. I've seen him with RG now. Even there's that RG Zappies deck that's very good right now, and they get a lot of value for 4 Elixir. I definitely wouldn't put them in S because I don't think they are justified for a nerf right now, but they are one of the strongest cards in this meta for sure.
Yep, I Can't complain. Can't say anything more than what you
We
guys
need
said.
some drama. We need someone to be like,
We're-
no, I think it's a C or something.
We'll get there. Don't worry.
Yeah,
We'll
we're too
get.
nice.
I mean, these are the least controversial cards, kind of at the start. Where the Zappies, I'm like, maybe I'd put them at B, or I guess in this meta, like I would. I think they're A. I would love to say that they're S right now. They feel like S against like Electro Giants and stuff, but they're not that good independently in other matchups. Like if you're playing as Hog Rider and you're running Zappies, they're not going to do much for you.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why we can't put them in S against Electro Giants when everyone's running like Rocket and Lightning and they can't break through Zappies. They're gonna break their phone and it's gonna be pretty funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why there's no controversy here. You can't really we haven't gotten at any of those spicy ones, but now I think we are. I think we're gonna have a spicy one. Battle Healer. Where do we put this? Because I think some of you guys are gonna. Yeah, I think let's start with Boss because I know he's gonna rate this super low.
So I was thinking like just probably F, but I could see it being D. But I don't know. I only typically see it in Elixir Golem, and I just know Elixir Golem right now itself is also not the best in the meta, so I would just go with F because I could see Healer getting a small buff or rework and it would be okay. So I personally put it F tier.
What about you, Cash?
F.
Ugh.
There's no, like, I can't think of anything to rationalize it being a D. There's nothing. It's not that strong by itself. It doesn't have a lot of deck versatility. It's not that versatile even in the arena. Sure, it can fly over the river, but so many cards can now. It doesn't even feel like that impressive.
Yeah.
I'm going with F.
I gotta put it at D in my opinion, but we're putting it in F for
Yeah, we are 2 against 1.
2v1, I lose. But the reason why I was gonna go D is I've seen in the top 200 and a lot more than I usually have been because of Mirror. I don't know if you guys have noticed like the Mirror Battle Healer shenanigans. If you don't have Rocket or if you don't have like the right card cycle, there's someone running it with Executioner and Golem, and not even like Elixir Golem, and he won like 5 games in a row recently.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. The
That
deck
Golem
was
player. That's crazy.
I was like, what is this? How is this working? And then I started testing it out, and around like, the not the highest rank, like 5,000 in the world or whatever, this is like pretty strong still. And if you get like the right card hand and people don't have Rocket or they don't have a big spell that can quickly eliminate everything and you stack up healers, you can just kind of win the game, especially with like elite barbarians and stuff. So I would have put it at D tier because it's really obnoxious to play against if you don't have the right card cycle. I don't think it's like an utterly useless card that you would never want to put in your deck. So I wouldn't put it at F, but I feel you guys on that as well. It for the most part, if you're seeing it, it's with Elixir Golem. It already telegraphs the deck and you're probably used to playing against it. So yeah, I think it's, I put it at the lowest possible F part, or the highest possible F part. But yeah, we put it at F. Next one is Battle Ram. Cash, where are we putting that, King?
Is it lower than Expo? I'm trying to compare it to other win conditions we've already ranked. So far, we only ranked Expo as C. You could use Battle Ram. It's only used in Bridge Spam, so it doesn't have a high deck versatility. I think right now with I don't think the Ram Rider's that good, so maybe it's one of the better options in Bridge Spam. Is it a B? Is it a C? Boss, can you sell me on the Battle Ram at all?
Ooh, I can try. I would.
It's never good.
I was thinking about this one too, where I would put it. I don't know if I'm leaning towards B or C. I could see it being in both. Definitely wouldn't be lower than that, but it also wouldn't be higher than that. I would give it a B right now. I think there's that deck it's used in with the E-Barbs, Heal Spirit, that Bridge Spam deck with the Queen, and in P.E.K.K.A, you pretty much always see Battle Ram now, like you said, after the Ram Rider nerf, and I think finally it has a good spot in the meta as a pretty, average card after it got those couple buffs. I think they had to buff it a couple times. For the longest time, it was a really bad card. I remember it was like D or F, and then now it's in the right spot.
Yeah, I'm good with that. SirTag, are you gonna try
Dude.
to weave? Are you gonna be like, it's an F?
No, we're putting it at B. I can't
Easy.
even say anything about it because, like the good thing about this is you guys play different decks than me, and we all have different experiences. I don't play Battle Ram that much. I've never really found it to be a great card, but I know Boss plays a lot of Bridge Spam. He is way more inclined to know where this should be ranked. I honestly, as we saw Ram Rider get nerfed, just never see the card. I think it's trash. And I think if you're running Bridge Spam, you kind of have to run Battle Ram or Goblin Drill, which, that's a different story. But yeah, Battle Ram is B in my opinion too. All right, next one, Bomb Tower. Where are we putting that? Boss, you're up.
Okay, good luck, boss.
Oh, I go first? Okay. I am thinking right now it's C or D. I might even just go with D because I just think there's a lot of buildings better than it right now, and I only see it mostly in hog decks or minor wall breakers, but minor wall breakers, that deck I don't even see a lot of right now. Maybe C. I don't know. So now that I think about it, there's this new drill deck that has Bomb Tower in it. I'm gonna go C, I think.
Boss, you killed me, man. You killed me. It's one of my favorite cards.
How high are you gonna put it? What are you gonna say?
I really like it as a card concept because I think it's just immensely versatile. It's really, really good into Electro Giant because of the pull radius, but I guess every building is. I saw Romelli play it and finish top 3 with it last season, actually. I think it's a great card when it's played well. I think that it has a much higher skill cap because obviously you're not able to use it to target air cards. But the bomb, when it's used effectively, I think is great. I gotta agree with you. I don't think we can put it much higher than C. I think it kind of is like an Expo. That's where you ranked it, right? Around C?
D, yeah.
D? Oh, you put a D. I'd put it C. Cash, where are you gonna put it? Where's the tie vote? Where's the tiebreaker?
I'm gonna go with C. There's a lot of really good buildings, so it's got a lot of competition. But like you said, it's a pretty solid card. It's versatile. At some matchups, it just wins you the game. It's not a bad card, so I can't put it D. But I think C is okay right now. We might have to come back to this one. We put like a
okay.
We might have to come back.
Put a star on that.
Yeah, put a star.
D is fair because I at first thought D, and then I kind of was changing my mind as I was talking.
You almost talked yourself into it, and you were talking to me at the same time.
No, that totally happens. I feel that. Also, there's a couple donations that I probably missed. I'm gonna make sure that I didn't miss everything. SirTag, I've recently watched you, and I've really been enjoying getting a notification for whenever you upload. Keep staying positive. Thank you, brother. It's really easy to be positive when you have your friends here and just having fun and ranking stuff. So,
who do you like more, Boss or Cashman?
I like the Cash Boss, dude. The mix.
Just stirring the pot.
The Cash Boss OP.
Too nice.
Or actually, nah, dude. I like Namsack. Remember?
Namsack. He's the goat.
That's the only acceptable answer. Only real ones know that joke. All right, so we're gonna be going in for the next one. Where Bomber. Where are we put in that? Because I know I am definitely gonna be different than you guys. I am putting it A tier. I think it's really, really, really obnoxious, especially in a drill meta. I think it's a great card. It's super, super reliable with like a lot of the Electro Giant decks. I think we're seeing it way more often than normal. I mean, I could also see it at B, but I definitely couldn't see it at C or lower. It's just a super strong card, and I hate it with Goblin Drill, so maybe I'm a bit biased.
This might be easy, Boss. Depending on where you rank it, this might be just another in-and-out adventure.
Yeah, I was thinking A too. I think there's so much Goblin Drill right now. There's so much Electro Giant. Both of those decks typically have Bomber in it, and it's such a low risk card for only 2 Elixir. I feel like so many of the cycle cards, oftentimes tend to be higher on these, lists just because they're so safe to use compared to other cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can use it in every deck. It always seems to get value. It's versatile. It's strong. It's an A. I can even argue it's an S, but let's not get carried away. Let's go with the A. I'm fine with that.
To be fair, also, I don't think it was as good as it was now, last meta, because I think with Electro Giant, when Electro Giant's able to kill all the air cards with the tornado and stuff, like I think Bomber is actually just a lot better and more annoying. Maybe that's just me, but I don't know. I felt that a lot more. All right. So yeah, we were putting it at A tier, and the next one that we got the Bola. Where are we going with that, Cash? Now Cash is steering the wheel.
That you picked me. I'm gonna I'm gonna go with the where do we rate bomb towers? C. I think it's
C.
very similar. Where it's not a bad card. In some matchups, it clutches up. In other matchups, maybe it's a little not as valuable. Honestly, I could argue it's useless in some matchups.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with C just because you do see it in some decks. It does excel. Is C too? No, I'm gonna go C. I'm sticking with C. I'm sticking with C. Boss, tell me I'm wrong.
I remember I last time I ranked Bowler, I think I put it A. I so I don't know why, but I know so on ladder it might be a little worse, but for whatever reason in competitive, it always seems to be everywhere. Like it's one of the most favorite cards to be used in like the the duel sets and stuff, but I I could settle with B. I mean, I think B's fair, but I think he gets a lot of value on the defensive end. And what a lot of people hate is when he's paired with the tornado and he could be at the bridge and he could still hit the tower from so far away, and it can be really difficult to stop that sometimes. But I think he's not insanely versatile, so I could say B for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say the exact same about the B tier. I wasn't gonna say the competitive insight on this is used in pro gameplay because I actually didn't know that. I did know that it was a pretty annoying card with Tornado, and you pull it directly. Whatever units are defending off to the side, you pull it directly to the tower, and it feels like a scuffed magic archer that does way more damage. I hate when that happens to me. So that's why I was gonna put it at B. I feel you, boss. I think it's a really good card. So Cash, we were doing the tiebreak on you. We got to put it up.
No, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I do remember I reached out to a bunch of pro players and I asked what your least favorite card was, and surprisingly, a lot of them said Bowler. So that usually means the card's pretty good, or at least annoying.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Do you guys know who Riley is? He hates Bowler like a lot. He's always complaining about it. Yeah,
and he's log bait. I'm surprised.
It kills Goblin Drill.
Yeah,
true. Yeah, don't you have to react pretty quickly?
Yeah, you have to do it really quickly. I don't do it like 90%.
Regular people who use Bowler can like do it every time, and they'll like never mess it up. Usually, because because they play it all the time. So
that makes sense. I guess Riley's playing against those people every game. But yeah, it could be an obnoxious card, especially if you are relying like on a Valkyrie or a Knight. Yeah, it's not going to do so well when it just gets pushed back the entire time. It doesn't even die to rocket, so
yeah, it has so much health. Yeah, that's the other thing.
We're starting to see it in different decks too. Like I've seen it with E-Giant stuff. All right, so Cannon. Oh man, I think this thing rose to glory. We are seeing it in E-Giant decks. We're seeing it in fast cycle decks with Goblin Drill. We're seeing it in every single deck, specifically because, you know, Balloon got a nerf to the point that it can't two-tap a cannon. So now it can't one-shot a cannon. Now it has to two-tap it. So I just think Cannon is probably the best defensive building in the game right now. I don't know if you guys think I'm crazy for that, but I would definitely put it A tier, maybe seen it at S. I'm interested to see what you guys say.
I would give it an S. It's very strange because it used to be a very weak building not too long ago. Like just, I forget when, but I want to say last year, some people even thought it was just average, I remember, and they had to buff it a couple of times. But I think what really, made it such a strong building now was it feels like ever since champions were in the game, it's became a lot better just to have that, like quick cycle or whatever. I think that could be the main reason. It just pairs really well with them. And then, like you mentioned, Electro Giant too.
Yeah, it's just such a good card because you don't need any air counters if there's no real air win condition besides Lava Hound, I guess. So yeah, Cash, what are you thinking? You thinking A or S, man?
I think I'm gonna go S as well. If we're talking about the meta right now, or we're talking about the best cards right now, it has to be an S. With just how dominant it is in top ladder, you see it in every single cycle deck. And I think the reason you see it, first off, like you said, the champions. Second off, we know how valuable cycle is. But third off, we were talking about range units being it's very competitive, and there's a lot of really good range units where you don't really need an Archer Queen and a Tesla. A lot of times you can just get away with a cannon and an Archer Queen, and that's more than enough. Or even a Dark Goblin, just having a quick cycle where you can get the ball back to multiple cannons, and then you can do these crazy pulls and activate King Tower.
Yeah.
if there is a building that's S, it's gotta be Cannon, right?
Oh, and there's one other thing. There's another reason I just thought of why Cannon is even better right now.
Mhm.
So after Earthquake got emergency nerfed,
Mm.
it's been even better because
Yeah.
Earthquake was one of the only spells that actually did a good job against Cannon. Every other spell is just an overcommitment to take it out, like Fireball, Lightning. You have to overspend just to kill it.
And then it'll just cycle back to another one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
But just to highlight to people all the decks that Cannon has, Logbait, the Riley deck, obviously Elixir, or not Elixir Golem, Electro Giant with Mirror and Cannon and Golden Knight, that's really popular. Goblin Drill is really popular. And then you see the Hog Rider deck with Giant Skeleton and Archer Queen. That's extremely popular. Like, I'm just going through every single tier list, every
And
single...
Pigs
Yeah.
Archer Queen cycle, that one too.
Yeah,
Did you
that's
say
the one.
Sometimes
2.6?
still played.
Oh,
Did you say
2.6
2.
too.
How dare you disrespect 2.6?
It's still viable somehow.
I hate
Somehow.
that thing, dude. I hate
I
it. I think everyone does, if
Yeah.
they're not playing it. But yeah. All right, so yeah, Cannon's S tier. Cannon Cart. Do we have to talk about this one, or are we going to put it S tier? What you guys thinking?
Ooh, are we saying S tier? Are we arguing for it not being S tier potentially?
I can't believe I'm saying this because for the longest time I was always putting in an S, but for some reason I might want to say it's an A right now.
Okay.
Just because it might be partially because of Cannon. Like it doesn't make sense to have Cannon Cart Cannon in the same deck. So I feel like
Yeah.
because
Cannon.
Cannon's so popular, and also because of Champions, I noticed ever since Champions Cannon Cart has been a little weaker too. It's still a great card, but I don't know if it's at the point where I think it needs a nerf anymore. So
Huh.
I could definitely see it in A.
Cash, what say you?
Uh, I think I'm fine with A as well. I think S is a little bit like we gotta be like S if we're talking like the GOAT conversation right now in Clash Royale. We gotta be a little bit. We gotta be harsh. We gotta like you have to
Yeah.
be really good to be S, and I don't think Cannon is. If we're looking at power, I think it's a strong card, but it can't hit air. Limits it there. Do you see it in a lot of decks? Yes. I don't know. I'm fine with A. I'm trying to sell myself on an S, but I'm gonna go with A. I'm gonna lock it in. Lock it in
Yeah.
S.
I
A.
I think you guys, the way that Boss explained it, it makes sense to me. Specifically, like saying if you have Cannon Cart in your deck, you're probably not going to be able to use a champion, and if you use a champion, you probably can't put Cannon Cart in your deck. We see it with Golden Knight and Bridge Spam, but I'm thinking about it like Skeleton King plus Cannon Cart. We do see that with like some Mortar Bait decks. We don't really see it with Archer Queen that often, and we don't see it with Mighty Miner ever really. So it's harder to fit it in, and usually, I guess it kind of takes up the space. And also on top of
Yeah.
that, yeah, I think that Cannon Cart's a
We're
great
still
card.
rating it an A. It sounds like we're
Yeah.
rating it like an F.
Yeah,
We're talking about it like it's so bad. This card is still elite. It's still an A.
Yeah,
It's great, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess like it just makes sense like
But
why it's not using every deck at the very top. Like
yeah,
an S
I
tier.
just
Yeah.
for some reason recently too, it's never been extremely dominant. I could be wrong about this, but I think recently it's like you never see someone on ladder finish top 10 with Cannon Cart in their deck, for example. Like it's always been like a really great card recently, but it hasn't been that like top tier it was a few months ago. I guess might be the best way to put it.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Let's roll the next one. Clone. Boss, I think you got this one.
Ooh, it's somewhere around D. I would say. I just think of it as mostly there's no more Golem clone right now. Maybe when that was a thing, I would put it higher at C, but
Yeah.
I only see it with Lava Clone. I don't know if I could give it an F though, because I think that would be a little harsh because we haven't put many in F, but it's way better than Healer. We still see Lava Clone a decent amount. I would probably put it there.
And
At
there's that
D.
one. There's the new deck, right? That with the Furnace, Giant Skeleton, Archer Queen, Barbs. I've seen a couple of people play that on top ladder. Maybe they're just trolling.
There's one. His name's Red Brightness, I think, or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
the guy. He runs that. I know that guy.
And like it's not bad. Like if you can get to top with a deck, I know it's only used in 2 decks, but like it's still good enough. It's got to be at least a D. It can't be an F.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna roll with D or F for you guys on this, so let's put a D. Yeah, I haven't seen it work at top ladder at all. It definitely does work with Giant Skeleton Clone and then some gimmicky
Anaban uses it
strats.
all the time to snipe. I've seen that guy do it so many times on Drexen's stream. It works.
Really?
It's just
Okay.
free wins. Some matchups are free wins.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think we put it near Wizard as D. Makes sense. Dark Prince. Yo, we put this so high last time, and then I think it kind of just fell off. I think it's still a great card, but it's not what it used to be. I would either put it A or maybe B. I think high B or low A for me. I don't think it's as good as Cannon Cart. I don't think it's as good as Zappies, but I would still probably put it A tier.
Hmm. Yeah, I think a large part of why you mentioned like it's not as good could be because Ghost is usually used now by most people. Like most people prefer having Ghost. And also in Electro Giant, most people aren't using the beatdown Electro Giant deck, which had Dark Prince in it, Inferno Drag. Most people are using that cycle one with Bomber and Cannon, and that doesn't have Dark Prince in it. So I would give it I would A or B is fine with me. I guess Cash could, kind of break that
I would say an
decide.
A. I would probably go with an A. It's still a very strong card by itself, super versatile. You can use it in a bunch of different decks. Like if you upgrade, if you put all your resources into upgrading Dark Prince, you're fine. You're gonna be happy. You can still use it. And like I guess like a lot of the champions are kind of taking its spot, no? Like sometimes people use Golden
Yeah.
Knight instead of Dark
Oh,
Prince in those drill decks. Golden Royal Ghost as well. What were you gonna say, boss?
I don't know if this means anything, but I do just realize the number one ladder finish last season was with Giant Graveyard, and that does have Dark Prince with it. He's
Yeah.
insane with the deck though, but it's certainly
Yeah.
still at the highest level used a decent amount. So I would say A. I'd
I
slightly
like
go
A.
with A over B, probably.
All right, well, let's roll with an A. The main thing that I was thinking as well is just the exact same thing that Boss said. I don't see it very often in beatdown decks. I usually see like Golden Knight over it, and that's for a faster card cycle. So then they can cycle more Electro Giants on the map. So they go like Electro Giant, and then you defend with a Golden Knight, and then you can mirror up your next Electro Giant because you can't mirror up the champion. So it allows you to mirror up another card that you just dropped. So obviously, that's why they use that over Dark Prince. And especially when you have the conjunction of like Tornado with Electro Giant and then using the Golden Knight, that's pretty nice. The Dark Prince doesn't really have that synergy as much. It's not reliably able to get tower damage like a Wink Edition, but still a really good card. Doesn't really need Tornado. So like in the Giant Graveyard deck, works really well there. So yeah, let's put it A tier. On to the next one. Dart Goblin. I love the card so much. It's actually like one of my top 3 favorite cards in the game. So get ready for a biased thing.
You start then. I want to hear you start.
I love the card, man. I just think that its range is ridiculous. The value that you can get in almost every deck that you play, super solid. I want to put it S, but it's too flimsy, so I can't. I gotta be honest. I'm gonna put it at A tier. We'll see what you guys say. I really want to put it.
I'm fine with A. I can't give it an S just because a lot of the times, like maybe no, I can't give it an S. I just don't think it's used in enough decks to justify an S tier. Where like
Yeah.
yes, you see it in bait and it dominates in bait, but that's basically it. Like you don't see it in beatdown. You don't see it. Sure, you see it in cycle, but those are also kind of baity decks that it excels in. I can't. If you can somehow sell me on this, I could maybe be swayed. But right now, I think A is. It's still good. It's a great card, but I'm fine with A.
Yeah, exactly what Cash said. I feel like you just see it in cycle. It's in no beatdown deck, but when it's the decks it's used in, it's sometimes the MVP of the match. I mean, you know how people watching games are like, "Oh my gosh, Dark Goblin got all this damage," or "Oh wow, it defended the graveyard and, the graveyard got no damage because of the Dark Goblin." It's an incredible card in the decks it's used in, so I would give it an A. I can't say S though, just because it's just not used in enough decks. So that's I think the one thing preventing it from being an S.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you guys on that. I want it to be S as much as I possibly could will it, but it's not going there.
I really like this list, by the way, right now. I just peeked it, and like all those A cards are really freaking good. And I love that we only have one S card.
Yeah, I think we're actually being a bit more critical than last time.
I know, this is good.
So quick intermission for the donations. Rylan, I hope that's not the case, bro. Thank you for the $5. Lots of love, man. Lemon Tea says, solid channel, really good energy. I've noticed to start to check in on the time on my phone around 3, waiting for the daily upload nowadays. Definitely a bright spot in my daily routine. Dude, it makes me really happy to be able to see people on a daily basis want to come to the channel and be like, hey, you're a part of my day. It's dope to see that. So thank you. And Rowdy Bishop, easy cheesy, if you guys know him from Twitch. The 3 wise men have come. That I think
We're
we've
like
got
the 3 blind mice.
I think we've got two mid-ladder warriors and a professional player right now. But we have a lot of fun. So yeah, we're vibing here. We've got the wisest man guiding us in the middle. So what are we gonna do? Next card. We got archers. Where are we ranking them, boss?
Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and start off with, I guess I'd say a B. I remember they got a, well, maybe, you know what? I gotta give them C, because it's like they're just an Expo. So
Yeah.
they're a little better after the buff, but I can't give them B. They're just in one deck, and they might be a great card in that, but just I don't see them enough in other things.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a safe rating. It's C. It's used in if Expo's a C, I think archers can be a C as well. And I don't think archers
Yeah.
are bad necessarily. But there's just so much competition with range units right now. There's so many good range units. We were talking about how good the Dark Goblin is, and if the Dark Goblin wasn't as good as it is right now, maybe we'd see archers move up to B. But I can't justify archers being anywhere higher than a C.
The fact that I see arrows way too often whenever I put archers makes me sad. I love the card. I love the card.
Matchmaking ain't rigged though. No, I'm joking.
But honestly, like every time that you drop archers, I feel like you play against arrows, and you can't use them on defense. Then usually the benefit of using them over like a Dark Goblin or maybe Musketeer is that you can kind of just use them as a body blocker if you really need to tank something, or if you drop them in the middle and they separate and they go their separate ways, and then they drop bridge spam, and then they have to go to each individual archer instead of just killing one individual unit. You're able to distract for a longer period of time. But if they've got arrows, you're kind of screwed. Don't really have that long range. As you guys said before, there's just a lot of competition for that 3 to 4 elixir card slot of ranged cards. Big Zappies, Bomber, Dark Goblin, they're just used more. So yeah, C tier makes sense for me. Next card, we got the EQ. Where are we putting that? Where are we going to shake things up, Cash?
Good as EQ now these days. I haven't used it in a minute, and I haven't seen a lot of people use it. I know a lot of pro players that still use it. I still see it in competitive. I still see it on top ladder. So it has to be pretty decent. What did we rank it last time? Just I'm out of curiosity's sake. Was it an A or was it a B?
I forget. I think when we did the tier ranking last time, it might have been right after the emergency
The
EQ nerf. So I'm
Yeah.
almost thinking, didn't we give it like a D last time because we just
gave it a
assumed it was
D?
awful? I forget what we did,
Oh
but
my God, we're
I know
savage.
we put it lower. We maybe gave it oh, actually I can see it on the Discord. We gave it a C last time.
I'm fine with a C. Like it's still a good. It's kind of like Expo where you can maybe higher. Is it a B? It's got to be better than Expo. Like it's still a good deck. You still see it in competitive. You see
I
it
give
more
it
than
B.
Expo. I'm fine with B too. It's not super versatile, but it's still a
Yeah,
solid win
it's
condition.
actually
Not bad.
I'll
Archetype.
explain why I think it's a B. Even though it's certainly not as good as it was before, I'm seeing it a lot right now with Mirror. I see it with the Electro Giant EQ Mirror. I see it even there's some people running Hog Mirror. I've seen it with EQ. It's kind of weird, but I've seen that become somewhat used recently, and then still in that Pigs EQ cycle deck with Cannon Queen. So yeah, probably B.
That's crazy. I was gonna definitely put it C tier, but we got overruled out here. The reason why I didn't think it was that great is because I think that we just don't see it all that often in like every single deck that we play compared to like Fireball or maybe even Lightning or Rocket. But I don't know. I felt like it just, maybe it's the fact that it was so good before, and then it's kind of just hurt me, the fact that it feels so like unsatisfying to cycle it on towers now. But yeah, it does help you break through cannon, which is the best building in the game right now. So makes sense. It doesn't do so hot into Inferno Towers, and it doesn't do well into Teslas. You can drop the Tesla like 2 tiles from the river, and then the Earthquake can't hit the tower and that. Doesn't do so well into Inferno Towers, because if you drop like a Hog Rider and then you EQ the Inferno Tower still melts it. So from that perspective, it doesn't really let you break through buildings, and it doesn't do that much damage on towers. But specifically in the situation where you're trying to break through a cannon or a mortar, which are the 2 best defensive buildings in the game, I could see the case for B, especially when Electro Giant is meta and you want to use your E-Giant to break through buildings. It makes sense because of E-Giant, in my opinion, specifically in this meta, but I would put it lower in other metas if E-Giant wasn't so strong. So we'll go with B tier.
I'll add like one more thing to that real quick. How you mentioned cannon, another thing it's amazing against is Tombstone, which there's a good amount of still breaking through Tombstone. And Earthquake's the only spell. So if you compare it to like arrows and like other spells that are around the same cost, it's the only spell that does decent against Graveyard. Like defensively, you see oftentimes people go for that Earthquake on defense, and it actually does a decent job depending on the situation, I guess.
Yeah, one thing to just keep in mind, because this was something that I did, maybe you guys are, maybe everyone watching is way better than me, but as a noob, sometimes I would Earthquake a little bit early, and the skeletons wouldn't spawn all the time on the graveyard. You want to wait for skeletons to spawn, because the Earthquake duration isn't like poison. It doesn't last that long, so you want to wait a couple seconds before you Earthquake on the graveyard skeletons. Just keep that in mind if you're using Earthquake defensively against graveyard.
Yeah.
Boss, do you know like how long you're supposed to wait, or is there any timing, or is it just more feel?
I've kind of I even don't even know the perfect timing, but I've kind of just picked up on it. I try to watch players who are really good, especially with decks I'm not great at. So for example, I sometimes watch Ian play, and I've kind of, I notice he usually waits like a couple seconds after typically, some of the skeletons have spawned. It's usually, so like you mentioned, waiting is definitely the way to go. Wait until at least a couple spawn from the graveyard.
All right, cool. So we're going to take another quick shout out break for Stripes donating $100. This isn't even up for debate. This man is S tier. There's no debate here. Huge thank you to Stripes saying, I finally caught one of your streams. You responded to one of my comments like 2 months ago, and it made me really happy. Thank you. Thank you, dude. That's huge. That's going to massively pay for a lot of the editing costs and all the money that you guys either donate to me or use creator code. That goes back into the channel and supporting me. Even if you don't use my creator code and you like Boss and you like Cashman here, definitely use theirs too. Like no matter what, whenever you guys are making purchases in game, use your favorite content creator's creator code, because all that money goes directly back into our channels and it helps us create better content. So huge thank you to Stripes for the $100 there. And also, I just want to give a huge shout out to the people here. If you guys don't know who they are, Boss CR in the middle and then Cashman down below. These two are some of the best content creators in Clash Royale. So huge thanks for them to be on here. And thanks again to Stripes for the $100. You're a legend, brother. You are S tier. All right. Next game. I was going to say next game. We're going to the Electro Dragon, one of Boss's favorite cards before, right? I don't probably
it used to be, yeah, like with Giant, but I don't use it much anymore.
All right, so where are we putting that, Boss? Where are we gonna put your old faithful?
So, I might, like, I'm probably gonna be biased because I used to love the card, so I probably would like to see it be better than it is right now. This might like surprise you guys, but I honestly think it's F. I could explain why. I just think if we compare it to, I think Wizard's better than it. I think Witch is better than it, and I think even Executioner you could argue is a little better than it after the small health buff he got, because E-Drag at the moment, we only see it in basically Lumberloon, but I think even that, some people don't even use the E-Dragon. You see some people choose to use the Baby Dragon, because Baby Dragon, some people just see it as a lot more valuable. Also, there's a lot of lightning in the meta. And I just think ever since Champions especially, he's been just a very like weak card that I just don't see much of a point to use him in. I don't see it used in Golem anymore. But with that being said, I could definitely see it being D too, but I think I could see him getting like buffed slightly.
That's
I'm
just
okay for the F. I want to add a little salt. I want a little spice on this list, and I think F. That's one of those ones that people are going to be like, "Yo, what? Why is it F?" But then after hearing Boss say it, it's like, okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I'm okay with F. Like, what redeeming qualities does it have? It's not used in any decks. Even the decks it's used in,
yeah.
sometimes it's not used in. So why would we give it a D? We can't.
Yeah, dude, it felt like Boss just had like the most brutal breakup with the E-Dragon. He's like, "You're gone from my life, never to be seen again."
No, he's
But
being harsh because he wants it to get buffed.
oh,
He's
makes
doing
sense,
the,
makes
he's
sense.
doing the long con.
I see, I see, I see. I feel that's legendary. Honestly, dude, I feel like E-Drag, it's got to be F, as you guys said. I can't disagree with it. I've been trying to figure out, hey, is this card even like worth trying to make a video on or like feature or put in my decks? And there was like no universe where I felt good putting it in unless there was a battle healer and I was trying to keep it alive and then just stacking up a lot of stuff that my opponent can't kill. And that's just a gimmicky strategy that does not work anywhere past 5,000 in the world. Like if you're trying to do this like super often, right? Like with Electro Dragon specifically, it just doesn't feel good. So yeah, F tier is where it deserves to be. It's found its new home. Also, quick intermission again. Dude, huge thank you to Jonk Hyatt. I do not know if I said your name correctly at all, bro, and I'm sorry, but huge thank you for subscribing to the channel and then also gifting out 5 tier 1 memberships. You're a freaking legend. And yeah, man, blessed to have you as a supporter of the channel. Goes a long way, and hopefully you're enjoying the content. But yeah, we're gonna put the E-Dragon in the F tier. I think that the way Boss explained it, like I can't see any other way. Baby Dragon is better. I just think that it doesn't have long range, and then also on top of that, it has very little health, so it gets sniped by Archer Queens and
talking about this
Musketeers.
garbage card? Let's just get on with it.
E-Giant. Are we gonna go from worst to first with the E-Giant? Where are we going, Boss?
Let's just start things off with, I think it's S right now. And I think just by how everyone else is reacting in the community, I think a lot of other people are kind of in agreement with that. I think I mean, it's weird because you think he wasn't buffed that much, but the issue is the cards he's paired with. It makes it more massive, that buff, than people realize because of the mirror that just synergizes so well with him. Like a level 16 Electro Giant, that card is no joke. I mean, that can, ruin the game for your opponent, or like win you the game just one time playing that card if they don't have a good cycle.
This card's definitely caused a lot of players to delete Clash Royale. It has changed the meta, and for that reason, it has to be an S. Like it's good. It hits like a truck, like Boss said, and I want to put it S just so then Supercell looks and they're like, oh, this card's S. We got to nerf it a little bit because it definitely needs a nerf. It's just so punishing. It gets on your one mistake, one E-Giant on tower, and your tower is just gone.
Even if it's at literally like 1/8 HP, it can take out half the tower.
That's the buff. Like that's the buff. That little HP buff. That's it. Like it just gets on tower and then boom, bye-bye tower.
Here's the thing. As Boss said, level 16 E-Giant stats are just broken. But the reason why it's so broken is last balance changes, it cost 8 Elixir. But if you mirrored it up, it has better stats than the 8 Elixir E-Giant from last season. So it's way better than last E-Giant if you just have mirror in your deck. And as Boss said, the synergy that you have now with cards like Golden Knight that got a buff, especially when you have Tornado and you Tornado the units into the E-Giant, or you Tornado it close to the tower, click the Golden Knight ability, and the E-Giant like kills all the air cards that are gonna try to kill your Golden Knight. You can't do anything. The biggest issue I think is with champions though, specifically because since you can go for the E-Giant and then use a champion and then defend and then E-Giant again, that's why it makes the card so stupidly strong and just unfair, especially if you use your first building on top of the first E-Giant and then you don't have mirror building or something, you're probably going to get screwed in double or triple Elixir with no way to defend. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong there, but that's what I feel.
Oh, I think you explained it very well. The one thing to add on to that, like again with the mirror, without mirror, I don't think it would be S. I think it would be A, because I don't know about you guys, but I don't see many people running the beatdown E-Giant deck anymore. The traditional one with the Cage, Dark Prince, Inferno Drag, that one isn't as good. I'm always seeing it with Golden Knight, Mirror, and Cannon. That's the variant everyone's running. But the other one without Mirror, I would then say it's A. So it's the Mirror that really helps it be S.
Ooh, a little sneak peek. Where are we
Yeah.
rating mirror? Can we just go to the mirror next? Can we skip?
We can skip, but we have another
Why not?
intermission. We have another intermission.
Another intermission?
Yeah. Nico donating $100. Just typing 4. My man just all he wants
What
us
is
to
going
read
on?
is the number 4. Also, I was gonna say letter 4, but I'm glad that I readjusted it. I was like, I also don't hide things. I don't hide you guys from mistakes or anything. I just let you guys know. Huge thank you to Nico dropping a fat $100. Legendary out here. You are blessed. You are also ranked in the S tier, Nico. And I hope you're having an amazing day. I like the cat profile picture. We have a couple cats at home. Huge thank you to Bloodslayer for $5. What's your favorite anime? I don't know if you guys watch animes. I'll let you guys tell it as well. Mine is got to be One Punch Man, closely followed up by Hunter x Hunter. You guys watch it all or nah?
Not
Oh yeah,
much.
no, I dabble. I dabble. Demon Slayer and Attack on Titan. Just I know
Yeah.
it's so mainstream, but like,
That's what I was gonna say. Literally, the only one I've seen is Attack on Titan. It's so good though. I watched it because so many people like online recommended me to check it out, and yeah, I don't regret it. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think the animation was really nice. Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. Strife's also donating another $2 with the tongue sticking out emoji. It's dope. And then Chunk Hyatt says, you say something in the chat. I want to be able to actually read your name correctly. Let me know if I'm saying it correctly, man. Thank you again for another 5 gifted subs. Dang, dude. He's out here just gifting everyone. He's out here saying, hey, it's Christmas. So thank you, man. Really appreciate the support today. And, it makes these streams and the videos a little bit more frequent and, better quality all the time. So next one, we were going to go straight to the mirror. So let's get it. Where are we putting that? Is it debate or is it S?
it's S. Let's just do S. Do we have to explain why?
Nah. We already explained it with E-Giant, right? It's just, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, just to add with E-Giant, it's the reason why Logbait's so good right now in that Mighty Miner deck. It's the exact reason. That deck would be so much worse if Mirror wasn't broken how it is right now. Oh, Three Musketeers. That's the only reason why Three Musketeers are really good right now.
Pump as well. Yeah, this card's changed the meta.
I have one thing that I want to ask, boss. I was talking to some people that are much better than me, that are ranked normally like top 50 in the world. They're like,
you're too hard on yourself, Tag. You're not that bad.
I'm top 1,000 when I actually try, right? I'm not top 200. I'm not like, top 1,000 is, it's respectable, but it's not great.
It's still pretty good.
Yeah. So top 1K is decent. But yeah, the people that are better than me are like, why would you ever mirror up an Elixir Collector? You're only getting a +1 trade from the Elixir Collector, and that you'll have to do a substantial investment at the start to do that. What do you think, boss and Cash? Or you think that the mirroring up the Elixir Collector for that +1 Elixir advantage when it's a bit of a risk is worth it or no?
Depends on the matchup.
Yeah, it really depends. There's another deck that I just thought of. Do you guys know that Expo pump deck that became
what
kind of
happened to that?
trendy too? Yeah, it fell out of the meta a little bit, maybe because Expo, it's kind of bad right now, but that's another deck mirrors in. I think it, yeah, like Cash said, it depends on the matchup, because if they have like an Earthquake, then you might not want to mirror pumps that often, because it could just be a bad investment. But I think if your opponent has like a Rocket or a Lightning, it's definitely worth it, because you're getting that one Elixir, and they're going to have to Rocket it. I mean, they don't have a choice.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. The way I see it, I guess, now is if you're mirroring it up, then maybe you're forcing your opponent to play aggressive into you if you have a good hand or something. So I definitely see that too. Yeah, no, and as Cash said, it's probably more situational than just saying it's bad or good. Yeah, makes sense. All right, we got the next one. E-Spirit. Wow, they just put all the Electros right next to each other. Cash, where are we putting the E-Spirit?
It's hard because if we're talking about all the spirits, I don't think it's the best, but I don't think it's bad. I think it fits so well in that A class. Like all those A cards are so good. Electro Spirit is also so good. It's one elixir card, which we know. Cycle cards are amazing in Clash Royale. It's versatile, being able to. The one downside is activating King Tower, but even that, like people don't really activate King Tower as much now. You don't usually use it in situations where you just get a free King Tower activation. I think A is fine. I like A. Maybe I could be sold on S because it's so versatile. You can use it in pretty much every single deck. I'm gonna go with A though. I'm gonna go with A, and I guess we can talk about the reason in the future for the next card why I'm thinking A.
Boss, where you putting it?
Sense?
I
like
think
it.
it's A. I wouldn't give it S. I don't think it needs a nerf. But it's the chain of it is very nice. Great against bats. Good against helps out a lot against graveyard compared to an ice spirit or the other spirits. But it doesn't deal as much damage, so it's not a card where it gets as much value when you just cycle it at the bridge, like a fire spirit, for example. And it and you have to be careful what decks you use it in because of the king activation. So
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add there. I think it's really good with Royal Giant, and Royal Giant's one of the best decks in the game. So, you know, I'd probably put it up at A. It also works with a whole bunch of cycle decks. You do have to be careful when you cycle it so you don't activate King Tower. Never drop it at the river at the start of the game if you don't have a Royal Giant deck. Otherwise, you're probably just going to take an L. So, yeah, pretty good card. A tier for me. We're going to go for the Electro Wizard. Where I think I'm going to start this one. Okay. I think I'm putting B. I like the versatility. I also just had such a confused look on my face when I was like, who's starting? When Cash asked me who's starting. Dude, I looked around. I was like, what's going on? So yeah, we're gonna put it B tier for me. We'll see if you guys have any spicy interactions on that. But I think if you have it at B tier, it counters Inferno Dragons. It works pretty well with bait deck, or not bait decks, but like bridge spam decks. It worked with anything with a P.E.K.K.A. and Mega Knight, which aren't really that great cards right now, but still like it as a card. Still think it's pretty versatile. I see it in a lot of different decks. There's just sometimes much better options in the form of Musketeer or Archer Queen or maybe even a Dark Goblin. So I can't put it at A. I think it's about as good as Bowler and Battle Ram. What do you think, boss?
I got this, boss.
Oh,
no, I got this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Boss is gonna actually come in with the real knowledge. I want to throw out my little softball here. I think I'm gonna go B as well, similar to what you said. The whole, I think there's just so many options for range units now. Where we're looking at Zappies, we're looking at Dark Goblin, with Champions, all these cards that we haven't even talked about yet. Where yes, it's a good card. Yes, it's a versatile card. It has the zap effect when it's played, the reset. It's good in like bridge spam decks. I was gonna say drill, but I guess that drill deck is kind of bridge spammy as well.
Yeah.
And for that reason, I'm gonna go with a B. I was even not C. That's stupid. I'm gonna go with B. B. I'm locking it in.
Yeah. I think it has to be B, and if I were to give it, it would probably be closer to A than C. If I were to, if I couldn't rank it B, like if I had to go A or C, I'd go A. But I think B's fair just because there's a lot of other options, like both of you guys said. I mean, you guys kind of, I think, hit all of the important points about it. Yeah, I think it's very good defensively, but he's very easy to defend. I mean, like, so very little like offensive pressure, but just on the defensive end, that stun, and he combos with so many great things like Cannon Cart or like Golden Knight in that drill deck. There's a drill Golden Knight bridge spam deck he's very good in right now.
Very good.
The only real downside of him, I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this too often, but if the Electro Wizard's at full HP and it's counter pushing and the opponent has Tornado, you gotta support it. It's super easy King Tower activation.
Yeah, and you forget that sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah. Good players always get that King Tower activation.
It's annoying. All right, so we got another quick intermission. Harsh Vardhan says, hey, seeing all you three ranking cards is just heaven. It's 1:30 a.m. here, but I don't care. I appreciate you guys' efforts. Much love from India. Much love from the United States and from Canada.
And, Canada, eh?
Hey, got that maple syrup out here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. So huge thanks, Harsh. And then, yeah, much love from us. Do you play any other video games? I play Wild Rift. I haven't played it that much recently because I've been moving and stuff from Boston to Seattle. You guys play any other games?
Oh, I'm gonna sound like a Supercell sheep. I play Brawl Stars with Clash Mini.
You still play Clash Mini?
Oh yeah, I
Let's
just
go.
finished all my quests. I've got to the end, so I'm good. I'm good.
You beat the game. I beat Clash
Basically.
Mini in 5 minutes. Speed run.
Oh man, that's a good idea. I gotta write that down. I gotta.
Yo, boss. So what about you? Play any other games or
At
just
the
Clash?
moment, not many others. But sometimes if a game is like, trending and like, I might check it out. But I don't like seriously play too many others that much. I mean, I got into Warzone quite a bit when that was really popular, and then also, Fortnite. I still play here and there. I played that a ton though, like a couple years ago.
Yeah, no doubt. So thanks, JBZ. And then Chunk, Hayat, again for another 10 gifted subs. Dude, you are just out here. You are gifting us more
20?
value. Dude, he's giving us more value than a mirror. This man's a legend. And he did another 5 after that. So thank you again for that. Thank you, brother. His mission right now is to gift the entire chat. He wants the chat to be subscribers. He wants them to be acquainted to the prestigious society of sirs. That sounded a bit weird, but we're rolling with it. Thank you, man. And then Cashman, there's actually a special request for you.
What?
Can we get a SWI or SWI or SUI?
Oh come on! You're embarrassing us. It's a C. Should we do it all together? Do you guys want to do it on a count of three? Three best.
The
All right, let's
C.
go.
Ready? 3, 2,
2,
1.
1. SWI. I messed it up. We'll work on it. It's a work in progress. Huge thanks again to Demons King. If you guys didn't know, he is the beautiful thumbnail designer of this thumbnail and great guy. He's always there for help and one of the best people to be in the entire YouTube scene. So thanks again. And then Leandro says, "Hi, love you all. Tag Bosch Cash. Right now I'm really sad because I'm facing a BS process from my syndic. I will rely on your content to not go insane. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. Thanks for the content. Make it close." Dude, thank you so much. And our heart goes out to you, brother. Lots and lots of love. And grateful to have you here watching. Cash is streaming if he's underrated. Cash, they want to rate you now. They're going to rank you. They're going to take you from the underrated, overrated series. They're going to throw you back and they're going to be like, underrated, overrated.
Underrated. Give us our best underrated now. On a count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
Underrated.
Underrated.
All right. I feel like a freaking pirate. This is too much shenanigans.
We're gonna be here forever at this rate.
Dude. All right, next one. We got E-Barbs. I gotta be honest with you guys. I will fight to the death on this one. A tier. They do so much freaking damage. I love them against.
Hey, take it easy. No.
I love them, dude. I love using them against anyone that has a Electro Giant because it actually withstands all the E-Giant damage and doesn't die. If you're running a Bridge Spam deck, super good with Heal Spirit. Extremely solid with 3 Musketeers, which isn't played that much, but it's more of a mid-ladder strategy that you see with really bad decks most of the time. But when they're used effectively, when you're up Elixir, especially counter pushing, they can be very difficult to stop if people know how to manage Elixir and punish effectively. I'd put it A tier.
Can't do it. I can't do it. You're gonna ruin our list. I'm looking at that A line. Those are some of the best cards in Clash Royale. If E-Barbs were in that, I just would never be able to look at this list again. I'm gonna go with B. I'll give you a B. I would even maybe say C. And the problem is with E-Barbs, yes, I think in this meta, I could see you, boss. You're getting ready to say something. No. I could see in this meta they're good. They're because of the E-Giant being that good, but they're not that amazing. You don't see them in every single deck. Yeah, sometimes you see them in certain versions. You'll see them in Drill sometimes. You'll see them paired with like Hog Rat or Royal Hog sometimes. But what decks use E-Barbs? I guess Sparky, Goblin Giant Sparky use E-Barbs. What other?
3 Musketeers.
Yeah,
Bridge
3
Spam.
Musketeers.
Bridge Spam.
Some Bridge Spam decks.
Lots of Goblin Drill, Bridge Spam. Yeah.
There's a lot of competition for E-Barbs. What about the Mini P.E.K.K.A? What about actually Prince kind of sucks. Mini P.E.K.K.A kind of sucks as well. I can't give it an A. I just can't give it an A. It's solid, but I don't think it has that versatility factor that I look for in a card.
All right. I guess I'll break the tie then. I'm kind of torn on this one a little bit. I could go both A and B, but because similar thing that we did for Dark Goblin, remember, like, we gave it an A even though it's not that versatile. I'm gonna give E-Barbs an A because even though they're not in a lot of decks, I can even say this, like, I sometimes have a hard time defending them depending on like what I'm using, and I think they can be the deciding card in like so many matchups, just
That's a fat
defensively.
W.
And like even I've had like just so many times where E-Barbs alone just take someone's tower because they're like low on elixir. I just, the decks they're used in, they're so devastating to play against.
But
Yeah.
is it an A? An A?
I-
Is it Bomber? Is it like Zappy's Cannon Cart E-Barbs? I don't know. It feels like one of those just doesn't belong.
I think we'll probably get roasted for this one on Twitter. But
What is it going to be? Sparky's going to be an A now too because it works really well in a Sparky deck. I can't. I can't believe this. I'm yelling. I'll stop. It's all right. 2v1. I'll take it. I'll take the knee.
Sparky's just used in Sparky, right? But E-Barbs is used in a few different things.
What,
yeah.
3 decks? How many decks did we say? It's fine. I'll take the knee on this one.
You'll take the L on this one, man. It had to happen. This is the one time you got overruled so far.
I'm looking at that list. Ugh.
All right, so Cash.
See.
Cash. We're gonna give you the next one as consolation. You get to start first with Elixir Collector. We're giving you the harder ones first. This is like definitely a controversial one.
I'm gonna go with C. There's like one deck and it's Elixir pump decks that it works with. I don't remember the last time I've seen Golem with Elixir pump. So I'm only gonna say Three Musketeers pump. The deck works, but it's the only one really that works with pump. I'm gonna go with C. It's kind of like Expo, where yes, if you're really good with that deck, yes, you can use it on top ladder, but it just doesn't have that versatility factor that I look for in a card. But similar to the E-Barbs, I'm going with the C. I'll stop talking about E-Barbs. What do you guys think?
What do you think, boss?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and on this one I'll agree with Cash. I think it's C. I know a lot of people hate it, but what I'm noticing are all the people who hate it are running a deck that is just weak against Elixir Collector. So it's the type of card where Elixir Collector is a very matchup dependent card in my opinion. I think most people say that. That's common knowledge. I think it's very good in the decks it's used in, but it's just one deck primarily now, just Three Musketeers. I don't see that Pumpo deck anymore. I don't really see it used with Golem. I'd say C.
I gotta agree with you guys. I would probably put it higher than Earthquake. I'd probably put it B, but I could see it as C. I mean, it's
B is fair, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd put it B myself. But 2v1 on this. The reason why I think it's like
I could be swayed. I could be swayed. Like it's nothing set in stone here.
Okay. The reason why
you tell me, I could move.
The reason why I think it's so strong is like if you're able to use it effectively with anything that's able to protect it, so miners can't really get onto it. Miners aren't played that often. Goblin Drill, you usually don't drop that on collectors. You usually drop that on towers. I haven't seen too many great ways of killing it for a good elixir trade. The only thing is Earthquake, so it's pretty annoying to play against. And I think it's been pretty strong with some decks like Expo plus Collector. Like if you're running Expo, I think that's the best one. Lapacati is now top 20 in the world with it. It is early season, so it doesn't matter. But I think it's used pretty well with E-Giant. I think it's really good in 3M. I just think it's a bit better than some of the other cards.
You know, I just based off of what you said, and I was thinking something. I think, for example, how I notice everyone hates it unless you have an Earthquake. I don't know anyone who goes against it and they're like, oh nice, I'm against Elixir Collector. Most of the time people are like, oh, Elixir Collector, oh my god, and I always hear people complain about it. And I even hear I think some people are really biased, the ones who think it needs a nerf, but I hear people say it needs a nerf, so it might be harsh to put it in C.
I'm okay with B. You know what, boss? You don't have to go on my back. I think we can all do this together. We just jump into the B land together because I think you sold me.
Yeah.
It belongs in B. It looks good on that. There's only one thing on that list that doesn't really belong, but we'll talk about that later.
It's okay. They're eating the Electro Spirit. They're kind of having fun.
I love that mustache of the Electro Spirit. Ugh. Okay, what's next?
Speaking of mustaches, we have a comment about those. I'll read that later. We've got Elixir Golem, so we're putting that at F, right? No discussion on that.
No, we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah.
Worst win condition in the game, feeding your opponent Elixir, high risk, very low reward most of the time. It's good in some situations, but at higher levels, people know how to pull it. Does it have the same pull radius as an E-Giant?
No.
No, but
I think it's the same as the Giant.
it's pretty far, right, boss?
I don't know, actually.
The what? The Elixir Golem?
Yeah, the Elixir Golem. That has a really far pull radius, right?
I think it's you might be thinking of the Electro Giant that has a really large sight range. I think Elixir Golem's the same as like a Giant and a Golem.
I don't even
Okay.
know
Could be wrong though.
Where do you even find
I could be
that?
wrong because I don't play against Elixir Golem that much. So
Yeah.
I just like I think it's the same though. You're talking about
Honestly,
the way it sees buildings, like it's targeting.
yeah, dude, probably the thing that I've realized is the main thing is most of those people just spam it like off to the side or not like off to the left, whereas sometimes people with E-Giant will spam it off to the left or whatever. Yeah, I think maybe I just am used to them spamming it directly dead center on the tower, like so I can pull it further. Makes sense. One thing to keep in mind why we say it's like pretty easy to deal with is if you separate the battle healer from the Elixir Golem, then the Elixir Golem doesn't get healed up by the battle healer. So then you can deal with Elixir Golem, kill it quickly, get the Elixir, and then kill the rest of the push. Is that a fair assessment to say, Cash and Boss?
Yeah, for sure. Like I see people just like a small tip. Like I see a lot of good players who don't have a rocket and they're not able to just rocket the whole Elixir Golem push or like lightning it. What they'll often do is, yes, like you said, separating the healer. I've even seen some people go for like a miner behind the Elixir Golem push to like pull the healer backwards, and then they can easily kill that like Elixir Golem with whatever they got.
I got the sight range. I found it. So it's the exact same as the Goblin Giant and the Royal Giant and the Giant, but it's less than the Golem. The Golem is 7, and everything else that I said was 7.5 tiles. So little fun fact of the day.
That's crazy. That's actually absurd.
You learn things crazy.
You learn things every day. Yeah, I guess I'm dead. I'm dead
that
inside.
Might make sense. So you're saying it's the Golem is harder to make sure that it's going to your tower, or it's easier?
Harder. No, it has like a less sight range. So if it gets pushed a little easier, or like
that makes sense because sometimes when I'm using a Goblin Drill deck and I need to go for a defensive Goblin Drill on a Golem, for whatever reason, I was always more likely to mess it up, and then the Golem would go to my tower, whereas everything else I usually got it. So I'm actually kind of surprised. I genuinely didn't know that. That makes sense now.
We're teaching everybody today. This is the Clash School with Cash.
Yeah. Dude, next one is actually brutal. I gotta be honest here. We've got a Executioner, which is absolute garbage, in my opinion. I think this is the worst card in Clash Royale. I think they're like, sorry.
I would not go that far.
Not worst. Oh,
did I just talked about the Elixir Golem, and now you're going with the worst? That's a statement.
No, not the worst card. Sorry, I switched my DMs. I was looking at something in the background because someone messaged me. So I messed it up. Sorry. I think it's the worst. Not the worst card in the game. It's the worst card that's ranged at 5 Elixir in the game, compared to like Wizard and all these other things. Like I think it's actually garbage.
Fair, yeah.
I think that like Rascals are better than it. I think Witch is better than it. I think Wizard is better than it. I'm super sorry for misphrasing that. I was like, sometimes when I multitask, my brain just shuts off. I would put out Executioner at F tier for me. I just don't like it. The only time I ever see it is like, there's this P.E.K.K.A. graveyard deck that uses it with freeze.
Yeah, I know that guy.
That one, dude. And then there's
and Viper.
But Viper's insane. He doesn't really count. But yeah, I guess Hog Xenado does work. It's just, I really I don't know. I think it's worse than Clone. I think it's worse than Wizard. You guys can tell me differently, but its attack speed isn't as fast as Wizard. So Wizard sometimes works with Rage and Elixir Collector where it has that Fireball bait. Executioner, I haven't seen it work that well. Even though you think it would.
Yeah, I think it's F. I think we got E-Drag and F2, so I would consider Executioner and E-Drag to be roughly the same in strength. I could even see Executioner being slightly worse. They're both like pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just kind of comparing it to that because they both kind of you know, remind me of the same thing. They're both just not used in a lot of decks, and really, yeah, the decks you see them in are pretty off meta. So yeah, I think that's fair. I just think you're way better off using a bowler. Like, why would you use Executioner when you can use bowler?
Yeah. I don't see it in a situation where you're like, hey, I really want to use Executioner over the potential Cannon Cart or Champion. Like, if you have Executioner, you probably don't have space for a Champion in your deck. And I would always run Archer Queen over that card. Okay, so next one. We got the Fire Spirit. S tier for me. This thing is out of its mind broken. 300 damage. 300 damage for like one elixir. Like the fact that so many people don't have one elixir cost cards in their deck means that they always take a negative trade, or they're going to take 300 damage, which applies such insane pressure. Like, let's just say both people are at 4 or 5 elixir, and they would have to drop a 3 elixir or 4 elixir card to counter the Fire Spirit. And you get them to do that, and then you bandit in the other side, and you take like the bandit connection because they just defended the Fire Spirit. That pressure of the Fire Spirit, because like you're running Goblin Drill and other stuff, when it's a low elixir game, can really win you the game in more situations than I can count, at least against worse players that don't know that. And if they're better, then they just take the free damage. You take the free damage and move on. But yeah, what do you think, Boss and Cash? I think it's definitely S.
Boss, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I agree with that. I think it needs a damage nerf. I remember they reduced the radius of the splash. I think that was a decent nerf to it, but it still proved to be way too strong. I think it's easily the best spirit, and it's so safe to use. This is what we talked about the bomber, right? Like 2 elixir gets so much value. This is even more so. It's 1 elixir. I mean, I literally can't think of any reason why it's bad to ever drop it at the bridge. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of value it gets.
Yeah, I agree with everything. Yo, Boss, by the way, did you get a new camera? Your camera looks really good. It looks better than last time.
No, I didn't. Maybe what it is maybe the lighting is just better. I forget last time if I had this light that I'm using in the back.
Look
Light
beautiful.
makes all the difference. Speaking of light, yeah, S, Fire Spirit S. Like I was talking so highly about the Electro Spirit and how good it was, and the only reason it's an A and not an S is because Fire Spirit is just so much better. And in every situation, it does everything the Electro Spirit does, other than reset, but it also deals a lot of damage. I'm going with S. It's funny, if you look at the S tier line, it kind of looks like we're making a deck.
I think I've seen this before.
I feel like I've seen that deck before. I'm gonna go with S. Lock it in.
All right, next card we got is Arrows. What you guys vibing with on that? We will let Cash start first.
Oh, I hate you. Why couldn't you do a friggin' Fire Spirit first for me? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna probably talk myself either in or out of this. I'm gonna start with a B, and I'm gonna start talking about it, and we'll see if I move it up or down. I think I'm gonna go with a B. I'm looking at Zap, and it's similar where yes, you don't use it in every deck. A lot of times the traditional thing is to go with a big spell and a small spell, a poison, a fireball, or a lightning, and then a smaller spell as well. But I don't think arrows are bad. The problem, like you even in some graveyard decks now, I guess you don't see it as much now, but the fireball arrows combination. But then if you start peeling back all the best decks, you don't see them in Cycle. You see it in Beatdown with Lava Miner, which is a very powerful deck right now. You don't really see it in Bridge Spam. You don't really see it in Control decks. Maybe some. You don't really see it. Am I missing another archetype? You don't see it in Bait. So like I can't give it an A, but it's not a bad card. Is it a C? Am I even going lower right now? What are we thinking?
I think if we put Zap in B, we have to put Arrows in B, but maybe Boss will convince me differently. I think that Arrows are just like a really good card to put in most of your decks. For instance, if you're running like a Cannon Cart Mortar deck, most of the time you're going to see it like not have log most of the time now with Skeleton King. They're always going to run Arrows just because it's a bit safer. So you always have that air defense against minion hordes or random things that you might see on ladder. Or if you really hate playing against princesses or dark goblins, you're able to snipe that. Really good with Giant Graveyard. Really good with Graveyard Freeze decks that you don't see too often, but do still see it sometimes. Trying to think of what other decks we see it. Maybe Lava Hound as well. You were talking about Fireball plus Arrows. I don't think we see that too often, but it does kill an E-Drag. Fireball Arrows kills E-Drag, which is pretty nice if you ever do play against a Battle Healer E-Drag Bridge Spammer. Part of the reason why it's like not that good. if you know how to play against it, but it's also really hard if you don't. Yeah, I think I'd put it B tier, maybe C tier. I wouldn't put it higher than B though. What do you think, boss?
Yeah, there's I think one last deck that I don't think was mentioned yet that has arrows in it sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't, but Recruits Hogs, I sometimes see that with arrows. I'll sometimes see it with sometimes people do Fireball Arrows combination, or they'll have arrows and Bar Barrel. Maybe the people who really hate playing against bait, but I think B. I certainly cannot say it's a C. If I were to give it another ranking, it would probably be A. But I think B is pretty fair. I think there's a lot of other, small spells like that are, 2 elixir that are better to use than it, or just other spells in general. So
yeah, no doubt. All right, next one is Fireball. I think this is a universal S tier.
yeah.
I don't think we have to talk about it much, but Cash, you love the Fireball, so this is you.
S. I play Fireball bait, and I'm still it's S. It's the most versatile card in Clash Royale. It can do everything. It's the Swiss Army knife of Clash Royale cards. Like I could go on and I could make a 30-minute video talking about how good the Fireball is. The amount of value you can get from it. It just I don't like. I'm trying to find a negative with Fireball, and that's where I come up short every single time. Like why? Like what's bad about Fireball?
Poison does more damage.
I mean, there's
Yeah,
so maybe like it's
Got
worse
him.
against Graveyard.
And
That's
spell
probably
cycle.
about it.
Yeah, it's worse in that and spell cycling, I guess, in those situations. But like, dang, this card is good. If it's not the best card in the game, it's a top 3 easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is though, is it's one that I guess maybe they have a hard time like nerfing, or maybe they're just waiting to nerf it for a while, kind of same situation as Log. It took so long for them to finally nerf it. I don't know how they would nerf it. I don't know what your guys' opinion is on this, but I just thought of like right now, what if they reduce the knockback of
What if they got rid of it?
Fireball?
I'm gonna double down. What if they just got rid of it?
Yeah.
Is it
Because
is
remember
that card
remember it used to not have knockback. I remember it used to not have it, and then didn't they add it? Or maybe what it was is the balloon used to not get knocked back by a fireball, but now it does. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Dude,
but
maybe.
I can't remember.
It'd screw up so many of my decks if the Fireball didn't have knockback. Like, specifically against Archer Queen, usually what I like to do to troll people is I let them go from the Archer Queen at the river. They're about to click the ability. I Fireball back, and they not only get a -1 trade with the Archer Queen dying to the Fireball, but they click this ability, and then they get a -2 trade, and it's hilarious. I love Fireball for that reason. You can pull off so many outplays as well. It's an immediate card compared to Poison, where Poison does damage over time. Fireball immediately eliminates things, so you can break through buildings with a Hog Rider. Great at killing things quickly that are annoying range cards. There's a reason why it's at the top, because of the knockback and then also the immediacy of it. So, and it's a rare card, so it's pretty easy for everyone to level up and get used to. Yeah, it is the best spell in the game. There's no doubt about it. So that's why it's S tier, if anyone was wondering. But we got the next one. You guys ready?
Nope.
Firecracker. Where are we going, boss?
Okay, this one might be a controversial one. I don't know where you guys would put it, but believe it or not, like, call me crazy, but I think it's certainly D or lower. I don't know if I would give it an F, but there's been some people I've been, talking in some group chats, seeing what people say on Twitter. There's some people that think Firecracker even deserves a buff right now, like a small one, because just think about it. I don't even see it in Hog that much anymore. People prefer to use Archer Queen, Musketeer. It's kind of the same situation as the Archers, right? You just see them in Expo. But Firecracker, I feel like it's even more so. I mean, no one runs it with Hog anymore, especially at the top of ladder competitive. It's just one of those cards you almost never see. I'll give it D, but I'd even be willing to put it in F. That's kind of where I think.
I love the card. It's so fun to play, and it's really annoying to play against, right? If you don't have arrows and they stack up multiple of them and they keep it alive, like it can be the reason you win games. That's why I'm kind of like wanting to put it at least at D. I could see it at C, but I'm also like just a super biased person. I love playing annoying cards like this. So for me, I think that You know, it's pretty obnoxious, but at the same time, at the highest level, everyone's been there. Everyone's seen the Firecracker whiff, and it's supposed to hit something, and then it's just not firing fast enough. It doesn't have that reliable consistency that you're looking for in a lot of the other cards in the meta.
And the king activation. I think maybe
Yeah.
some players who like might be lower on ladder, they might mess up that king activation sometimes, but once you get used to it, you get it down every single time and it just becomes routine. So then it's just against example, like for hog decks, you're at such a disadvantage as the hog player if you have to deal with the king being activated the whole match.
Yeah, I see that. And what about you, Cash? I want to see some controversial takes.
No, I got nothing controversial. I'm gonna go with D as well. It's hard to I always bring up versatility of cards and how it works in the, if we're talking about like, this is about the meta, like this is about right now in the meta, and it's just not the Firecrackers meta. There's just too many. I don't even think it's a bad card. I think it's just got too much competition as a range card, a 3 elixir card, as a cycle card. We're talking about how good Dark Goblin is. If Dark Goblin wasn't as good, maybe we see a little bit more Firecracker. I can't give it an F because it's not as bad as that purple dude down there and that blue dude.
You don't even give them the name. You're just like,
no, I don't even respect them. They haven't got to that level yet. I don't respect them enough for their name. I'll go with D as well. Let's go. Lock it in.
All right. So quick shout out to IK Good for joining the channel and becoming a member. One of my favorite people from Twitch and from just all of the entire time that I've been here. And then Default says, vouch for E-Barb's A. Wow, we've got an army against you, Cash. An army.
I'll take you all on.
Dude, we've got an Elite Barbarian army. You best watch out. We're OP. All right. And then half Hyper Hobo. I have a story about this guy. Donates $7 in Canadian. Thank you, man. You better rate Mega Knight S tier. I love that sweet stash nectar. By the way, did you just take a shower? I take a shower every time before I stream. But he talked about my mustache in the comment section. I showed it to my girlfriend, and she just like gave me the weirdest possible look I've ever seen in my life. She was traumatized, I have to say. So that was funny. So thank you for that, man. Thank you for giving me that experience for her. And then also, Chank, thank you for the $2 donated with the Christmas or the trees, and then also the 100. Love you, man. Thanks again for all the support earlier with the gifted subs. Makes the community a lot happier. In my opinion, I think Fire Spirit would suck if the regular damage was decreased. I think a good nerf would give it reduced crown tower damage, says Keon. I agree with that. You know, like that's where I was coming from as well. I wouldn't want it to have an overall damage nerf. I don't know if they would do that, but I would like that as well. And then also ZXS and Miles donates $5, says hello tag. Hello. I hope you're having a good day. So, yeah, what do you guys think about that? The Fire Spirit nerf. Would you nerf its damage to crown towers, or do you guys not like that?
Believe it or not, I would just not just crown tower. I think just the overall damage. I think that would be fair. It could make it a little worse, but I think if they just nerf the damage between 5 to 10%, it would probably be in a good spot then. I think just like overall the damage, because whenever they nerf it just for crown towers, it gets really complicated, the stats of the card. And that's why they were, I think, that's why they didn't do it for such a long time, nerfing the crown tower damage, because it's confusing when you're used to it being the same for other spells, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Honestly, like the one of the things that they've been trying to do more and more so is they're trying to make the game more streamlined so everyone can understand it. That's why when the card levels were all funky with legendaries and whatever, like legendary, the lowest level, like the highest level that you could have for a legendary was like level 9 or something. And then, or maybe it was lower than that. Or was it 3? I don't know. But then the epics were like 9, and then rares were something else. They were 11 and a 9, right? And then 13 was commons. And then level 13 common would be completely maxed out, but a level 11 rare would also be the same as a level 13 card. But now everything's universally level 13. So they're trying to make things as well as more understandable as well. Sorry about that. That was a pretty bad explanation. But usually the card levels were all different based off of rarity of cards, and then they made them all level 13. And they're kind of trying to do the same thing for cards as well. They don't want to make it too different, I guess. So if we nerf the Fire Spirit crown tower damage, I think that would probably be against what they would want, as Boss said. But Yeah, I don't know. I think it would probably make sense for me at least. What about you, Cash? You
I
like
don't
that or
even
not?
know what we're talking about. I'm gonna be honest.
Fire Spirit Crown Tower damage. Would you nerf the Fire Spirit Crown Tower damage, or would you nerf the overall damage?
I whatever. It doesn't matter. Either one. I'd do probably overall. I'll do Crown Tower damage just because it doesn't feel like it'd be as impactful. I don't like how much damage does it even deal right now because it doesn't seem like it deals that much. Like
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it does that much to units. It feels like it does a lot to towers.
yes, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. But I'm fine with the Fire Spirit. No, it does need a nerf. Let's go with Crown Tower damage. I'm
Okay.
fine with that.
And Cash, while we are on this topic of you, Fisherman, your favorite card, right? Is that safe to
Oh,
say?
here we go. Yeah, Fisherman and Royal Hogs. I still haven't figured out which one, but I think for Halloween I might dress up as a fisherman this year. I don't know how I haven't figured it out yet, but I think I'm gonna try. Or just the fish. Maybe I'll just get a fish costume and be the fish. But the fisherman, I'm gonna go with a B. I'm gonna go with a B. I don't know if I have to explain it too much, but I think it's a card that fits that B slot. I'm looking at like Battle Ram. I'm looking at Elixir Pump. I'm looking at Ewiz, and those are all solid cards. The Fisherman as well, very solid card, but you don't really see it in every deck. But the decks that you do see it in, it excels. Royal Giant, for example, it's pretty much without the Fisherman. I don't think Royal Giant would be good. Is that a statement? I'm going to stick with it. I think I'm going to stick with it. But the problem is I'm going back to, do you see it in every deck? Sure, you see it in some graveyard decks, barely. What other decks do you see it in? So, like, it doesn't really have that versatility that I look for in a card. But it's one of my favorite cards, and I'm biased. So I'm going with B. B for biased.
Yeah, it's mainly Giant Skeleton, Royal Giant decks, or Royal Giant decks in general. Giant Graveyard sometimes, and then also maybe some Royal Hog decks if you're really crazy, or Mega Knight Graveyard. Yeah. But that's not very rare. That's pretty rare. It's usually just Royal Giant. Here's the issue that I have with it. If you're trying to activate King Tower, and you're trying to get value from the Fisherman pulling it directly to the King, a lot of times people just Tornado it, or Lightning it, or use Zap, and then screw you up. Yeah, or Snowball. So I think that I'd probably put it C tier just because it's not that reliable at activating King Tower compared to a Tornado. And also it doesn't shoot up, so you don't get that value against Balloon. So
you might be right.
I put it C tier right now. What do you think, boss?
Man, this is a tough one. I'm willing to put it C as well because Fisherman used to be like, I remember a couple years ago you could see Giant Fisherman, like you actually saw it in some different things, but it's like just strictly seems to be RG now, and like anything else it's used in, it's like something you don't expect. It's a little bit like off meta. I'm fine with C. I think because even RG right now, it's not like completely broken, and it's like you don't see it everywhere like we did just a few months ago. So I'm cool with C.
Yeah. Dang, I can't believe my Fisherman's a C. We suck. We need to buff this.
Dude, I wouldn't be opposed to it buffed. All right, so Flying Machine. This card is really obnoxious, but you might think that it has much higher range than it actually does. Fun fact, I did a deck video on the highest range cards in Clash Royale. It has a 6 range, the same as a Firecracker, the same as a Musketeer. So I opted to use Musketeer instead, obviously, because I don't want to have so many flimsy cards. But the Flying Machine, it doesn't have that high of range compared to what you would think. It's a good card. It's definitely a sneaky card that can get through, and if you're dropping it off to the side, it'll get through buildings, and it's really good with Royal Recruits, Royal Hogs. But I don't see it in too many different decks besides maybe Giant Skeleton. I don't even see it in Lava Hound decks anymore. I mean, I think it'd be generous or fair to put it in C tier. I can't put it higher than that, in my opinion.
I'm voting it higher. We're going B, baby. And I can rationalize this. I can rationalize the B because if we're looking at the bowler, we said the bowler. It's a card that you don't see a lot. It's not that versatile, but it wins you games. When you look at sometimes when you lose a game, it's like, wow, I couldn't deal with the Flying Machine, so I immediately lost the game. And that's what it does with Lava Hound, Lava Miner. That's what it does with, I was going to say Clone, but you don't really see it that much in Clone. You still kind of see it in Clone, but especially in Royal Hogs, Royal Recruits, that card has won me so many games by itself. It has to be B. It's not the most versatile, but it hits. When it hits, it hits.
It's a banger.
Yep. It's the same. It's in the same category as the Dark Goblin, where it's like the decks it's used in, it dominates and it can like win games. The amount of value it gets, I can't tell you the amount of times I've seen like a Flying Machine on the map for like a ridiculous amount of time, and it just gets tanked for by like a Lava Hound or like recruits, and and if the opponent especially doesn't have a Fireball, they can't do much. They're just in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. I feel that. Let's go B. It's definitely a pretty strong card in situations where it can win you games. If I think just looking at the C, like looking back at it, I was like, the C cards can't really necessarily always win you games or aren't necessarily as powerful as Flying Machine. So I could see it in B tier. Also, I just want to give a quick shout out to everyone watching. If you guys are enjoying this and you want to support us without donating money, the easiest way of doing that is liking the video. If you like it, then it gets pushed out to more people. And subscribe for more content, because I put out a video every single day at 3 p.m. Eastern. So if you guys want to see more videos on the channel at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific, just subscribe and you'll get notified. And of course, a like if you want to support the channel and get the video pushed out to more people, so then the videos can get even better and get more views. All right, next thing. We got to Freeze. It's a gimmicky card. I don't think it even deserves to be C tier. I would probably put it D. It's good with Graveyard maybe, but what else does it work with besides Graveyard Freeze? I'd put it there.
Lumberloon
got shredded though. Yeah.
I think it fits kind of well with Clone. Like they're both they're both novelty cards. They work. Actually, Lumberloon Freeze is still okay. I still see it in competitive. I see it more than Clone.
I would still I'd lean towards D though more than C, just because.
Yeah, I think we have to.
Mm-hmm. All right,
but wait, I'm gonna throw in a little but here, curveball. If we're looking at Expo, what do we see more, Expo or Freeze? I could argue that we see more Freeze.
I'd higher ladder. I don't.
For
think
me,
so.
I see more Expo slightly.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm fine. I'm just throwing.
It's close. It's close. That was definitely
Cash
fair,
at our range.
I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking. I'm the question man.
Yo, if we push to like top 1K or top 2K, I think we still see like along the way we're gonna see way more Freeze. But once you get higher to like top 200, top 300, or even top 500, you see way more Expo. Okay, so next card we have is we've got Furnace. Oh, this card just feels bad. Like I don't think it's good. I could put a D tier. Let's see what you guys think. I think that the Fire Spirits themselves really good. But the fact that the Furnace always gives you a spell vulnerable target that your opponent will either Fireball, Poison, or, you know, just be able to finish off with the absurd amount of range cards that they have, whether it's Archer Queen or Musketeer or Dark Goblin. Spawners just don't scare me that much anymore. So I'd put a D tier.
I as well would put it D tier. I think the problem with the Furnace is it's an offensive building, and that's kind of not what buildings are supposed to be in Clash Royale. Like it just doesn't have enough defensive capabilities. It has bad interactions against all the other win conditions. Like it's just not. It's not in a good spot, but it's weird because you'd think it'd be in a better spot with the Earthquake nerf. Like why is double spawn? I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, but why isn't double spawner a little bit more common in the meta right now with Earthquake being gone? And it's not that bad against Electro Giant. I'm surprised that double spawner isn't more popular right now.
Well, I bet if we have another, you know, I hate this tournament game mode for this reason, but I bet the next time we have a Rage global tournament or the Triple Elixir one, don't worry, you'll see a lot of spawners there.
Oh, I can't wait. Let's go. See.
Probably with Mirror, yeah. That makes sense.
And yes, I was gonna, like you just said with Mirror, the only time I see Furnace is with Mirror. It's that there's this Japanese player on top ladder that runs the Bowler Furnace Mirror bait deck, that one with Minion Horde. That's the only deck I see it in.
Does he use Rascals as well? Is it that version?
There's two.
I think it does have Rascals. The one he runs, the person I'm thinking of anyway. Yeah.
Because I've played someone using that deck.
He's like insane with the deck because it sucks. I mean, it's a horrible deck, let's be honest. But he's just insane with it, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's not a good deck. But it's good when you pilot it correctly. It's not good at the top ladder. But it is actually pretty good at like lower ladder when people don't understand how like annoying Furnaces and they mess up and they fumble their cards and they overspend and then you mirror Goblin Barrel and then when you have an Elixir advantage you win. But yeah, at higher level it's not really that good. So we got Giant next card. We put Furnace as D. Giant is going to be an interesting card because it's really good with Sparky right now and it's really good with Giant Graveyard. It pairs pretty well with Golden Knight and Archer Queen, but not really the other champions. I would probably put it like B tier. I don't know what you guys think. I don't think it's A, but I don't think it's. There's definitely not C. Pretty good win condition.
Yeah, I'll jump in and say B as well. I think what's very interesting is Giant Double Prince. I don't know what happened. It fell out of the meta so quickly. There's been such few Giant Double Prince like players. I haven't matched against it much at all. But Giant Graveyard is in an amazing spot right now, and it's weird because the Mother Witch got buffed recently, so you would have thought like Giant Graveyard would be kind of bad, but it's surprisingly very good if you know how to. Well, people consider it kind of an easy deck to play, but like if you know how to use it, it's really good.
Cash.
So I think B's good.
I'm fine with B. It's weird because I don't like the Giant. I don't think it's that good by itself. I don't think it's that versatile as well. You don't see it in a lot of different decks, but the problem is there's those sweats that use Giant Sparky and Giant Graveyard, and they get #1 with it. So like we can't. It's good. It has to be good, but it's not, it's the weirdest thing. I don't know. I'm fine with B. I'm in a pickle right now.
When Agony King uses Giant plus Sparky, and then he tornadoes your stuff together towards the building, and then the Sparky hits the building and the unit. I hate
playing against him.
And then the Giant goes directly towards the tower, and you lose, and you're like, "Oh, that's sick."
As an RG player, he's the person I really hate playing against the most. That Sparky Mini P.E.K.K.A. Tornado combination. Oh my goodness.
Specifically, Giant's great right now because it allows you to have a higher HP tank for less elixir. So if you're better like Agony King, what happens is they just get more value. And then Giant Graveyard as well. For the elixir cost, there's nothing that beats Giant as a huge tank. So really annoying decks that are consistently at top ladder typically are going to be running Giant more so than Goblin Giant. And before last meta, they were running it as well, more so than Electro Giant until Electro Giant got buffed. But that's beside the point. We got the next card. We rolling with B, Cash, and
Boss.
Yep.
All right. Next card, I'm going to take a controversial stance. I think that the Skeleton King is by far one of the best cards in the game, and I will fight to the death.
Yes.
I hate this card.
No, you don't have to twist my arm.
S.
I hate it. I love it and I hate it. I love playing it because it just stays alive and then it goes towards the tower and it goes kaboom. But when it doesn't die to my freaking Valkyrie on my side of the map with my tower, my Valkyrie's trying to hit it. My Valkyrie's trying to kill it. And I have my tower shooting the Giant Skeleton and I still lose. It's like, what? How? Nerf this card immediately, Clash Royale. This is like more so than Giant Skeleton. I get more frustrated than this at this thing. It doesn't die. And it
has so much health now after the buff. I can't tell you how many more times I see the bomb actually reach the opponent's tower now, whereas before it was so much easier to stop. And I think people still aren't used to it. They think like, oh, it's not going to reach the tower, and then it does, and it's like they lose the game because of it.
Especially like for me when I'm commentating and I overcommit once, I'm just like, wow. I just have to come back and play my best or I am screwed, and this is a bad game.
I might have to step away for a few minutes just to. I have to give my dog dinner and probably let her outside. So I'll be back probably just like 5-10 minutes. I'll be back.
No doubt, no doubt. We'll let you know what the cards that we do in the meantime, I guess. All right, so next ones. Cash, you want to do the easier ones while Boss is gone?
Let's do it. It'll just make it. We could speed run it a little bit.
Yeah. Let's do the easier ones.
I think
Golden Knight.
Home Run Derby.
Golden,
boom, out of the park.
Boom.
S.
Like I think that like if you're running it and you're not getting value, you need to use it with Tornado. You tornado stuff towards the tower. You click the ability. You get absurd value. Champions.
Wait. Just a question. What do you think the best champion is right now?
Golden Knight.
Okay, I agree as well.
It's the best card in the game. I think the Giant Skeleton is one of the best cards in the game, but the Golden Knight is actually the best card in the game. I think that Golden Knight is why Electro Giant is so freaking broken.
Honestly, it's just a game. It's one of those cards. It's a game changer. It's like the flying machine, but it works in every deck. One good dash and you just win. It deals so much damage when it gets on the tower. Real quick, champions. Is it safe to say we can just go all in S? Boop.
I think so. Yeah, I would put them all in S, but like let's talk about them for a sec and then let's see what Boss thinks. We'll put them in S because that's what I believe, and that's I guess obviously what you believe. Skeleton King, super obnoxious, 2 Elixir Graveyard. It works in a lot of gimmicky and annoying decks. Like whenever I play against it and I lose against it, it's probably one of the more frustrating cards. Like it actually makes me want to tell, hey, Supercell, please nerf this thing. And I've actually went to the chat and I've been like, hey, I really think this needs a nerf. And that's one of the only few cards that's ever like made me do that in the past like 2 years, where I'm like, this is really not fun to play against or lose against.
Not only that, wait, I'm gonna add as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we haven't even looked at those cards yet. But like 2 cards, Rascals and Goblin Gang, it kills them. They're out of the meta because I think partly because of the Golden Knight, the Rascals.
Oh yeah.
There's no value for the Rascals because one Golden Knight just dashes, takes out all the Rascal girls, and the Rascal boy gets slapped as well for 1 elixir too. That's insane.
Going back to that, I completely forgot. Like you can't run Goblin Gang, you can't run Rascals. That's why people run guards, and guards in the middle do counter the Golden Knight. But if they have anything else with it, the Golden Knight still kills. And it's just like this game of like bait, you know, like are they gonna click the ability? Yeah, what's this guy? And then if you play against the idiot that just clicks it without knowing what you have, and then they just resume, and you're like, oh man, not this. Because they should wait like a split second, right? Like no one wants to, if you don't know the card order and you click the ability, you are wasting 1 elixir. Like it's not the end of the world, but it is a stupid play to just do it randomly, like, and not know. So usually the better players will always wait. So when you play against those people that just don't wait, and you're like, no, I don't have a good hand. Please don't do this to me.
Sometimes that works though, because you just don't expect it. And then you have to react so quick. Like the dash, it's not like it's just like a second and then he dashes. It's like, boom, dash. Like you have to almost predict the dash.
Yeah.
And I've messed up a lot of times against it.
So the reason why I hate Skeleton King so much, the next one, the other one that we rated as, people go for skeleton armies at the river, sacrifice it for a negative trade into skeletons, fire spirit, or like whatever, and they're taking a -2 trade on that skeleton army, right? And they feel really good doing that because they know they're going to go for a 2 elixir graveyard, and that thing is going to like melt your face. From that perspective, I think it's really bad game design for the game. I also think it's my least favorite card because I think it's just kind of like a rebuilt graveyard. I think that was the least creative and worst card for the game overall. If there was one card that I could rework or change, I wouldn't want that card in the game. That's the only one. But maybe I'm super biased here. That
I got a question.
Yeah.
What would you change about it? If you want to change it, what would you change?
I'd change the concept of the card to not be a graveyard. I don't know how we would change that.
You would just do like something totally different?
I would change it completely. Yeah, it's my least favorite card. I think that there's 2 ways of looking at it. It's really good because it's an ability that everyone understands. They see the graveyard. Well, there's a lot of cards in Clash Royale. It can be super intimidating to understand everything. So it's good that the ability is the same. But from a player that's like kind of played the game a lot, as I know a lot of other people have too, it's not a very fun card to just see like a Dark Prince and Graveyard mixed together there. So that's the only card I dislike out of everything. I think every other card in the game I kind of look at, I'm like, yeah, it's cool. You know, it's interesting. Even the Golden Knight,
didn't you say you hated the Golden Knight as well?
I don't dislike the Golden Knight from a standpoint of like the card concept. It's like
it's just good.
It's just really good. It's annoying to play against right now. Yeah, the one card that I dislike the most is a Skeleton King. That's the only card for me that I'm like, I hate that thing. But yeah, that's how it is. All right. So would you put the you said S, right, for the the Skeleton King? Okay. And then Archer Queen, really good with Royal Hogs, really good with anything as like a core range card. It takes more skill than it used to after they nerfed it a lot. You have to click the ability at a better point, but still, it's hard not to get value from it if you're using it. So S tier, right?
Yep, 100%.
Super good with Hog Rider, Earthquake specifically. So you can cycle in the back and then cycle 2 Hog Riders or something. Mighty Miner, that's the one that like we see with Riley's deck and some other top players playing it, but it's really not easy to play, I think, compared to the other ones and get value from. We'll put it at S tier. I want to hear your opinion on that more so than me.
I think it's S tier. The problem is, like, when you're looking at champions, a lot of people, they look at the Archer Queen, the Skeleton King, the Golden Knight, where we talk about these cards being so good that they can just take a tower themselves. Like, there's just certain matchups where I look at them as flashy cards, where they have that, they don't just do the simple things, they do the simple things and they make a boom. Where I don't think the Mighty Miner, yes, can do a little flashy stuff with the whole, if the 2 tower situation, jumping over. But overall, it doesn't always do the flashy stuff. But I think the thing that it does the best is it has the most HP. So in decks like Graveyard and Bait decks, it's just a solid tank to tank for your win condition. But also, it's slow. And so the 3-card cycle, you can better utilize it with a Mighty Miner because it stays on the ground a little bit longer. Plus, the 1 Elixir Bomb just dealing a little bit of AoE damage as well, going into opposite lane, maybe as well, forcing out more Elixir. Like, it doesn't do anything really that flashy. But I could argue it's a top 2 champion. I could argue. Maybe not. Wait, maybe not. Maybe I'm going a little too far. Maybe I'm going a little too far. But it's still up there. It deserves the ranking as a champion. It's a solid card. I don't know. Am I crazy to say this? Am I totally off the beaten path with saying that?
Nah, I think you're chilling. I think that's probably the play.
Lava Hound as well. It's good in Lava Hound.
Yeah. I'd say that it makes sense in Lava too.
I'm glad that Boss just came back now and didn't hear my stupid
Okay,
rant.
I muted Boss in case there was a mic issue. I didn't know if it was his or not. So Boss, now you're unmuted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I miss any good ones?
No, we did champions. We just did all the champions.
We put them all S tier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. Maybe though, I mean, call me crazy. I almost wonder if I'd put Mighty Miner A, but maybe just because of the 3-card cycle.
Yeah.
But because of the 3-card cycle and how good he is in log bait, I can definitely see why he's S. But I think like by far of all the champions, he's the one that's the worst. I think most people can say that.
And yeah, well, saying that he could be a top 2 champion.
So would you put it at A? Because I was considering putting it at A, Boss.
Yeah, I mean, because I think Golden Knight, Skeleton King, Archer Queen, we can all agree those are like all S without a doubt. I think Golden Knight's the best right now. And then Skeleton King, Archer Queen are probably about tied. They just fit in different decks. But then Mighty Miner, I just feel like he's the only one out of all of them where some matchups he just doesn't get a lot of value, you know? Like and he's pretty easy to just distract. Well, even think of like Recruit's Hogs. Like Recruits are great against him, Zappies, even like Skeletons, like you have to kind of use the ability just to get by them. And I don't know, but at the same time he's got a lot of cool features, like useful ways he could be used, like his ability, but I don't know.
Maybe it's not as meta. You're right about the Electro Giant, the Recruits, them being so popular. Maybe he isn't in the greatest of spots.
I think the Recruits, to be honest, like you guys are overhyping right now. I play Recruits as like my main deck. The only people that I see at the top of ladder are like the French players that are early season warriors that just love it. They're so good with the deck, but they never finish high. So I think that like
didn't Osama get top 10 last season with it?
Okay, well Osama's did he?
I think so. Maybe top 15. Like he did really. I know he tilted a little bit, but he finished pretty dang strong. But he's also cracked. Like he's the definite one trick with that deck.
Osama, he runs Recruits with Golden Knight. Yeah, he's insane with it. He was with like 30 minutes left of the season. He was like top 4, and I think he tilted like a tiny bit, so he didn't get like got top 10, but he still got I think like top 20 or 30 something.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So we're gonna keep all the champions where they are. Snowball, we're gonna put that at B, A. What you guys thinking? I'm on the fence of A or B.
I'm gonna keep mine a secret, Boss. You go.
I think B is where I'd put it because I don't think it's A because I think Zap, if anything, is used slightly more, but typically, and I mean this is obvious, no one has Zap and Snowball in the same deck, so they're both in different decks. So you know, like Giant Graveyard, you see Snowball. You might see Snowball and Hog occasionally, and you'll never see Zap in those kinds of decks, whereas Zap is more in like the heavier decks, or well, Giant Graveyard's still a beatdown, but I think Zap is more like Lava, Sparky, so I think they're both about the same.
Wait, so Boss, you're calling my Zap Snowball 1.6 Elixir cycle deck irrelevant now? You're gonna hurt me like that? You're gonna do me dirty?
I want a written apology. I can't believe you did that.
Uncalled for. Savagery. All right, so Cash, what you thinking, man? You held the secret a little bit too close to your heart. We need to know.
Yeah, I think you guys sold me on the B. I wanted to say A so bad because you think about Snowball and it just seems so good. It seems better than Zap in like
Yeah, it does.
99% of the time, but you also don't see it used that much. You see it in, you're right, Giant Graveyard, some graveyard decks, maybe the occasional drill deck. What am I missing? Like there's like it's there it just isn't used where like yes, a card could be theoretically good, but if people aren't using it, maybe it just isn't. Maybe it's just not the right metaphor. Whatever it is, I think I'm fine with B.
I think there's one thing to highlight really quick. There's a lot of situations where you feel a card is really good. Maybe you're a mid-ladder player and you're using Wizard and it's great against Minion Horde. Or it's super satisfying to kill a Goblin Gang and watch as your elite Barbarians go directly towards the tower and win you the game. But overall, you have to look objectively and be like, wait, my card didn't really do something here. Or maybe my card cycle's messed up. And then you think that the deck's fault. Maybe it's not just the deck's fault. Maybe it's the Wizard's fault because it's impairing your card cycle. It's not allowing you to win the bridge battles. And you might not see that. It might not look like the Wizard is really messing your deck up. But in actuality, if you look at it from a whole perspective, your deck isn't able to accomplish that. And there's another card that would be able to accomplish that. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Same thing for what we were having there. A lot of times, what was the card again? Sorry. Well,
Snowball.
Snowball? Yeah. So Snowball, a lot of times, like, you might think, oh, this is so good. It's so satisfying for me. I think it's better because I can push back a Hog Rider and counter it with Snowball plus Skeletons, right? But pros are probably not playing it in all of their decks for a reason, right? It doesn't kill Goblin Drill. Like, if you go in for a Snowball on top of the Goblin Drill and you finish it off, the Snowball doesn't do that. It also doesn't push back, like, Goblin Giant Sparky. It doesn't push back a lot of cards that, like a Log would. So I don't know. I think that it makes sense. Like if the people aren't playing it, even though it's a super satisfying card to play, there's a reason that pro players aren't playing it in every single one of their decks right now. So yeah, I think B tier along with Giant and other stuff makes sense. Even though it's satisfying to play, it's probably not as good as we might think it is, Cash. All right, cool. Let's go to the next one. We got Goblin Barrel here. I'm gonna let Boss go first on this because this is, yeah, it's a tough one for me to rank.
Yeah, this is tough too. I always feel like it's one that it's like a lot of people have different opinions on. I would say right now though, it's pretty good in this meta, especially because of the Mighty Miner bait deck. I think if that wasn't a thing, it probably would be like C tier, but right now I think it's B. You could maybe even say it's A, but I
I'm
think
with A.
but maybe because of the mirror, it's A. Because think about it, right? Like most of the time, you could just log or bar barrel the barrel, but then you have to worry about the mirroring it now on top of that, and that can be like really, really hard to defend if you don't have like a deck that's able to defend two barrels, right? So maybe it's A. I don't know.
SirTag, do you want to hop on this?
Yeah, so it's really hard for me to decide between B and A. I think that regularly, it functions so well with champions. You cycle Mighty Miner in the back, and then you cycle a Goblin Barrel, and then you get back to another one, and I'm like, wait, I just cycled my log, I'm screwed. And the bad thing about the mirror barrel is something that people don't really think about. I don't know if you've ever been in this situation at the very start when the mirror came out. You're like, oh, this is so easy. Log, Fire Spirit the mirror barrel. No, you have to Fire Spirit trick the first barrel and then log the second one. And a lot of times because your quick card cycle doesn't allow you to do that and you need to cycle your Fire Spirit earlier, or maybe you don't have another card to cycle so then you can push the Fire Spirit, you get screwed. And then even then, if you try to Fire Spirit the first Goblin Barrel, they'll go in for the Goblin Barrel in the front and then the Fire Spirit doesn't jump. There's so many situations where Goblin Barrel has outplay potential against, things with mirror or champions that I think it is one of the best win conditions right now when played really well. Yeah, I give it like probably B tier near Giant, but it's borderline A for me.
Ooh,
So
yeah, I know. I'm thinking about this a lot because a lot of times we've been comparing cards to other cards like Archer and Firecracker, where they are wizards where it's are because some of the other cards, the range cards that they're competing with, are just so much better. And I was thinking originally that Goblin Barrel would be like a top 5 win condition, but then when you start actually naming out the win conditions, I don't know if it is. You see it a lot on ladder, but I don't know if we see it a lot on ladder just because so many people like started playing. Like, a lot of times you start playing a deck and you kind of your identity becomes behind this deck.
That's
But you
true.
but you
Yeah.
don't see it a lot in competitive, right? Like, I don't see a lot of people like, it's
That's
not one of your go-to competitive decks, right, boss?
that's a good point. Now that you said that, that's true because on ladder, it's a lot of familiar faces, the people
Mhm.
running log bait. And it's like they've used it for a while, but they're just having a lot more success because it's better in the meta with Mirror and Mighty Miner. But there's not a lot of new people like dominating, or not too many, like not as much as you'd expect, like just picking it up and like destroying everyone, getting a new best finish with it. And in competitive, there is a good amount of it, I would say, with Mighty Miner. I'm seeing it in duels a somewhat decent amount, but
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe I think maybe B is
I think we
fine
look
for it
better
because
B.
I think it's more so there's other broken cards in the deck like Cannon and Mighty Miner is really good, Mirror, that are just making it seem better than it actually is, if that makes sense. I don't know
Yeah,
though.
that makes sense. All right, let's
Yeah.
roll with B. So we got the baby dragon. Speaking of the B, what?
Oh,
What?
this is actually a hard one. This is a weird one.
I think it's got to be B for me as well. I think it's the same thing as like the supplementary
Hmm.
bowler
What
and
what
fly machine.
but
I could see it as C as
what
well. I
yeah,
can't see it
what
higher.
decks
Wow.
is it good in right now? Oh, no, 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 it's actually a B, 100% because we got Lava Hound, we still got Graveyard, we still got
Oh
Golem, we
yeah,
still
sorry.
got
Yeah,
what am I
Yeah.
missing? Lumberloon, like, there's still
maybe.
so many decks that it's a
I
staple in.
was actually
Thinking
thinking it's
A?
closer to an A than a C.
Ooh,
If we were
screw me.
if we
Ooh. Can
like
I get sold on an A? Sell me on an A right now, boss, sell me, come on, sell me this pen, I'm
oh,
curious, sell me the
oh
baby
but
dragon.
I think right now it's a B, but I could definitely see it being an A,
It's used in
is what I
Electro
mean.
Dragon too or Electro Giant sometimes.
Yeah, I mean
Hmm,
it's
I
it's it's weird. I think in this meta, it's not an A, but it used to be not too long ago. Um
mhm.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is kind of like sneak because we haven't done Inferno Drag yet, but I would say Inferno Drag is better than it and used a little more. And just you have other alternatives, right? Like you got Mega Minion and stuff,
Mhm.
and yeah, I don't know.
I'm fine
I
with B. I'm fine with B. I think B.
B,
It looks good in B.
yeah.
It B baby dragon. Oh no,
It
it's fine. Whatever. I think it looks
looks
good
good
there.
next to the bowler. They're smiling at each other. It's
They do
cool.
look very happy.
Mhm.
They look adorable together. I'm okay with that.
All right, so speaking of that, let's go to Inferno Dragon. Since you guys were wanting to do dragons out here, Boss said he thinks it's a little bit better than Baby Dragon. I think that Inferno Dragon
A.
also is. I would put it at A tier as well. I think very very annoying to play against. If you don't have something to kite it back and it gets too close to your tower, it retargets back onto the tower. Like I'm sure you guys have been there where you try to get a bandit down and it's like near your tower, and then it's like, nope, I'm not gonna follow that bandit. I'm gonna go straight towards the tower, and you're like, well, life is not that good right now. I want to, disconnect and enjoy some good, like, I don't know, some good movies or something with my girlfriend. I don't know. Just like don't want to play the game after the Inferno Dragon melts you. So yeah, for me, I'd put it at A. It's also pretty good against Electro Giant if you know the right placements and it doesn't like have the Electro Giant. Yeah, it doesn't have the Electro
Yeah.
Giant like zap it and reset it, because if you tornado the Inferno Dragon in, you can't tornado the balloon, or you can't tornado some other
Yep.
card that they have. So usually the Inferno Dragon's like, well, Inferno Dragon sucks because there's E-Giant everywhere. But yeah, they're trying to use you to, kill the
Yeah, that's
Inferno
what
Dragon.
smart. I'm glad you brought that up. That's what smart Inferno Dragon players do. The ones that use it in Lumberloon as well, that's what they do. They try to bait it, and what you can even do is if you're using Lumberloon and they NATO the Inferno Drag, they can freeze. So they just stop the Electro Giant and then it'll
Yeah.
die inside of the freeze. So it's really not as bad against Electro Giant as people think it is if you're using it in the right deck.
Yeah, and anyone that's good at the top ladder is not going to be using this without a fallback plan. They're not going to use that as their only counter to E-Giant or only play, because that doesn't work.
Hmm.
Yeah, so A tier. We good with that?
Yeah.
Cash and Boss?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Cash, Goblin Cage.
I'm gonna start us off with a little A. I'm gonna throw it in an A right now. If I'm
Oh,
looking,
that's spicy.
Whoa.
I think I'm gonna go A, and the reason I'm gonna go A
Wow.
is just because It sucks because it sucks when we do a building so early where we haven't done all the other buildings, because I like to look at the big picture of buildings. And there are a lot of really good buildings right now. Goblin Cage, what decks are used in? You see it in Royal Hogs, Royal Recruits. We already talked about that being a very strong deck. But a big but here, a lot of decks that used to use Goblin Cage kind of got replaced with Cannon.
Or
So,
Tombstone.
or
Yeah.
Tombstone,
Because
exactly.
Graveyard used to be used with Cage. Now it's like
And now you don't see it.
strictly.
Ooh.
You can
So
get
maybe
lightning though.
I'm taking that A back. I might take that A back. It's weird though because it's
I
not
give
a
it a
bad
C.
card. A C.
Yeah, same.
Oh. So it's gonna be there with the bomb. You know what? That actually makes sense because like the bomb tower, like we said, it's not a bad card. It just might not be the right meta for it. It's very similar.
Yeah. Like Cannon too.
Yeah, you see Mirror Cannon.
Giant doesn't get used with Cage anymore. Like everyone's just running it with Cannon now too.
Yeah. The Cage Inferno Dragon Golden Knight Fire Spirit Tornado one, that one was really good. And then well, it wasn't really good, but it was the only viable E-Giant deck. And then E-Giant became more of a cycle deck. And now you don't see Cage unless it's with like Royal Hogs, Royal Recruits. And that's not played too much. I think that Goblin Cage can also get lightninged as well. So like you won't see it too often on ladder because a lot of people are like scared of, oh, E-Giant is going to lightning that and then I'm going to die. Yeah, the Goblin Cage pulls it really far and it's great because it doesn't shoot the E-Giant. And it's pretty good against other units that are getting bridge spammed. Like it fully counters Hog Rider if you drop it directly down the middle. Like not in the middle of the map, but like in the middle between the river and your tower. Then the Goblin Cage doesn't move really. And the Goblin Cage just always hits the Hog Rider instead of chasing after the Hog Rider or the Ram Rider. So it's a good card when played correctly. Kind of like Bomb Tower, but you know, I just think it's so completely outclassed by the other buildings that I don't like it right now.
I think that's the problem. I think that's the biggest problem. Is like there's just so many good buildings right now. If we're looking at tier list, you got to look at the aggregate. You got to look at the other buildings, and it's not even a bad card, but there's just better options. There are.
Goblin Drill, where we put him that?
S.
Can we say S quick enough? S. About an S.
Scream. I hate it. Yeah, dude, they nerfed it, but they didn't nerf it. They're like, you know, the fact that they dude, the fact that they bug fixed it, it was moving too fast. I genuinely believe they would have nerfed it, but because they're changing it incrementally, they don't want to kill the card. Does that make any sense? You guys vibe with that? And it's such a hard card to nerf too, because like, what are you gonna do? Remove another goblin? Well, if you do that, then I don't know how to change it. You can't change goblins. Right?
I think there's a lot of ways they could nerf it because it's such a unique card. The speed it moves, the impact damage it has, the rate it spawns the goblins, just like, or the goblins that come out of it when it breaks, there's a timer and they don't move right away. I feel like there's a lot of unique ways they could nerf the card a little bit. It's interesting, like, yeah, the one other thing I want to add is some players don't realize how good it actually is, because like lower on ladder, people think it's bad because there's a lot of, you know, like Mega Knight Wizard and stuff, but it's the type of card where even if your opponent has a lot of those counters, they don't even know how to defend it sometimes because they don't play against it a lot. Or you can like outcycle those counters because, you know, you have a faster cycle and then you can just Inferno Tower to defend everything they play. So it's crazy strong.
I can't tell you how many times I've had a decent answer to it and I drop it on top of the Goblin Drill and then the Goblin still locks onto my tower because they drop it directly on top. If you drop the Goblin Drill directly on top of the tower, a lot of times the Goblin just locks on and you can't stop the first Goblin, and then it's guaranteed damage with the spawn damage of the Goblin Drill, which is more value than you would get with a traditional Hog Rider because you don't even know if the Hog Rider is going to get onto the tower. You know for definitively that you're going to be able to at least get the Drill spawn damage and then bait out like a counter like a Valkyrie or something, or if you have a quick cycle with Bandit, maybe you can Bandit the other side, bait out the Valkyrie, Goblin Drill the other side, and just screw them over and win. Like, there's a lot of things that are really obnoxious about Goblin Drill, used with Giant Skeleton, used with the Magic Archer Giant Skeleton Golden Knight deck, or like the fast cycle Rocket, Bomber, Fire Spirit. You go for a Goblin Drill in front, then you can go in for a Golden Knight and latch onto whatever units and then hit the tower. Or you can have a Fire Spirit jump onto whatever they counter, whether it's a Dark Prince or a Valkyrie. And even if they counter the Goblin Drill with the Valkyrie or the Dark Prince, the Fire Spirit will jump onto that and hit the tower. Or the Bomber will splash onto the Dark Prince or the Valkyrie and then also hit the tower. So it's just like a really obnoxious card. And people can splash onto whatever units you defend when you drop them in front of the tower because it's really predictable. But yeah, there's just so many things. And it's good against E-Giant because it doesn't like do damage to the E-Giant, so you can use it on defense if you need to in a clutch last-ditch effort. Yeah. It's very, very nice in situations against people that have, I guess, like, mirror E-Giant. Oh, mic. No, my mic's fine. All right.
Yeah, it's good. Goblin Gang next, I guess.
Oh, boss, you take this one. We already talked a little bit about this one.
Yeah.
I want to hear you talk.
I just have kind of a strong opinion on it because I've heard about like what a lot of people have been saying recently. And some other people think it needs a buff too, and I agree. I think I'm just gonna straight up say it's F tier in my opinion, because if you think about it, what's the point of using a Goblin Gang? Why would you use it over guards? Like, even Logbait players don't use Goblin Gang anymore. They use skeletons or guards. I think because of Golden Knight, that's one of the main reasons, and also just because everyone seems to run like Log, Bar Barrel, and stuff, and just... I think they should add the third Spear Goblin back to it. And even when they do that, I don't even know how strong it'll be. But that's the least they could do, and... I personally think to kind of bring the card back to being somewhat viable again.
No, he had everything. I have nothing else to add. He mentioned the Golden Knight. He mentioned just better options. Even Skeleton Army, I guess you can use as well.
Yeah,
it just sucks. There's no redeeming qualities. It's just get him out of here.
Where are we putting it?
F. What are we talking about? F. I see you dragging it over D.
Yeah. No, it's bad. All right, so we'll put it F tier. All right, next one, Goblin Giant. Where's boss taking us with that?
Oh, I started with the last one.
Is he going
Cash,
again? Let's do it. Double up. Okay, I'll let him do the Goblin Giant. This is a weird one.
Yeah, it's funky.
It sucks because I'm looking at C, but I don't think it's a C. I'm looking at D, and I think it fits more in D in my mind. And the reason why is we're talking about 3 criteria. The power of the card. I don't think it's that strong. I really don't think it's that strong of a card by itself. Not only that, but you can't use it in a lot of decks. There's one deck that's used in.
Sparky, yeah.
Just Sparky Rage. And I don't even think that deck is that great. Yes, it's okay. I like using it in challenges personally just because it really does a good job testing your opponent's defense and kind of be like, here, try to defend this. And a lot of times they can't. And then you just win. Free wins.
Yeah.
I have to go with D. I have to go with D.
And no one else uses... Do you remember that deck people used to play? Jaffo was the one that
was
great with it. The double Prince Bait Goblin Giant deck. What I was gonna say is that deck is awful now. No one uses that.
No one's using it with guards. Yeah,
probably because of champions, and also just because Giant Double Prince isn't that good right now. So Double Prince isn't with Goblin Giant isn't going to be good either. So just one deck, I think that's definitely justifies it being D tier for sure.
Yeah, no, I see it. I mean, it's the only time we ever see it is with the Mother Witch Rage Mini P.E.K.K.A. Heal Spirit one. And I think that deck is good, but it's not played. Like, it's played a lot till, like, the top 200 and then not played at all. So it's, like, played by a couple people there. Most of the time they're running it with, like... Actually, that's a lie. Sometimes they're running it with Mirror, and it's actually pretty strong then. But it's only one deck. You're right. It's only one deck. It's like the Mirror Goblin Giant deck with Mini P.E.K.K.A. So, yeah, D tier makes a lot of sense. Giant's better in every other situation with Graveyard. And, yeah, other decks. All right, so we're going to go for the Spear Goblin Hut. I think we put it D tier, unless you guys are thinking different. Is it worse than Furnace? Like, every time I
worse.
Yeah, every time I see it, I kind of just laugh at it. I'm like, this is a trash card.
I would give it F, because for me, when I see a Goblin Hut, I feel like you have so many options of what you could do. You could use a spell against it. It's 5 elixir, so you're getting more value if you decide to fireball it, poison it, or lightning it. And you could even... It's pretty weak, so it's like, depending on the deck you're using, you could literally just play into it just to kill it. You know, you could just go, like, for something at the bridge to try to, like, take it out or pressure it, because it's a pretty large investment for 5 elixir, and it's, I'd say, pretty weak. I mean, really bad against Earthquake, Poison, and certain spells.
I got 1 point as well to add to justify it being an F. Name one good deck with Goblin Hut. We already talked about the double spawner. We don't see it. So what is there?
Mega Knight, Mega Knight Guards, Royal Hogs, Inferno Dragon, Arrows Fireball. I've seen that. That's only one.
I don't remember seeing that.
You haven't seen that guy?
No.
Oh, there's one dude that plays like this Mega Knight Goblin Hut guards Rail
I
Hogs
think
deck, and
I
he's
think
But
he was
I
drunk.
can think of one, but maybe it's just like the one Tag said. Maybe you guys haven't heard of it. But have you guys heard of the guy named Chris the God or something who
Yeah.
runs a Goblin Hut graveyard? I think it's like bowler deck,
seen it.
something like that. But that deck is so off meta, and it's like he runs it and
Yeah.
just a couple other people. It's like not actually that much of a thing.
Yeah,
So
he uses witch in it as well. Like it's
yeah,
not
it's
like
so weird. But
we're not using that justification to give it a D. We
yeah.
can't be giving this a D. It's an F.
yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
The fact that that's like the one deck I can think
Yeah.
of, and even that sucks. It's like not. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I haven't seen the Goblin Hut player in a while. It's just yeah, so it makes sense. All right, so goblins as well, dude. All the goblins are just getting grouped in the F tier, dude. We need to make a G tier to get good.
Yeah,
I feel-
Goblin tier.
A goblin going green all the way straight down to the 0. Well, I mean, the F tier is green. The F tier is green. It was a prophecy. They're fulfilling the wish of the ranking.
Change the F tier to Goblin tier. I think that's the perfect name for it.
I mean, yeah, I think goblins are F, but what do you guys think? If you had to pick what's better, Goblin Gang or goblins, what would you go with? Because for me, it's so close.
Goblin.
I don't even know what I'd
I'd say
say.
goblins. It has to be goblins. Goblin tier. You have to change it. That's jokes.
Because at least Viper, you know, he runs goblins, so at least there's someone that can have a decent amount of success with it. But Goblin Gang, like, who's running that?
Yeah.
You know,
You see it in dual format sometimes. If someone uses skeletons, you'll see the goblins come out, especially if their deck's a little vulnerable to maybe, I don't know, graveyard. Like the goblins, they're better options, but in dual format, you know what? There's a little bit of justification for goblins. It's a 2 elixir card as well, and we know just any cycle card is usually just gives it a little bit extra spice on it. Goblin tier play if you want to lose. I like it. I like it. That's basically, we don't have to say anything else about goblins. The fact that we've said this much is too much. We shouldn't have said this much.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's just like I don't even know how they're gonna buff it. I think that like every time you want to use goblins, you want to use skeletons because you're having a cheaper cycle, and then you don't get killed by like log for a positive elixir trade or barb barrel for a positive elixir trade. And you would want to use guards because they're more versatile and they're like actually do a lot of damage to towers. They survive a lot longer. They don't die to Golden Knight. So it's just, and they survive things that you can actually surround with splash damage. Guards are better in situations you want durability. Skeletons are better when you want to just get positive elixir trades and cycle to other cards that are more beneficial for you. Goblins suck. All right, we go into Golem. This one's hard for me to place. I think it's got to be C. I don't think it's as good as Giant, and I think it's like not that strong right now. I'm not scared of Golem players when I play against them.
yeah. I think Electro Giant has really toned down the Golem usage. I think, you know, just a couple months ago, before all this Electro Giant madness we're seeing everywhere, it probably was a B. But right now, it's kind of like most of the people using it are what you would call the Golem one tricks, right? Like they mostly just run Golem and exclusively that. They don't play other things. Those are the ones I'm seeing continue to use it, but I'm not seeing a lot of other people run it.
Cash, anything to add on that?
No, I tried playing Golem and went up against Electro Giant and got my booty slapped. Like it was, I don't even think I touched this tower with my with my Golem. I think it's just a bad meta for the Golem. I don't think Golem's bad though. I don't think Golem's bad. I think it's got a place. I think it's got a lot of solid matchups. I think champions, the Golden Knight and the Skeleton King, really give a little bit of life to the Golem. I just don't think it's the meta. It's
Yeah. The other thing is Cannon is so good against it for just 3 elixir, and the fact you can get to another one so easily because Golem decks are so expensive. Yeah.
The only time I ever see Golem right now is with Elixir Collector, and then it's decent. If you can get an Elixir advantage, go Golem in the back, and then steamroll your opponent and don't have Night Witch in your deck because it's just going to die to an E-Giant, maybe you can make something happen. So Golem Elixir Collector is what I see typically at top ladder, and it works a little bit better than other stuff, or not even at top ladder when I see it, like I guess where I was at 1,000 in the world, and then also scrolling through Royale API, I see a lot of Golem Elixir Collector. I think that works a little bit better because if you go into the same lane as the Electro Giant, they go Electro Giant, it kills all your supporting cards from the Golem. All the Golem supporting cards don't do anything. They're stuck on the E-Giant, the Night Witch dies, all your other stuff just dies, and then the Golem goes into a cannon as boss set, and then they get a plus like 5 trade. So you don't really want to do that. You need to get a huge elixir advantage, and the only way that you can do that is having an elixir collector and then also not running cards that die to the E-Giant. So that's why Night Witch isn't used very often, and that's why people are using it with collector more often. Not a good card right now in the meta, but maybe it will be again in the future. So next one is Graveyard. lots of professional players were consistently saying like that even the one skeleton nerf wasn't enough. Like Riley tweeted that. I don't know if that was a rage tweet or he just
I
lost
think
against...
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
call him out. I think he's biased because his
Yeah.
deck is pretty bad against Graveyard. I'm just gonna
He just
say
gets,
it, but
yeah, you get arrow snowballed probably.
yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like I think like if you lose against people that are worse than you and you have a bad matchup, it's probably gonna be like not as happy against it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's obviously not fun losing against people worse than you.
It's
Yeah.
still A though. It's a very, very good card.
Yeah. What do you guys think? So Cash, you think it's A?
I think A as well. I got to look at all the win conditions. I would say it's top 3. It's been so consistent for the past, it's crazy that even with the Mother Witch buff and even though the Mother Witch is meta, it still has a place, which just shows that it's got some power. It's good. It's good in the competitive scene. You still see it in top ladder. I can't give it lower than an A. I can't give it an S. So let's give it an A.
Boss.
A sounds perfect.
Yeah, I feel you, Cash. I think that's a good assessment. Boss, do you think it's top 3? Like I think so. Golden Knight and Electro Giant are definitely top 2. What's the third best? Because I don't.
No, win condition. Golden Knight's not a win condition, is
or
it?
not Golden Knight. Sorry, Electro Giant. Electro Giant and Goblin Drill.
Goblin Drill. Gotcha.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I agree with that. I think. Oh, I don't even know. Do I think Goblin Drill or Electro Giant's better? They're both kind of the same because they're both completely different decks, but they're both so broken right now. I think third, would I say it's Graveyard?
Yeah.
Are there some others we haven't gotten to yet that I would
I would say RG.
I would say that Graveyard's maybe on ladder it seems to be slightly better than RG right now. In competitive they're about the same. It's a close one. I think Royal Hog's Graveyard is probably a little better than right now. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just say it's third for now.
Let's say top 5. Let's give it a top 5. Top 5.
Yeah, I think RG is up there.
Top 4. We could say top 4.
Yeah,
sure.
I'd say top 4 with RG. I think RG might.
Ooh, Mortar as well. I forgot about that.
Oh,
but Mortar also
minor. If you consider minor a win
condition.
Oh,
and minor. Oh,
minor is just there because it has supporting cards with like the Dark Goblin, the Minion Horde, the Cannon Cart, and all that other stuff. And people will generally forget about the minor because they have to defend the stuff in front, and then the minor just consistently whittles them down. It's more of an annoying like chip damage paper cut card instead of like a full on aggression.
Paper cut card.
So yeah, we're gonna keep it in the tier that we had it. Good stuff. What? You looked at it once and you're like, easy.
I saw what card was next and I was like, yeah, S.
Yeah, guards are S for sure. They're so obnoxious. The fact that dude, did you guys know they don't die? Their shields don't die to a Fire Spirit. I was annoyed. I tried to go for a Fire Spirit and then zap, and the guard shield survived, and I lost the game. Right then, because he minored with it.
So, do you remember before, like, you could ignore guards and it would, like, be okay?
Yeah.
Like, if there were 3 cards coming at your tower, you can't do that now. It takes out, like, a third of your tower or something crazy like that.
It deals damage.
And they're not used in a ton of decks, but the decks they're used in, they're so valuable. I mean, they can't just be, like, logged away. Unless you have arrows, they're going to be getting quite a lot of value.
Can we also be honest for a second? The only reason we don't see guards more is because skeletons are also broken, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't go downgrade to goblins. You upgrade. It's either like, you're driving that beat up truck that you had for like $1,000, or you're going straight to that Tesla. Like that's there's no in between with the goblins in the middle. It's crazy how the guards are like that. That's premium sauce.
Anyway. I have to object. I'm objecting, actually. I'm fighting myself here. I think it might be A.
Really?
I think it might be A. You guys, after hearing you guys talk, I don't think it deserves an S. Like, I think it has the power. I don't think it has the versatility. And if we're looking at all the competition, we're talking about skeletons, we're talking about whatever else. I think A is more suitable than the S. No?
Well, let's think. So, I mean, if we think about the decks guards are in, I would agree skeletons are in more because guards I mostly see. There's that Drill Inferno deck sometimes has guards. You sometimes see it in Mortar. You see it in lava. So not a ton.
Decks, that's it.
Because skeletons, you see a little
sound
more.
like an S.
I would be willing to say it's an A, because
Yeah.
I don't think it's a card where, because most of the cards in S, right, are ones where you would agree most people would argue it needs a nerf, but guards, I don't know if they necessarily need a nerf, so I think it's fair to put them A. Yeah.
I'm glad I interjected myself there, because that I feel like that list looks a little bit better now with the guards in A.
I agree. I mean, I think Cannon Cart is kind of the same as guards, right?
Yeah.
Like they're quite oftenly paired in the same deck. Like at least with mortar decks and maybe even log bait decks. Actually, we do see guards in log bait a lot. I think we missed that. But yeah, I agree. It's not played that often. All right, yeah, that was a good catch, Cash. Cash with a clutch catch.
Yeah, and let me reiterate, like, A is really good. For anybody watching, like, A is still, like, these are the best, other than E-Barbs, these are the best cards in Clash Royale. Just because it's not an S doesn't mean it's like not, like, those cards are still cracked. Like, they could potentially get a nerf, and I wouldn't be surprised.
And if you want to run a card in the D tier, feel free to. Like, these cards...
Don't do it. It's a trap. No.
D and C, like, these cards are not trash to the point that they're unplayable. They might just be inconsistent or not played at... not great in the meta, but you can still make them work if you really like these cards. And B is pretty much above average, so these cards are great. So yeah, I mean, A is like not like as good as a champion. Are you really gonna say like, oh man, my cards aren't as good as a champion, now I can't run them, I gotta swap it out for like that E Giant. Also, one other thing to just keep in mind, do not take all the cards from the S tier and just put them in a deck and think good about that. You can do that, you'll probably have success, but like, you know, try to make a deck with synergy, using as many good cards as you can, using the cards that you like, and then you'll be better off than just putting only the strongest cards there.
You could take a lot of them. I mean, for example, a lot of the ones in drill decks are an S, like Drill, Giant Skeleton, Fire Spirit, Golden Knight. Yeah.
You could high key just make a Fire Spirit, Fireball, Giant Skeleton, Goblin Drill deck with a Golden Knight or Archer Queen, and then make that happen. Like you could make a really good deck there, but I mean, it's always better to make a deck with synergy, because like even the best decks in the game, they still have a B tier card sometimes. Like they might have like a, you know, or like an A tier card. They would take the bomber over putting in like another ranged card that might be a bit higher or whatever. Like you don't see Giant Skeleton and Electro Giant too commonly in the same deck. Anyway, next one, Heal Spirit. Cash, take us away.
Shoot, I hate you. You always give me the freaking knuckleballs. By the way, first off, shout out to us. I think right now we've actually made a really good list. I was looking at it, really like this list. Am I stalling? Maybe. I'm gonna go with a C, because I think it fits the C category well. Where yes, it works in some decks, but I think there are better options. But the decks that it works in, it works very well in. Ooh, are we going with B maybe? Ooh. Maybe it fits more in B with that bowler, that elixir pump. I'm kind of looking at those cards, the battle ram, because it does work really, really well in Three Musketeers, bridge spam. You do see some of those no big spell bridge spam decks rock the Heal Spirit as well. Am I missing any? That's basically it. I don't think you see Heal Spirit with clone anymore. So 2 decks, is that enough merit to give it a B? I'm gonna go with no, just because you don't see those decks high enough in ladder, and I don't think you see those decks enough in competitive. So I think I'm good with the C. I've been kind of talking to myself. What are you guys thinking?
Cash, I'm going to fight you. I'm going to put D. I think it's like Goblin Giant, where it's pretty good in bridge spam and it's good in like a couple decks. And Goblin Giant's still played in top 50 in the world, right? With Sparky sometimes. I think the Heal Spirit is similar. It's not necessarily that great. I think it's pretty inconsistent with it when it jumps onto things and when it doesn't. I think it can be easier to distract.
Well, I got another flag on the field. Didn't El Patron use it to get #1? How can this card be a D then?
Wait, did he?
Yeah, he used it to get #1 in the world. Wasn't it in his deck?
Wait, do you mean Anaban again?
No, I thought El Patron used this.
No,
what the heck is
sure it was Giant Graveyard. El Patron was Giant Graveyard, and he had Dark Prince.
Oh,
like,
you're right. You're right.
Snowball. Yeah, he had
Am
Snowball.
I crazy, or is it just because I don't know how the name is spelled? But El Patron, who actually?
El Patron?
Who is that? Is that
He's
like
the Giant Graveyard Dark Prince.
The Giant Graveyard player?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, maybe it's Giant Graveyard.
That was Jorge Luis. That was the person who he's the best Giant Graveyard player in the game.
I still do see these giant Sparky Heal Spirit. Let me add Heal Spirit in top ladder quite frequently. not only that, but the deck that we're talking about, the Goblin Giant with Sparky, also uses Heal Spirit. There's a sneaky amount of decks that use Heal Spirit, and a lot of times it's kind of crucial in those decks' success. I can't go D. I can't go D. Boss, break this up right
Are you
now.
gonna bring him
I'll
to
try.
the D? Or are
I'll
you gonna...
try. I'm gonna give it a C. Because what a
I'll
D,
remember this. I'll remember this, boss.
what a D implies to me is like it's very weak, like risky to use in a lot of matchups, and I don't feel about it that way because I don't think there's any way someone could say it should get a buff, because I think if it got a buff, it would then it could become like broken almost, because it is just one elixir. There's just such a small risk to playing the card, and it can really change games when it like heals up E-barbs and stuff, or like a battle ram or like bandits, and the fact it kills skeletons, right? So like let's say you have like a bandit coming in or like a ghost, and then you throw in a heal spirit behind it, and the only good counter they have in cycle skeletons, they're screwed. They're in a lot of trouble, and then they'll take a lot of damage. But
I like to see. I'm even selling myself a little bit on a B, but let's get away from this card before I start selling myself too much.
Yeah, makes sense. I would see that C for sure. All right, next one. Let's roll. So, ooh, I went on the wrong thing. We got Balloon. I don't like the card. I don't think it's very good. It gets countered by Cannon. It gets countered by a lot of people running like Cannon plus Tornado and stuff. So I think the Balloon just really sucks right now. I don't see any. It's good with the Lava Hound though, so maybe C, because it's really good with Lava Hound. Really good with Lava Hound.
Gotta be C. It looks perfect beside Expo.
Yeah, it's crazy that it's C now, isn't it? Because it used to be S and A for like the longest time. But I think it'll see better metas possibly when Electro Giant isn't as good, because Electro Giant most variants do quite good against lava decks, and yeah, I mean, just with all the Cannon and Tornado, Rocket too even does pretty good against it. I would say it's I think C. C's justified, as crazy as that is. It probably is C right now. Yeah.
Rocket plus Fire Spirit kills. Does Rocket plus Electro Spirit kill, or does Rocket plus Ice Spirit kill? Do you know?
Ice Spirit does, definitely.
Okay, so
100%.
You said Fire Spirit Rocket. Yeah, that definitely does.
Yeah.
Ice Spirit Rocket 100% does.
Okay.
I don't know about Electro Spirit.
I think here's what I think Rocket Tornado doesn't kill a balloon though. I think you need a tiny bit more.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
You do.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so then Electro Spirit probably doesn't.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay,
it's close, but yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna keep that there. Let's go for the Hog Rider. Where are we gonna do that?
I see you disrespecting the Heal Spirit at the end of the list. Put that guy up a little further. Come on.
Okay, I'll put your favorite card a little bit lower. How does it?
Perfect.
Does that make you happy?
Sure, I'll take it. I just like pain.
If you think about it, the Heal Spirit the Fisherman ate some Heal Spirit. That's why his beard is yellow.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, dude. It's just the Clash Royale lore you never get to hear.
Wait, I got a question before we go Hog Rider. Quick one. Yay or nay? Rage Spirit. Just yay or nay.
No, dude. Freaking no. I don't want another one. As a content creator, I want it because it will create like faster decks for memes and higher viewed videos. But as like an actual person that's like, hey, I want this game to be healthy. I want to play a new game or a new innovative card that will make me happy and have some unique ability like Magic Archer. I'd be like, please do not do some uncreative card that will ruin the... Yeah.
I can think of the main reason why. My thought process is it's gonna be extremely broken if it's one elixir when it first comes out, because do you remember the Heal Spirit, how long it took for them to balance it? There was like 6 months straight where it was just like everywhere. You could have it in like every deck, and it was obnoxious. And it would be the same thing, because it would be essentially how the Rage is now for one elixir if they don't do anything else and make any like other changes to it. So.
E-Barb's Rage Spirit. Imagine the possibility. I would give E-Barb's an A then if there was a Rage Spirit. I'm getting off track.
You and E-Barbs have a bad relationship, almost as bad as bosses and the Electro Dragon.
I know.
All right, we got Hog Rider. I think the Hog Rider is really good in one deck with Giant Skeleton, and probably because Giant Skeleton's broken. So honestly, I'm wondering if it's B or if it's C. I
I think
don't
it
know.
fits beside the
I
Goblin Barrel.
don't think it's C. I think B, but it
Okay.
probably isn't A right now. Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't think it's that great. Every time I
It's
play
not
it,
a C though. It's not
yeah.
Expo. What else do we have there? Expo and Golem. It's not that bad, is it?
Do we only see it with cannon and boosted up by like cannon and a fast cycle card like Archer Queen or Musketeer? Do we only see like that's what I'm thinking? Like I think the card by itself is intrinsically not very strong. It gets countered by a mini P.E.K.K.A. for absolutely no damage. We don't see it break through Elite Barbarians for any damage. It gets countered by guards plus Electro Spirit, guards plus Ice Spirit, guards plus Fire Spirit. I just don't think it's that great of a card. But obviously with Giant Skeleton, you can make a lot of stupid stuff happen with Giant Skeleton exploding, killing whatever is dropped on the Hog Rider, and also sometimes breaking through buildings, killing the building. Like, there's just so much stupid stuff that happens with Giant Skeleton and Hog Rider that, you know, I definitely do see it still at B tier. You guys talked me back into it, or I thought about it a little bit more. But yeah.
No, you did that yourself. You did that. I don't think we did anything. Should we do a little Hog Rider, a little iconic just for a moment? Everybody,
My neighbor, dude, you're trying to get me kicked out of my apartment.
Oh no, you have neighbors. I'll make sure it's louder. Then really get your soul into it. All right, I'm getting off topic again. Let's get it.
All right, we got Hunter next. That's a tough card to deal with.
Hunters. Oh, this is an interesting one because I remember right when they buffed it back for a while, everyone thought it was like S or A again, but I think people realized, and maybe it's because of champions, like just because usually decks that have Archer Queen in it don't have Hunter, and just Archer Queen's the better option. That it makes me feel like it's a B right now. I think like it's just I don't know. It doesn't seem like too great. It's just used in what, like mostly RG and Three Musketeers.
Yeah.
Is it even used in Three Musketeers often? Is it just like the Royal Hogs version with Three Musketeers? I don't see it very often.
Not really.
Yes.
I'm fine with B. Like it's not that bad of a card. It has a lot of competition. It's in a rough spot maybe in the meta. It's not a bad card. It's not an A. I can't give it a C though. I'm not looking at a Hunter beside the Archers. I can't. It doesn't compute. It's got to be a B.
Yeah, it's quite a high damage card. Works really well with Royal Giant, and it can be used in other decks as well. If you have Bridge Spam that really relies heavily on like spamming the other side, and you defend with a 4 elixir cost card that can also hit air stuff, like super versatile. If you have the right placement, it can fully shut down a Lumberjack Balloon Push with no damage besides balloon death damage, which is really ridiculous. Anyway, that's pretty good. All right, so the next card, we've got Ice Golem. Where are we putting that? I think it deserves a buff. I'd put it C tier. I don't think it's that good.
Maybe D? Maybe D?
Yeah.
It's got to be D. It's got to be. I'm trying to think of
2.6.
It's like literally just hog. Why else would anyone use it? It's
not even
used,
Expo.
Do you know that balloon cycle deck people used to run with Ice Golem,
Giant
like
Skeleton.
Musk Bomb Tower Miner? No one plays that anymore.
No.
So it's like
just Giant Skeleton. Yeah. They don't play.
It can't be F. It can't be F though. I don't think.
Could it? Yo, let's talk about F real quick. Could it?
It can't be Goblin tier. It's
when's
blue,
the
bro.
last
It doesn't
time?
fit.
When's the last time you saw it in competitive? When's the last time you saw it on top ladder other than 2.6?
You could see it justifiably sometimes, and like, nah, it's too good to be in that. It's like as good. It's better than a wizard, dude.
Sure, okay, you're talking me off the edge. You're talking.
Yeah, no, I can't. Like the versatility that you get with kiting units to the other side.
Oh, 3 Musk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's gotta at least be D tier. Like I can't put a Goblin tier.
I'm just asking questions. I'm just here asking questions.
Dude, the Goblins, they got their little like machete there. They're ready, or their spear, and they're ready to carve the Ice Golem. I can't do that to my boy.
I'm fine with that.
All right. So boss, you chilling with D?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. I think it deserves a buff. It's not as good as the other cards.
A little bit of love.
Ice Spirit. See, the thing about the spirits is the thing the boss communicated to us last time is like it's a 1 elixir card. What's the worst that could happen for you? You're gonna like waste 1 elixir. Like this thing after the buff, it feels like its freeze duration is off the charts. I really love the card. I just don't use it often because of Fire Spirit's better. B? A? What say you guys?
I was thinking initially A. I think it's just such a solid card, but now we're going back to the versatility, the competition. You do see probably Electro Spirit and Fire Spirit more. So does that mean B just from association, or
It
is
would
it
be
just
used.
yeah? Like I feel like it sucks because it's going up against two of the best cards in Clash Royale, the Fire Spirit, which we argue was one of the best, and then also the
Well,
Electro Spirit. What are you thinking, boss? Is it A or B?
I'm
I
thinking there's only off the top of my head a couple decks that Ice Spirit's used in. And they're both not great in this meta. It's mostly Expo and Hog, right?
Mhm.
2.6
Yeah.
Hog has it, and then Expo, but there's not really much else. Log bait players tend to run Fire Spirit or Electro Spirit now, almost
Mhm.
always. So
I'm
I
fine with
would,
B. I'm
I'd be
fine with
fine with a
B.
B as
That
well.
looks good because then we got like heal. It's like CBAS, and I think that's a great little order. Disrespecting my heal spirit, but you know what? I'm okay with that. I think that looks good. The list still looks good, and I'm happy about that. Other than one thing, but I don't have to mention that.
Okay, I want to take a controversial one because I want to roll with you guys. I'm putting log. I'm going to take it from the depths of despair at the back. I'm putting it at S tier in my opinion. I think it's
Oh yeah,
still
that's not
so good.
controversial at all.
Even after the nerf, they didn't touch that thing. Like I think it's still broken. The fact that it can like kill.
Controversial.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought you guys would put A. Honestly.
Water's wet.
Yeah, I agree with log being S. And I know a lot of people are gonna hate me saying this because so many people use the log, but I think it definitely could use another nerf. So, like I mentioned, the fireball, they could remove some of the knockback. They definitely could do that with the log. That's what they. I think they planned on did that. They planned on doing that. They asked the community what they thought of it, and then eventually they went with they did the crown damage, but I think the knockback, they could definitely add that to it, and it would still be a good card even after that if they take some of the knockback away.
Yeah,
It's just too versatile.
yeah, it's so good at being able to snipe like a dark goblin or hitting so many things at once. And if you know the right placement, I think you can hit the princess and the goblin barrel at the right if you do it at the right timing, you can hit a princess at the river still. Like
Or
there's
you
things
can just play
yeah.
the log higher to hit the two goblins and the princess and then just defend the one with like skeletons or something.
Yeah, yeah, if you're worried about that or whatever. But yeah, it's just still such a good card and I don't see any universe where like I wouldn't want to run it, especially against Goblin Drill. You want to use log against Goblin Drill because if you kill the Goblin Drill with a log like you kill a tombstone, the goblins also die. Unlike every other spell, if you snowball the Goblin Drill and you kill the Goblin Drill with the snowball, the goblins are still like, annoying and they don't really, there's no issue there with the goblins. The goblins will still give a lot of value. So log is the only spell that does that, really. It makes sense. I think log's great. Ice Wizard, Cash, Mustache, you got this, bro. It's all for you.
I love this. You always give me you can't just give me an easy one like the log, the controversial log. I'm gonna go with, I gotta go with, it's either a C or a D for me. I'm gonna lean towards maybe a C just because it's so good in Splash Yard. I
Yeah.
hate the card. I think it's so bad. I could argue a D. I can argue a D, but let's go through the levels again. Is it powerful by itself? I'd say it's a little bit versatile. The card itself, it has to be comboed a lot of times with the tornado to get value or the power that you want it to get. Is it versatile? It can hit the ground. It can slow cards. It has the initial damage, which I don't even know. Does it even? It takes out like bats and stuff, but does it do anything? Like it doesn't take out goblins. So I don't know. Maybe they could do something there. The card itself to me is a little bit lackluster. You don't see it in a ton of decks. Also, we're talking about the range cards, very competitive scene. I'm gonna go with C. I could be argued for a D though. I could easily be jumped into the D spot. What are you guys thinking?
You want to go first, Tag, or?
Nah, you got it.
I'll go with D actually.
Let's
I don't know.
go.
I don't
I'm
know
in.
how much I'll be able to
Tee it
convince you,
up.
but my
I'm
reasoning
already
is just
convinced.
so you remember you said like it's good in Splash Yard. That's kind of about it. And we were talking about cards that are just good in one deck. We were putting them in D, kind of like the Goblin Giant.
Mhm.
Icepo, I just don't see
I haven't
anymore. No
played
one
it. I
runs
haven't
it. I
played it
mean,
in
people
forever.
run. I don't know if you guys know who Nexus is, the Queen Bow player. People are using Queen now instead of the Ice Wizard in Icepo. So it's not even Icepo anymore. Then I guess it's just Queen Bow with Tornado. It's just one deck in Splash Yard, and I feel like Splash Yard's solid. Don't get me wrong, but it's the type of thing where it's like Sparky, right? Goblin Giant Sparky, seated at the top of the ladder. But there's other graveyard decks too. There's Giant Graveyard, so there's other graveyard decks without the Ice Wizard. I think D. I think D's fine.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I feel like you wouldn't really want to play it unless you're playing Splash Shard. All the other Tornado decks with Ice Wizard just don't really make sense besides like Anaban's P.E.K.K.A deck, but that's not really played by anyone besides him.
I got one
yeah.
more point as well. We said it's only good in Splash Yard, but you could also just get rid of Ice Wizard for like a
Put an
bomber
Archer Queen.
for an Archer Queen, and is it arguably better? Maybe. So like that's never a good sign. I'm fine with D. I just have to add that in.
All right, next one is Inferno Tower. We're really heating it up out here because I think this is much better than the Goblin Cage and also the Bomb Tower. I would put it at B. I like it a lot more. I think it's more sturdy, robust, more reliable. Melts E-Giants. I like it a lot. What do you think, Boston? Cash?
Yeah, that small buff it got was very good that it received. I don't know if you guys remember, but the buff it got, it redirects to things slightly faster now, so it's slightly better against swarms. So like when it's done killing one unit, it'll redirect onto the next one slightly faster, and I think that made a small difference. And that's what I love about this game. Like any small buff a card gets makes a large impact, more than people realize sometimes. It just changes interactions and stuff.
No doubt, no doubt. And also the other thing is, like, if your card gets nerfed, it doesn't mean that it's never going to work again. Maybe if it's a big nerf, maybe they overdid it, but they'll fix it eventually. So never get discouraged if your card becomes worse. Okay, so next card is going to be the Knight. I think Knight is just completely outclassed by Valkyrie and Cannon Cart and all this other stuff. I don't see him in decks anymore, man. I don't even see him in log bait. Log bait was his old school stuff and not used. Graveyard, not used because Skeleton King's better than him and Valkyrie's better than him. So, you know, I think when you need splash damage and you need durability, Knight's got durability. He doesn't have the other one. So I just put him at like D tier. Honestly, he's not good.
Yeah.
No, not D. No. Guys. We're getting a little too crazy right now.
You just like him for the mustache, man. You just like the yellow mustaches. I see you.
Out of this. I can't give him
I'm calling you out.
Just because you can, yes, there's better options, but if you use Knight, you can still excel. It's not like the same as the Ice Wizard where, okay, maybe it is the same as the Ice Wizard. I just don't think the card itself is bad. It's a 3 elixir card. I think it honestly works a little bit better depending on the deck. If you're looking at Dark Prince, Valkyrie, I don't know. I don't think it's justification for a D. I'm liking C. I was even thinking B at one point because you can still use the Knight. This makes it look like the Knight's better than Ice Golem. We can all agree, right?
Yeah, it's probably better than Ice Golem.
But yeah.
Why would you use it over any of the other cards above it, though?
I just feel like it's the exact same as Ice Wizard, though. It's just used in Splash Yard. I can't think of anything else. Like, Logbait never uses it anymore, especially the ones in competitive and top ladder. Wall breaker decks, I'm seeing Mighty Miner with now.
Oh, yeah. No, I still think
I saw Morton actually say recently he thinks that Knight needs a buff.
Oh, yeah. So we are doing D.
He mentioned it, but I don't know if it needs a buff, but it's very weak for sure at this current spot in the meta.
Yeah, I'd buff. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm fine. I tried to be devil's advocate here. I swung and I missed. It's all right. I'll take the L on that one.
All right. So Lava Hound, this one's spicy, and I'm not gonna give it to Cash because Cash wants the easier ones. I see you.
I'll take it. I'll give it to
Nah. Fine. Look, we'll see what you do.
I'm fine with going. I'm fine with going C here. Ooh, maybe a B. Let me just talk about it real quick. Everybody knows Lava Hound. There's 2 decks. There's Lava Miner and there's Lava Loon. Are those decks good? Very matchup dependent, but they're not bad on ladder. Do you see them a lot on top ladder? Not really. Carl the Legend, Parker, he hasn't played in years, so there's not a lot of top players that use it, but you still see it occasionally. Is it a bad deck? I don't think Lava Miner's that bad. I think you see it in competitive a lot of times because there's a little bit of outplayability in that version. You can get some really good matchups. It's not just one deck. There's 2 decks, and not only that, but there's different versions as well within those decks. So I'm pushing towards a B, but in reality, it's probably a C, right? Boss, what are you thinking?
Yeah, it was gonna be either B or C for me as well. I think at this point in time, it's not an A, especially because Balloon is already weaker, like we already addressed earlier. But you know, yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking a top ladder, and I know a lot of lava players have been struggling recently, and maybe just because of all the E Giant and stuff, it might just be a C right now. I don't know. I mean, I
It's
think
better than
it's
Balloon though, right? It has to be.
And not only that, it's better than Golem, right? Like
Yeah.
it's got to
a
be
little
better.
bit. I think it. Let me look. I'm opening the list now. I could see it being B, but if it's not, it's the very high end of C for sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
we forgot a Lava Hound deck, Lava Clone. We got to remember Lava Clone's a
Yeah, it
Well,
doesn't
it's
work.
better than Expo. Right now.
It has to
I
be.
feel like it might be B, to be
But it's
honest.
also not as good as Giant or Hog Rider. Or
Yeah.
maybe not Hog Rider, but like it's not as good as Giant. I think I think we could see it as B. I don't think we put it as C near the Golem and the other stuff. Let's put it at
Like
the
a
very
low
bottom.
B?
Yeah, let's put it at the very bottom. It's
Yeah,
a double
I'm okay with
BB.
that. Okay, yeah, that's one. Like we had a couple of asterisks, right? We had a couple. I think that's one of them. E-Barbs was one. Lava
Yeah.
Hound. We might have to come back to a couple of these. We'll take a look at the end once we're done all the cards.
Yes, sirs. Also, quick thing. We're just going to go through the stuff really quick because there's a bunch I missed. Ninja, thank you for the 20. I love you, man. And then Icarus says, I love getting a brand new video every day on my lunch break. Your positivity and energy is so inspirational. It keeps me coming back every day. Love you, Tag. Keep it up. Thank you for the $10, brother. And I hope to see you in many more videos. And I'm glad that I can make your lunch break a little bit better. Felix for the 2 says hello. Hello, what's
I'll
up,
be
dude?
right back. I'm just gonna refill my water.
All good, man.
Well, I'm gonna grab a coffee too. Then
That's good. That's good. Fran as well. Thank
in
you.
your chat.
Easy. Thank you, Fran, for the 2. Samuel Paris, thank you for the 2 as well. How is Goblin Cage C? I wasn't there. So Goblin Cage is not as good as it used to be. It got a whole bunch of nerfs, so the Goblin Cage Brawler doesn't attack as fast as it used to. So it's not really going to be that good on counter push. A lot of the decks that used to use it, like Electro Giant, now use Cannon instead. Goblin Cage was really, really good before because it would give counter push with the Electro Giant and then you would lightning in a building. But now you just go in for 2 Electro Giants and you don't need the Goblin Cage to counter push, and you rather have a lower elixir investment with a cannon, so then you're able to defend and focus on that more so than anything else. Goblin Cage also in this meta maybe will get lightninged, and if it gets lightning, then you're not able to defend, whereas the cannon, maybe you're able to cycle back to 2 of them or mirror it up and be okay, whereas you never really want to mirror a Goblin Cage. Goblin Cage is an okay card used in Royal Hogs and some other decks, but not great. So Jay Cruz, thank you for the $1. Lots and lots of love. If you guys have anything, if you guys want to ask me and say, Jake, you suck, you messed up, you totally botched this, let us know in the comment section. Yeah, we on Lightning, but just telling everyone in the chat, if you guys have any suggestions for changing up the list or any disagreements, let me know in the comment section, let me know in the live chat, and we'll be checking it out after. I'm excited to, I want to hear the actual controversies. I want to hear what you guys think we got wrong. Also, if you guys enjoy this and you want to support us without donating at all, liking the video helps a lot. It gets it pushed out to more people. And then subscribing to the channel. I upload every single day at 3 p.m. Eastern. So you guys will get a video here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern or 12 p.m. Pacific. But yeah, you'll get a video on the daily. So hopefully you guys enjoy that if you subscribe. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to the beautiful people that we have here, Cashman and Boss. Boss is a professional player. He puts out highly informative, really good gameplay videos on his YouTube channel on, I think, the daily now. Is that accurate?
I try to upload at least 5 times a week.
Yeah, so definitely go and check him out. Type in Boss CR on YouTube. Subscribe to him. One of the best players in the entire game. Cashman, the memer, the myth, the legend. Subscribe to him as well. He has got some of the funniest content, and he also does a series like this, Overrated, Underrated. So check out his YouTube channel as well, and you won't be disappointed. You'll get to see a lot more stuff like this, and also, you know, just a really fun and nice dude. All right. Anyway, we going on to the next one. You guys ready for Lightning?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, sirs. All right, cool. You did it, Cash. Dude, you only do that for $5 donos. You're not supposed to give those for free, man.
I gotta get my quota.
Yeah, man. All right, we got Lightning. We got Lightning here. So where are we putting that? I think it's great for E Giant, and it's really good in the meta right now. But
You see a lot of Earthquake,
Yeah.
though, with E-Giant. I don't even see that much Lightning with E-Giant.
I'd say
Really?
it's like B maybe.
Yeah,
It's
I'd put a
like
B.
pretty good. I remember before it used to be like a C or a D, but right now it's really good in the meta. So I feel like it's B just because of also like so many people use it just because Archer Queen's so annoying, and then yeah, it pairs well in Electro Giant too.
Decks is it used in? Electro Giant?
Golem, RG.
Golem? Oh yeah, RG as well. Yeah, no, I'm fine with B. I'm fine with B. You sold me. I'm good with B.
All right, so we're putting Lightning in B. That's a vibe. So Bandit. I think this is the most obnoxious card that isn't necessarily like broken, but it's just so annoying to play against. Like the fact that it can dash under your tower, or like be invulnerable so your Sparky doesn't shoot it, or like just put you in a compromised position where you lose the game specifically because one Bandit dash. I hate it. I don't really know where to put it, but I think it'd probably be A tier for me. I think it's better than Inferno Dragon and definitely better than E-Barbs, but not S tier. You guys vibe with that, or would you put it lower?
I was thinking B just because of the versatility factor, but then I started thinking about which decks use Bandit, and it has basically every bridge spam you need a Bandit. But not only that, but there are
Drill.
some cycle decks with Drill that, yeah, exactly, that are using Bandit now as well. So maybe it does have that versatility. It definitely has the power, and we know that. Is it
Also
an A
with
or a
log
B?
bait too. There's a good log bait deck with
Oh,
Cannon
yeah.
Cart.
But
Yeah,
and
bridge spam bait.
here's something to consider though. Golden Knight, it replaces Bandit in a lot of decks. That's why I'm thinking it might be B, because I feel like there's so many decks where I would just rather have a Golden Knight instead of a Bandit. Like in Three
Yeah.
Musketeers, it uses Golden Knight. In Drill, I often see it with Golden Knight too, especially with the Tornado one. And then also, what are some other ones? I mean, it's
So B maybe.
I like B. I think B was where I was leaning to originally, and then the Golden Knight comment really sold it.
Yeah.
It's the competition. That's what like this tier list is all about, competition, and it's Golden Knight's a high competition. Is that number 1? Did you rate it number 1?
Yeah, dude, screw that
I think
card.
it's the best card in the game right now.
I think
Yeah.
so too. That's fair.
As for so overpowered, so unbelievably unbalanced, how did we get to this state? Can we go and press the go back button?
The Golden Knight, I have a quick story. I was like literally like losing a game. Like my tower was like at 1,000 health. His tower was at full health, and one Golden Knight won me the whole game. It like dashed through a tombstone, the zappies on top of the tower. He played an Inferno Drag to counter it. I just rocket it, and then it continues hitting the tower, gets it down into like mirrored rocket range, and I basically, because of one elixir, turned the whole game around. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've seen so many clips of you and top level players win games with a Golden Knight, and then I'm just like, wow, this is if I was a pro, I probably wouldn't have a lot of fun playing against that thing. As someone that's more just trying to have fun and playing at top 1K, whatever, just messing around, it's not that bad. Like, because if I lose, I don't care. But like, if I was playing for serious and then like that thing ruined my chances of making money, that's not a good time. Not a good time for sure. Also, you always have the most hilarious clips, whether it's like the earthquake cycling from whatever 3,000 HP or 2,000 HP in like 20 seconds when earthquake was OP, or that Golden Knight clip.
That was insane.
You always have the best moments, man. All right, so Lumberjack, he's got his mouth wide open, and he's looking at Cashman, and he's like, "You don't like the other card with the mouth wide open, the E-Barbs. You're gonna like me, or you're gonna go and put me by myself in a super low tier with no friends."
It's gotta be D. It's gotta be D. Lumberloon Freeze. No, I'm gonna go with D. What other decks? Am I missing?
I
some? You
mean,
don't really
you
see
could
them roll
argue.
that
I
much.
wouldn't really count this though, because it's the same thing as like when you say Viper with Hog X NATO. I don't know if I could say Wero justifies it being
because
higher,
that bridge-
because he's just like
so
insane
elite.
with it. Like,
Have you ever tried
but-
that deck? It is so hard to play.
It's so hard.
I have. I used to use it a decent amount back when it was a little better, but now not many people can run it except Wero. I mean, you can't really make a mistake with it.
He
It's
makes
so
it look
hard to
so
play.
easy too. He makes it look so OP, and I tried it once, and I was like, never again. Never again.
Are we allowed to put this in C tier or no?
No, not C.
It's so annoying to
I
play
think
against
it's
if it like
D.
It's
bypasses.
D.
Okay, I lose. It's like it bypasses all my stuff, because if it says hi to my units and then buy and does a princess wave and then pieces out, goes to my tower and rips my tower to pieces. I hate when that happens. So yeah, I feel you on that. For me personally, I'm just a little bit scarred because my Lumberjack knocked out my tower too often. All right, Magic Archer. This card is actually really, really, really good right now. I think it's got to be like I would usually put it in B, but since Goblin Drill,
A?
Giant, yeah, I'd put it A because Goblin
fine
It's
with
Drill.
A
not
as well.
S. There's no way
Yeah.
it's S, but it's.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely A. Yeah.
because the synergy with Zappies and the Giant Skeleton with Goblin Drill, it's so annoying. There's just too much aggression, and then also on top of that, we saw another player. I know he's unfair. He's really broken. Ramelli, but he used that on the top. And then there's a whole bunch of bridge band players with Golden Knight using it as well. Like it's a great card, and it used to take a lot of skill. Now it doesn't. Everyone knows the placements.
Yeah, I was gonna say like how when you mentioned Golden Knight with it, so what you can do is you can go like Magic Archer at the bridge to snipe something, and then the Golden Knight has so much health, right? So you play it in front, and it'll keep shooting it. And then what you can even do is you can tornado it backwards, so then the Golden Knight you can dash, line it up with the tower, and then the Magic Archer at the same time continues shooting it. Like let's say it's a Giant Skeleton or something. So that's like a ridiculously broken combination right now.
Boss, you're a monster. Don't tell people these things. We don't need this anymore in the game. Cashman's sitting there just spooked.
I was just looking at Magic Archer Magic Archer drill decks and just trying to figure out which better, Royal Ghost or Giant Skeleton. Just doing my own little thoughts.
Dude, people are going to give us so much hate on YouTube because Boss just gave him the most filthy strategy on the planet. They're like, oh, E-Barb's bridge are pretty good. And now they're going to be like, Magic Archer Golden Knight. Oh, man, that's so annoying with Tornado. Like that, there's no counter to that. There's literally nothing.
You can't. That's what I know. Ian was talking about that. He was really frustrated about that. Like he hates playing against Magic Archer because it's like if you have something like a Giant Skeleton that has so much health and it gets lined up with it and you can't get through it, there's nothing you can do. Even when you log it backwards, sometimes it'll still be lined up on the tower. So unless you have like a fireball or like a way to kill it, you're in a lot of trouble. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, most Giant Skeleton decks don't even have Fireball, so that's a problem. All right, so we agreeing on A. Awesome. Mega Knight. So we had a donation earlier saying Mega Knight better be S tier, but I'm sorry to disappoint. This card is
bad news.
It's like
trash.
the complete opposite.
I'm sorry, little one.
Is it F? Is it
It's
Goblin tier? It's Goblin tier, right?
No, it's
Or
D,
D.
right?
What do
Wait,
y'all
what
think?
decks do you use Mega Knight?
There's one deck. There's one deck, and it's the Hog
Which
Rider,
one?
Bomber, Inferno Dragon, Freeze deck. That's it.
That's
And with Mini
Royale?
P.E.K.K.A.
It sounds like a
Wait.
made-up deck.
I'm
No.
not joking. I don't know if I've heard of that myself.
No.
Say it again.
EGW ran this a lot, and then there was also someone in the top 1,000 that has been playing this for like years. Bomber, Inferno Dragon, Mega Knight with
What's the win
Freeze,
condition?
Freeze and Hog Rider. Hog Rider, Mega
Oh,
Knight
Hog
with
Rider.
Mini P.E.K.K.A. or Prince, but this time everyone's running Mini P.E.K.K.A. because it's better.
I don't see that a lot. I don't know.
never
I
seen it.
wonder if I actually wonder if Mega Knight should be F because
Mega Knight Wall Breakers, Mega
I
Knight
feel
Drill.
like they
Those
could
are okay.
easily. I feel like they could easily like add back half of the damage nerf it got like on spawn.
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't know. It could also be because Ramrider got nerfed at the same time. I feel like maybe if that didn't happen, Mega Knight Ramrider would still be decent. So I don't know.
Dude, they
It's
screwed
kinda
up
hard to say.
so. Yeah, they screwed up so hard nerfing Ram Rider and Mega Knight at the same time, and I don't think either of them deserve nerfs.
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but Clash Royale, I disagree. Those are bad changes.
It was the Queen that made those decks broken. Because there was the Mega Knight Queen, Ram Rider, Mega Knight deck, and I think they focused on the wrong things for sure.
I think Mega Knight definitely is still played. I don't think it can be F tier. I think it has to be D tier, and I don't think it deserves to be C.
I think D's fair,
Yeah.
But it's only viable with Ram Rider. That's the only thing you'll see it in, I think.
Really? No, dude.
What about Drill and Wall Breakers?
Check. Yeah. It's
I don't-
actually.
Oh, you know what? Yeah,
The
minor
Dimas
Wall
deck.
Breakers.
like Matea and
Yeah.
who's the guy Dimas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, like D. Okay, yeah, you know what? You guys are right. D. is
I
fine
think
then.
it's almost C. Like it's still bad, but like it works in the Demas deck, and I forgot about that. And that's more than one deck.
Yeah, it's D.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys
Yeah.
think D over C, right? I think it's probably
think
D.
D.
Yeah.
I'm good with D.
You guys have to check out that Hog Rider deck with Bomber and Inferno Dragon.
I don't want to. That
You
sounds
have
like
to. It's
something out of
really
Nightmares.
good. It's really good. Trust me. You Mega Knight in the back. With the Prince version, you Mega Knight back, you drop Prince with it, and then you go in for Hog Rider. And you'll see a lot of people lose to it. It's pretty funny because the Mega Knight splash will like remove stuff, the distractions for the Prince or the Hog Rider, and then you freeze if their building's out of cycle. And the Inferno Dragon sometimes off to the left hand side can like lock on a tower. Inferno Dragon plus freeze is such a gimmicky card combination. It's really fun. But yeah, I don't know. That's enough about that deck. Mega Minion, where are we putting that cash?
That's a great question. I personally think the Mega Minion is really good. It's a 3 elixir card, so it doesn't cost a lot of elixir. But another problem is the competition. There's a lot of really good cards at that range. We talked about Inferno Dragon being so good. I still want to go. I'm looking at it between the Inferno Dragon and the Baby Dragon. And I think the card itself is very, very powerful. I love the positive interactions it can get against a lot of cards. It has a decent amount of health as well, able to survive a fireball. But you don't really see it in that many decks other than Lava Hound. Lava Miner, to be exact. And you know what? Lava Loon, you see it as well. So 2 decks justify Golem. No, Golem's pretty. You don't really see Golem that much. I'm trying to think of other decks. Are there any other Mega Minion decks that I'm missing?
I would say no. I was thinking RG, but RG doesn't use it anymore. Ever since Champions were added, RG doesn't use Mega Minion ever.
So are we thinking B? Is it there with Hunter where it's like it's not a bad card, but also is it lower? Is it C?
I was thinking C.
Yeah.
I was thinking C. Yeah. It's really fallen off. It's weird. It used to be like A and S for the longest time, but
so long.
It's this past year it's really fallen off quite a bit.
It's
disappointing. Better than
Archers.
It's got to be better than Archers.
Here's the other thing, like it used to always be played with Giant, but like people don't even use Giant double prints much anymore, so
yeah, it's not used a lot, and it's hard for me. It's hard to justify. It's like the same as Snowball, where it's like, yeah, Snowball's not a bad card, but then why is it not used? It's like, okay, well maybe it is. Maybe I think there's just better options right now than the Mega Minion. So right now in the current meta, oh, it hurts me to say C. Oh, I like B better. Yeah. You guys already said C, so if I say B, it doesn't matter. I'm going B. I'm on record saying B. Low B. You guys, I lost anyways. It doesn't matter.
It's awesome on defense to 2-shot fly machines. It's really good to stop balloons without getting spelled. Like you can get zapped, arrowed when you're running bats or minions. So Mega Minion's great in those type of situations. But the issue is when it counter pushes, it's slow, it's clunky, and you need to have a giant in front of it or some type of tank. So that's why you don't see it in cycle decks because it doesn't really keep up the pace with the Hog Rider or the Goblin Drill or whatever. Like its counter push is going to be minimal, and then people can distract and laugh at it and be like, you should be running bats. You're an idiot for running this type of thing. So Mega Minion doesn't work with that. It only works with beatdown decks, maybe Golem, and as you can see, Golem's super low. Doesn't really do super well against people that are running E-Giant, so it's just going to die. You can't really run it in this meta. It's not that good. It's okay in some decks, but I think Anaban ran a deck like 2 seasons ago when he finished top 5 with Mega Minion, but he was also probably trying to snipe people and just wanted to have that added air security.
What deck? I don't remember what that was.
He ran a Golem, Goblin Cage, Skeleton King deck, and he used it for the...
Oh, yeah, he used it some of his games, I think. Or maybe like Bana, if you know who that Golem player is. He ran it before he tilted, I think.
Yeah. Anaban used it at the very end for his like last 2 games to snipe people. It was his preferred snipe deck 2 seasons ago. So it's like not great. It works in the top 5 in the world when you really need it to, but it's more of a safety thing than an actual win condition, and it's kind of just average. Miner, where do we put that? We're not putting that S tier. There's no way, right?
It's A, though. Yeah. It has to be because, and I would actually say the only reason why it is an S is because of how strong the Goblin Drill is right now, because no one runs Goblin Drill and Miner in the same deck. That just doesn't make any sense. So if Goblin Drill like happened to say get a big nerf or just fell out of the meta, I would say Miner would probably be back in S.
I agree.
That's what I'd assume anyway.
What do you think, Cash?
I think that was perfect. It's finally the Miner has a little bit of competition, and I think A is a perfect spot for it. Like it's not bad, it's still good. It's used in a lot of different decks. Also watching pro players play either Miner Control or Miner Mortar, it's a piece of art. It looks amazing, and then you try it yourself and it
falls
just
apart.
Doesn't hit the same. Yeah, it just does not hit the same. I wouldn't recommend using Miner Control, but the pro players use it. They're good with it. It's a good card. A, I'm fine with.
Yeah, no, I feel that 100%. The main thing for me is like Miner is really good with wall breakers, and it's really good with Mortar, but it's like even Mortar, you're starting to see people use Goblin Drill sometimes. It's not that. It's like the Miner just doesn't do damage, you know? So makes sense. All right, we got Mini P.E.K.K.A next. I love this thing. It attacks so freaking fast, especially when you use Rage. I think this is like a super sleeper card. I don't think I can put it S, but I really, really want to. It's got to be A at least, but it's got to be high A for me. I think it's better than Mighty Miner.
What are we talking about?
Cash has the same reaction as I had. I was like, so
I
in my
love
mind,
it.
I was thinking like, okay, it's definitely better than Lumberjack, but it's not like it's
No,
not. I couldn't
exposed.
see it being higher than B. Believe it or not, I don't know how it could be A even, because
Really?
if we're talking about versatility, I mean, what's it used in?
Oh
what
no!
Name 2 decks.
I can't
Name
think
got
of
you,
many.
I got you, I got
off
you,
the
I got
top of
you.
my head right now.
There's an E-Giant deck in the top 20 right now that's using it. There's
Just use
another.
Golden Knight. Just use Golden Knight. Just Golden
Yeah,
Knight's
Golden
1,000 times
Knight.
better.
But Rage with it, it's so fun. Okay,
But
fine,
that's
I
just
see it.
Sparky. That's
Yeah,
just Sparky Rage.
So put him with the Goblin Giant and the Sparky at either C or D.
I think
No.
he's C. He's
He has
C
to
or
be.
B.
He has to.
B,
Oh, please
B,
be. Please be.
No.
Please.
There's no shot.
B, B,
There's no
B.
shot Mega Minion is a C and this pancake loving dude is a B. What are we
It's his
talking
arena.
about?
It's his season, man. If there's,
Bro,
if there's,
I'm not giving any handouts.
Jeez,
Okay,
you're
no.
ruthless.
You know what? I'm okay with that. I'm thinking. I looked at some of the decks.
All right.
He is in Giant Sparky as well, and okay, I'll give him. I'll
He's
give
good.
him it.
All right, he's good with Graveyard Giant. He can be used in it.
Oh,
But-
Well, Dark Prince typically.
Dark Prince is
with it.
better.
Yeah.
I know I'm stretching. I'm really reaching right now, so bear with me for a second.
like Hog Rider Mini P.E.K.K.A cycle decks, are those still a thing?
The
Not
Hog Rider
really.
the Hog Rider Mega Knight deck that I'm talking about, the forbidden fruit that you guys don't want to taste.
Here we go. Here we go again. Just because it's a season, I'll give him a B.
Bruh.
I'll give him a B.
Also, hear me out. Mini P.E.K.K.A, Witch, Rage, Giant with the
What
the
arena
Dark
are you
Prince.
in? Are you in Arena 7? What the heck's
It was,
going on?
It was top 40 in the world. I won 7 games in a row with it. I was barely ranked when I did it, but let me tell you, that 7 games in a row felt fantastic. Boss, have you seen that player? Have you seen the player? Muhammad Ali? That's his name. That's the guy's name.
Yeah, the guy who runs that Witch Giant deck.
With Mini P.E.K.K.A rate. Dude, it attacks so freaking fast. It's hilarious.
It is good in Sparky. It is very good in Sparky Rage. Yeah.
It 2-taps Hog Riders. Really good on defense against all the champions, pretty much. Except Skeleton King. I can't lie about that.
I think if Golden Knight wasn't a thing, it probably would be a lot better. Used more.
It's really good against E-Giant too. And it's good with Heal Spirit. I don't know. Everyone's saying flaming me right now. I totally deserve it. I am emotionally attached to my pancake loving friend, but I will take all the beating for him. He deserves to be the best. He's number 1 in my heart. So we'll go next. I guess I lost that one. Yeah.
No, you won. I was gonna go even lower.
I won. Dude, it was like we went through a divorce and we're like kind of handing things out. We're splitting it halfway. All right. No, we'll go for the mini pack in the middle. Minion Horde. Where are we putting that?
I remember last time, I think you guys put it in like F or something or D, and I was like, whoa.
Is that too
I was thrown off.
Did we go lower?
Well, F is I think a little harsh, but
Minion Horde is definitely not F. It is a pretty decent card. It's not good into E-Giant, but it's really, really, really good in that mortar deck with Cannon card. It's extremely good there. Like, it's one of those cards that will win you games with that mortar deck, and I can't put it at F.
Better.
Yeah, so it has to at least be D for me. I think it could be C. I think it's a card that scares me.
I mean, let's look at the cards in D, right? Looking at them, it looks better than all of those. I mean, I would say it's on level with the ones in C. I'd say it's about as strong as the archers right now in like Mega Minion.
I'd agree.
And it's better than like, Wizard, Firecracker, like all those cards, Mega Knight.
Chat's saying F and E. They're like, they hate it. But I mean,
I think it's because everyone use arrows.
And Wizard.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, minions. They're used in Lava Hound decks. They're okay in Sparky decks. I don't know if you guys have ever used like the minions in the middle, protect the Goblin Giant or the Giant from getting shredded. Works really well with Rage. Mostly in Lava Hound decks, but obviously against E-Giant it sucks. So I don't think it's as good as Minion Horde, but
Let's go D.
C or D
I
here?
think it's worse than Minion Horde.
Yeah.
Minions are just good in one deck right now, Giant Graveyard.
Oh, I forgot about that. See, this is why we have Boss here.
I
Boss
don't think
remembers everything.
in Lava they're not actually that good. I mostly see Lava now with Skeleton Dragons instead of Minions. I don't see Minions a lot in Lava.
Mm-hmm. Guys, we're reaching the final few. We're speed running. All right, so
S.
Mortar. Yeah, S. A stupid card. And not even
Sweet.
we don't even need to talk about this. The offense and defensive capabilities of Mortar are ridiculous.
Too much health.
Yeah, too much. It always gets. You can shoot and defend a Hog Rider, Ram Rider, or Balloon at the same time. Also, it doesn't target Electro Giants, which is the strongest card in the game, like as a win condition right now, or one of the strongest with Goblin Drill. So what Mortar does is it doesn't target the Electro Giant. So the Electro Giant doesn't kill the Mortar very fast, and then the Mortar can defend very effectively. So Pedro is able to defend and win against Mirror Electro Giant just having Archer Queen and Mortar in his deck. Pedro is really good, but top Mortar players only need one building, and all they need is Mortar, and they can beat Mirror Electro Giant easily. All right, so next one, we got Barbarian Barrel. What you guys feeling about that? After the nerf, it used to hit the tower twice by itself. Now it only hits the tower once. How are you guys feeling?
It's a spell, so already the lowest it can be is a C. Is it the worst spell? I don't think so. It's weird because it's a spell. It's a spell, but it's not like it's a weird spell. It's not your traditional snowball zap. Well, I'm trying to think of decks right now. Let's talk about some decks that it's in.
Drill Bridge Spam, that
Drill.
one with Magic Archer.
Yeah. What other?
Graveyard.
Yeah, graveyard decks you see it in. So like it's good. Like the card's good. It's really good against log bait, and we see a lot of bait in the meta.
You could Recruit's Hog see it in.
Yeah, you see it in Recruit's Hog. You know what? I'm going with B. Let's start talking about an A. Is there any world that it's up there with Bomber?
Nah.
I think it's I personally think it's better than Snowball. I'm trying to think if I would think it's better than Zap or Arrows. I feel like it's about equal with Arrows.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. I don't think it's much better. I think it's like it's got that nice defensive capability, but at the same time, is there anything really in the meta that you really want the Barbell to kill right now? Is there anything super scary that you're like looking at? I don't know. I feel like also Barbell doesn't. Here's another thing, guys. You mirror up a princess, you mirror up a goblin barrel. Barbell doesn't kill it. Barbell does not kill mirrored up goblin barrels. So level 16 goblins do not die to level 14 goblin barrel or barbarian barrel. So that's why log is always reigning supreme. It's a much better spell if you guys are ever playing against mirror log bait because Barbell does not cut it. Kind of just lose.
It feels weird that we have no spell in A. Is there any of those spells, Snowball, Lightning, Zap, Barbell, Arrows, that we can move to A?
I would maybe put Arrows or Barbell, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, it would have to be one of those two. I definitely don't think Snowball's A.
Yeah.
Could we just move Arrows and Barbell up to A? How does that look? Does that look better? Or
I'm trying to think, is there any way we could decide if we think which is better between Barbell and Arrows? Because they both are so equal.
I think Arrows is better. I think it's played in Giant Graveyard. I think it's played in more decks. I think it's played in like just a lot more Lava Hound, a lot of like random decks with Giant Skeleton, things that you need to defend or remove a long range card. Barbell doesn't have that capability. Arrows do. Arrows are also more versatile. I think versatility standpoint, Arrows are better. You see it with Graveyard Freeze. You see it with Giant Graveyard. You see it with a lot of different stuff.
I feel like Arrows are always going to get value, especially even if they don't have a bait card in double and triple elixir, just because of their radius alone. Like you're just going to hit so many things at once in the tower that you can still get value with them.
Mm-hmm.
I got a selling point for Barbell. Look at the top. What? Let's say Golden Knight, Giants, Skeleton King, Archer Queen, Goblin Drill, and also the Mortar. Barbell's good against all of those. It's good against Goblin Drill. You're able to stop the dash with the Golden Knight. You're able to deal with all the skeletons that the annoying Skeleton King spawns. You can pop the ability of the Archer Queen quicker.
Yeah.
You can get on Mortar. Like if we're talking about cards that are good in the meta, it seems pretty solid. Dark Goblin's up there as long as your opponent's not a lead and picks it up. Magic Archer's up there. Barbell's really good against that. I'm selling myself on an A. maybe I'm selling myself too much. Maybe I'm trying to make something out of nothing. What do you guys think?
I don't think it's. I don't like it because of Mirror Goblin Barrel. To be honest.
How often does that happen? How often do you go up against me or God?
Every time I play Bar Barrel, that's what happens to me, man. So it happens all the time. Yesterday I was playing a Mega Knight deck, and I was like, please don't give me Giant Skeleton. I got 5 games in a row. So
Jeez.
I don't know. Sometimes this type of stuff happens.
Boss,
yeah.
am I crazy with saying Bar Barrel A, or what are you feeling?
I don't know. I feel like it could be either A or B. I think though, I don't know. I feel like after the range reduction, it really, I think B is kind of
It gets one less hit too. Yeah.
Before that, definitely it would be A, I think.
All right, so let's do one more spell real quick. I'll be right back after I do what I think, and then you guys will pick. You guys will decide while I be right back. I'm going to quickly say Royal Delivery. I'd put that at A. I think it's a great card on defense. I think it's super solid in Nate's deck. I think it's really good in the Archer Queen, Royal Hogs, Royal Delivery deck. I think it's just a super hard card to put anything lower than A. You guys decide. You guys let me know. I'll be right back real quick. ERB.
I'm gonna go with a B. I can't justify this card being A. How many decks? Delivery.
I don't think it's an A either right now. I can't even think of many decks it's used in. I mean Nate's deck, like Tag mentioned, but that deck isn't strong. It's mostly him running it, and even competitive, you see it a lot less now. I think I would even say it's a C.
Yeah, I think we're going back to the competition thing. We're looking like why, like you would just use Bomber, you would just use Fire Spirit, you would just use other maybe Electro Spirit or a different spell. It's weird because it's not a bad card, especially if you think of it as like a mini Mega Knight. But also Mega Knight's kind of low. I'm fine with a C as well because you don't see it. They're like we're going back to like why like it's like oh the card it's like the Mega Minion. It's like oh it's a good card, but we don't see it.
Yeah, and I can't think of one deck that is like meta that it's used in. I mean, the decks you see it in, they're typically a little bit off meta. Like, I mean, you might see it in Mortar decks sometimes or like Nate's deck, but it's like you usually would just rather have Fireball, you know?
Yeah, I'm going. Tag's gonna hate that one. We can honestly zip to the next one too. Do you want to crack out Poison as well?
Yeah, we could do that.
Just take it over the script, and we own the. Oh, is he coming back?
He's back.
We're in trouble.
We have obtained more water. All right, so what's happening?
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Well, it seems like there's gonna be really bad news, so just break it to me, bro.
Oh yeah, it's really bad.
So Royal Delivery, we've decided. Drum roll.
Don't do C. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's a C. It's a C. We both came to the conclusion it's a C.
The only way I knew it was gonna be like a C was because like you guys are like really bad news. Because B is not bad news, you know. It's manageable. But you broke my heart.
It's there's not a single deck that's meta with it. Nate's deck it's used in, but it's just that deck is not like seen much besides just him running it.
That scares me, bro. It's like one of the few cards that if I play against it, I have a bad matchup or whatever, I just don't want, like, I lose. Like, I don't know.
It's a good card, but you just
know what? There's one more that I forgot about, but it's still used less right now. That Pigs EQ deck with EQ delivery log. I forgot about that, but I still think it's C, I would say.
That's hurtful. That's hurtful. You know, the other thing that I really wanted to get in meta to the point that they would, like, you know, nerf the kind of thing or nerf the card. If Royal Delivery Mirror was meta, they would have nerfed Mirror. They would have. They would have had to, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would have made the way. That would have made them do it because it's such a defensive playstyle that everyone would have complained and would, like, wanted to quit the game. I kind of wanted this to be like meta for a bit, so then they would just nerf Mirror immediately. I don't know.
Yeah, Mirror Delivery, that sounds really scary because it's like it does so much more damage.
It's funny. And it's also like you get a mirrored up Royal Recruit. So the Royal Recruit also gets tower damage by itself. But yeah, the other one. Okay, so we got Mother Witch. This is really interesting because it used to be utter garbage. And now it's pretty good. What do you guys think?
I'm thinking like B-ish, maybe?
I'm fine with a B as well. I'm looking at that E-Wiz. Just slide it right beside the E-Wiz. It's a good card. You don't see her in every deck, but the decks that you see her in, she excels in. It's exactly, I think, word for word what I said about the E-Wiz.
Super good with Zappies
Yeah.
because of the fireball bait.
Yeah.
And then
Good
it
in
just
RG,
needs, yeah.
E-Giant sometimes.
Yeah.
E-Giant used to be
Oh, E-Giant, yeah.
yeah. It used to be better like pre-buff with the E-Giant. Like it was still played together. Like those cards work pretty well together. I remember Boss winning games that he like you had no business winning some of them, and you got your Mother Witch to like protect your E-Giant by killing some last second stuff and then just steamrolling and winning the bridge battle super hard and just having it go in your favor. So yeah, I think Mother Witch is definitely a clutch card.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm so excited for this one. Musketeer. I love it. I want it A so bad. There's no way it's not A at least, right? There's no way you guys are going to put it to B.
You know what?
You're not going to do me dirty.
It's better. It is better than the E-Wiz right now because I see some mortar decks with Musketeer that are really good because instead of using Archer Queen, they use Skeleton King, and there's bait mortar decks that are really good. They're very popular and competitive, especially like Skeleton King, Musk, Bats, Skarmy, that deck. If you guys saw it a couple times,
Yeah.
And then I mean, but then again, besides that, like 2.6, I mean.
Oh, let's not even talk. We brought that up way too many times.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about 2.6.
2.6 doesn't count. It's just like you're like, but the one exception, the Holy Grail. That's 2.6 every second, man. Someone just says that.
Maybe B. I don't know.
I'm fine with B. The problem is we're going back to competition. It's like, why would you use Musketeer if there's an Archer Queen?
Wait, you guys are you're really
I'm going B.
No.
It's the same thing we had to do to our Mega Minion or my Mega Minion. It's a good card. Musketeer's good, but there's better options.
Because all the decks that are used for the most part that have Musketeer in them, the only reason why they're using Musk is because Skeleton King is in the deck. So Archer Queen can't be used.
Y'all are killing me if we don't put this at A. Damn.
That would be so broken though. Imagine a mortar deck that had Archer Queen and Skeleton King in it.
Oh my god.
That would be insane.
And let's throw in the Golden Knight. Let's just
It's used in Giant Graveyard though too, and it's used in a lot of like cycle decks.
You see Archer Queen. Archer Queen's in Giant Graveyard.
Oh yeah.
It's also
it's more likely to be Archer Queen than Musk in Giant Graveyard, but you could use Musk.
Giant Skeleton Hog as well, maybe. So we're not putting it at A. We're gonna put it lower. We're gonna put it at B.
But B isn't bad. Like B is still really good.
Yeah.
A is like really good. Like I don't think Musketeer is really good.
Okay. I see you guys. I got overruled there.
I think it fits there. I
feel you guys on the utility standpoint. The Archer Queen does kind of take everything away. I don't know. I'm always about that. All right, we going next. So we got Night Witch here. Where are we putting that? I think it has to be F or Goblin tier.
Whoa, F?
Or maybe no. It got buffed, right? It got buffed. It's D tier.
Did it? Did it get buffed?
Nah, but it's still not that good though.
I think D. Because you can also use it in Giant Graveyard with the Skeleton King. There's a couple people who do that.
Yeah, but E-Giant meta.
That's true.
I can't go F. I can't go F.
But if it's F, that's implying the card could get a buff, and I really don't think Night Witch needs a buff.
Yeah. It doesn't need a buff, it just needs a different it needs a different meta, I guess. Okay, fine. That's acceptable.
I think D looks fine.
D's okay. D's okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can do better. All right, so now we got to P.E.K.K.A.
I'm thinking D as well. I mean, like,
there's one deck.
Is it really that good right now? I mean,
yeah. Is it the only argument? It's not F. We know that for a fact. It's not B. So it's either C or D. I could like C. I could kind of see it in C as well. It's kind of like Golem. It's kind of like Expo, where yes, there's only one deck that it's good in, but in that one deck, it's pretty good. It's pretty. It kind of it's decent work. Not only that, but it's also really good against Electro Giant. And we keep talking about cards. We're talking about the meta itself. This tier list is about the meta.
The one flaw is it's so bad against some of the meta decks, like Drill, for example, Recruits, Hogs, Mortar. It's like so bad against those decks. Yeah, like if you're against anyone good running it, you're gonna have a hard time.
If you beat a Drill player and you're running P.E.K.K.A., you are so much better than them. You have to have Dark Prince in your deck, but at the same time, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it is a D. Dang.
I also I wanted to rate Dark Prince lower, but now I see like Dark Prince can't be lower than A because you need it against Drill in a lot of situations.
It's just so good. It's so versatile.
Yeah, you guys are right on that. I was wrong. All right, so we're gonna put Pekka where?
It's C or D.
Yeah.
I'm
feels
fine with
weird
C.
saying
I guess
I think
Tag
C.
can decide.
I'm
Okay.
rolling with
We're all
C.
saying okay, cool. I'm okay
It's
with
not
that.
going to it's not going above my precious Royal delivery, but you know. Also, we're not.
There.
I just want to make a huge disclaimer to you guys. When we're ordering these, we're not really ordering it inside the rank. It's just inside the A. So everything in A is just kind of inside A. This is not really representative of where it is inside of A. There's no
Except the champions. We can all agree those
Yeah, the
are
champions are at the top for a reason. You guys, wait. So just quickly, you think Archer Queen or Skeleton King is better? Boston Cash, because we know
it's
Golden
so
Knight is top.
It's so tough because like the decks Skeleton King is used in are so different than the decks Archer Queen's used in because like Skeleton King's used in Graveyard, right? Archer Queen would almost never but there's Giant Graveyard. Oh my god. Jeez. Yeah, that's a tough one.
It's so hard to say. It really depends because I think the Skeleton King's maybe a little bit more matchup dependent, where I think the Archer Queen is just always going to get value. It's always a good.
I think Archer
so,
Queen
like,
is better at the top.
Yeah, is it a little bit better? That's where I'm leaning towards.
Well, here's the thing: when you're against Electro Giant, you wouldn't want to have an Archer Queen because it just gets tornadoed in or they lightning it. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
I guess it's hard.
Apples and oranges, like they're both good.
Okay.
They're both really.
Well,
we could just leave it. I don't know. It's
Yeah, we don't have to go that deep. We're gonna be here forever.
So we got Poison next. Let's go. Let's go.
Are we saying the first C spell? Are we going with the C spell? Or are we just gonna go with the B? Are we gonna go with the classic B? The problem is we're going back to like
I think
Poison.
I think it's just good in one deck, right? Graveyard.
Yeah, let's put it C.
Sometimes you don't even see it. I'm fine with that. Okay, cool. That's it. Easy.
It's an average
In
card.
Mm-hmm.
Prince, dude, he's got to be D. Are you guys gonna rate him lower?
So are we saying Mini Pekka is better than Prince? I'm fine with D, but it's not a bad card. That's the problem.
You can't disrespect him.
People don't even use Giant Double Prince that much anymore.
Yeah.
I think there's no way it's higher than D because Log Bait Prince isn't used that much. They're both just kind of off meta decks now. So
yeah, you don't.
Cannon Card's
There's
better.
no Prince deck. Is there any Prince deck that's meta? No, I don't think so.
It's not F though. There's no way he needs a buff, but
no,
it's just he's not that great.
A lot of competition. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, so we're gonna go for Prince at D tier. I don't see that being anywhere else. Princess, the prince. Are they gonna be separated? They have to be separated. They can't be together. I think Princess is C tier. I think she's used in Log Bait and she's used in some other different decks. Maybe you can use her in Goblin Drill if you really wanted to, for instance, instead of Bomber. It's not good. It's not as good as Bomber, but you know, I've seen it in some different decks with like Hog Rider Cycle. Still not very good. I've seen it in like Balloon Cycle. Still not very good, but it's really good in Log Bait and it can be used in other decks. So I think it is average. It's like pretty much, it's better than Archers, I'd say. It's like around Archers level.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than Firecracker. It's better than Wizard. It's better than Minions. It is. You're right. It only works in very small amount of decks, but in those decks, it really does excel. It's a crucial card in that deck, so I'm fine with it.
All right, cool. Rage. My favorite. I love it. My Mini Pecker Rage combination. You guys can't tear this away from me. It's got
controversial.
It can't be D. Oh no, it can't be F. It can be D.
Yeah, it doesn't need a buff because that would I think everyone would complain because a lot of people hate Sparky. Like that would be a problem if it got buffed. And like, you know, Elixir Golem, even though that's not good, I think those are two decks that majority of the player pool doesn't want to be too strong because it wouldn't be fun. So I think D is probably good.
Yeah, I'd roll with D as well.
Wait, why is it in C? I'm seeing it in C. What the heck's going on?
Did you see me move it to S real quick?
I just wanted to see our reaction.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think it looks perfect beside Clone and beside Freeze. Like that's when I think of those 3 cards, they all kind of
Yeah, they're gimmicky. We got to put this a bit higher than Freeze and the other stuff. It's better than Freeze. And so if you guys didn't know, it scales based off of time because there's no damage. Freeze scales on damage. But since there's no other thing, there's no benefit of leveling up Rage, and they have to make a benefit to leveling up Rage. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to pay money to upgrade it, and then it would ruin their entire like monetization scheme. You have to have Rage be longer at max ladder than it is in grand challenges. So Rage on ladder is way better than it is in tournament standard.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So Rage, I think, is actually like a C tier card at top ladder, maybe, because I think it's really, really, really good and annoying.
Yeah,
but at
that's
competitive,
why
it's trash.
Yeah, that's. I'm glad you mentioned that because yeah, it's not. That's why you don't see it in competitive nearly as much. And Sparky's like known for being like everywhere on ladder, but like sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people were saying that we have the ingredients for your Elixir Golem decks in like the worst tier. But in reality, if you look at like the win rate on Royale API or Stats Royale or whatever you want to, it'll show that the Elixir Golem cards are like the lowest. And that's just how it is, unfortunately. Probably because they're all losing together. They're on the team. Okay, so Ram Rider. I think this was just like, didn't need the nerf. It was great as it was, and then they changed it, and now it sucks. Out of all the legendaries in Clash Royale, this would be the one that I would never want to play. This is the one that I don't put in my YouTube thumbnails. This is the one that I don't put in my YouTube decks because no one wants to play it right now. It's bad. It doesn't do well. And for me, I would have to struggle to find a decent deck, and then, you know, I'd have to preference it at the intro of the video and be like, hey, this card sucks, but maybe we can make it work. And I don't like doing that much. So, yeah. I mean, is it Goblin tier or is it D tier?
No, it's D. Let's just go D. I think D is a perfect spot.
It's
yeah,
no, but it does need a buff. What are we saying? F?
But
it's so bad.
Here's the thing. It's just weird because I think it's is it better than like the cards in? I mean, it's better than Goblin Hut, right? But it's it's better than Goblin Gang. But I would say it's about on the level of like Executioner and E-Drag. I don't know.
I would too.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, no, dude. I'd say it's the same. I'd say it's the same as like even like you're gonna kill me.
I'll let you guys go on this one. This one's all you two. I'll let you guys go first.
I feel like E-Drag and Ramrider are about the exact same in like the strength of the card. I don't know.
I know Cash wants to rate this higher, but I'd put it there.
I'm totally fine with that. No, I'm totally fine.
Cool. Here's the saddest one. So we're leaving that F. The saddest one has to be the Rascals. Dude, their card is so freaking cool. A built-in tank and range damage dealers. That's a combo that you don't even get at Costco. But unfortunately, it sucks. It doesn't, the Golden Knight, he dashes onto all of them. You try to protect the little girls in the back, they just get run over by a truck. So I don't know what to do with this thing. I'd love to put it as C. I think it's a great card in almost every matchup that doesn't have a Golden Knight, but doesn't work against Golden Knight. I don't want to buff it. Is it D? Is it C? What do you guys think?
I would go more with D. There's not like a single deck that's good with it besides just that log bait Rascals one, but even that isn't used that much.
There's one.
People just use Cannon Card and Spear Goblins instead. Like it's just not. There's just better options.
The Igor was running the Mortar deck without any champions and also the Rascals last day of season. He was running this at 20 in the world with Rascals. But
how long ago was this? I know a couple years ago.
This was last season.
Igor, though, I don't know how to say it, but he's just Igor. It's kind of the same as Wero with Ram Rider, and like, but like no one else could do that. Is the point I'm making? No one else could do that with Mortar. Mortar's just encoded into his brain. He's gonna play it perfectly, no matter what variant he's using.
You can give him a battle healer in that deck, and he'd probably still accept.
Probably.
Yeah. Dude, give him Elixir Golem clone. Oh man.
All right, now we're going too far.
All right,
I'm fine with D looks good. D looks good to me.
Yeah, we gotta put it up higher in D, so it's like doesn't look like it. Yeah, we gotta put him a little bit higher there. All right, so now we got the Barb Hut F. We're not even gonna talk about this. It's trash.
Yeah, F.
It's the worst building in the game. If you guys,
it's F.
If you actively want to lose games, like legitimately want to lose games, this would be the best card to do it. It sucks. There's nothing that you get from it that you wouldn't get from like a cannon on defense. for 3 elixir, and then you get barbarians that spawn, but like, why wouldn't you want skeletons that spawn? Because then it's cheaper for 3 elixir. Why are you paying 4 more elixir for like 2 barbarians? You're getting ripped off. You're going to like an online sale with like a perceived discount, and they just marked up the price, and then you didn't know, and then you're like, oh, I'm getting a good deal, but you're actually just getting screwed. Spawners are supposed to give you good deals, but
And
they
some
never
people
do.
thought after the Barbarians buff, Barput might be used a little bit again, but it was so insignificant to them. I mean, it hardly
Yeah.
did anything.
Yeah, it's crazy. I thought it would maybe make some difference. It doesn't. It didn't really. In the regular barbarians, I think it did. We'll get to that though.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Rocket. I love the card. I think it's like the splash damage that you get absurd. It's actually a win condition in my eyes.
So good right now.
It's a
so
freaking
good
win
right now.
condition. If you can't break through with units because everyone's defense is at boss's level and higher, so good. They do not
at
make
least got to
misplays.
be A.
Yeah.
It has to be.
It has to be. I think that it deserves a nerf. Like, this is really, really, really dumb. The fact that it can do so much damage, it can eviscerate almost everything besides like yeah, I don't know.
It's so unfair when it's triple elixir, and if you have a champion down and you're using a rocket mirror deck, you can literally rocket their tower like 4 times in like 30 seconds, and they can't do anything about it.
You guys sold me. I'm in. A, let's do it.
Cash, do you like getting rocket cycled?
Oh, it's my favorite thing. It's my favorite pastime. That's why I still play Clash Royale to this day.
You're channeling your inner B-Rad.
Oh, just.
All right, we're gonna go for Royal Ghost now. I don't like it as much. I don't think it's as consistent as Dark Prince. I know Boss says it's pretty good. I know a lot of pro players like it, but whenever I play it, my Royal Ghost just decides to try to hit something, whiffs, and then stays invisible and never targets stuff.
That's like that happens sometimes, but that doesn't happen all the time. It's just against like graveyards or skeleton
Army,
armies.
yeah.
Yeah.
It just scars me, you know?
I still think it's so good though. I personally think it's A still.
It's got to be A. It's just one of those cards, like, well, it's like Mortar, where you can just force out Elixir, and you could usually just win a game. You can control a game so well.
You can activate King Tower so easily with no tower damage, and you can't do that with Dark Prince. I feel like it, in my eyes, it's B. Same as Mini. I think Mini Peck is better, but you know that's a different story. All right.
I could see it being B, but I just think it's just so versatile. The card.
Not only that, it's good in. So what are we saying? It's bridge spam. So Goblin Drill, bridge spam. It's good in 3 Musketeers. It's good in bridge spam. It's also good in
RG.
RG.
Yeah.
And like right there, those are 4 really solid decks in the meta. But not only that, I think you could use it probably in other decks as well, and it's still maybe not. I'm trying to think of what other decks.
Oh, did we say 3 Musketeers yet?
Yeah, I said 3 Musketeers.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't. It's weird because where did we put Bandit was A, right? It's got to be where the Bandit. Oh, Bandit was B. Oh. Is it a B? Is it a B? What are we? Is it a B?
Well, here's the thing though. It's more likely the Golden Knight can pair with a Ghost deck than it can with a Bandit deck, because Golden Knight and Bandit are like pretty similar in how they work. So,
what are you guys vibing with? Are you guys putting the Ghost at B, or is he staying high in the A?
I want to go A just because he's 3 elixir and like he just is so versatile with the things that you can do. And like whenever I watch a good player use the ghost, sometimes they'll use a ghost and I'm like, why did you use the ghost there? And then it'll force his opponent to use maybe 2, 3, 4 elixir, and then from there it just seems like he has absolute control of the game. And just because of one good royal ghost, I like it. I want to go with A. I don't know, boss, what are you thinking?
We could now keep it in A, but it's a tough one. It's like so close.
RG now. Where are we putting that? That's got to be one of the best win conditions in the game. For me, it's
top
A.
5, easy. Top 5. Yeah, I'm fine with A. I think A is a perfect top 5.
I think it's A right now.
With Graveyard, I see it. They're both solid.
Yep, top 4 for me. Graveyard and RG are slightly worse than Goblin Drill and then Electro Giant. It can be used with Skeleton King. It can be used with Mighty Miner. It can be used with Archer Queen. I haven't really seen it with Golden Knight, but yeah, there's Hunter versions, there's Giant Skeleton versions, there's fast cycle ones, there's slower ones. You can run it with Lightning, you can run it with Earthquake. The versatility with this card, and it's always been alive in every single meta, it's outstanding. So it's a great card to use. Royal Hogs.
Tag, I think our cameras are frozen.
Okay, I'll fix that.
Bad news.
It should be fixed. Sometimes people say that in the chat, and they're actually not, but yeah, you are frozen there. All right, it should be fixed.
It's good again, I think.
It's fixed now. I just have to click on OBS and then it's fine.
Cool.
Whenever I click on OBS, then it prioritizes.
I guess we could let Cash start off with the Royal Hogs because he likes
give it. Last time I talked about my favorite card, it became a C, so I'm scared to talk about it. I'm gonna curse these little dudes.
I think it might happen again.
Yeah, I think I can sell the Royal Hogs pretty well. I think the Royal Hogs is a win condition. If it's not top 5, it's pretty close to being top 5. And the reason why is I still think in cycle decks it excels. I think there's a lot of different cycle Royal Hog decks, but also with the emergence of Royal Hogs Royal Recruits, I think Royal Hogs are diverse enough in this meta, are good enough in this meta as well to justify being higher. Oh, is it higher than the Hog Rider, though? I'm going to go with yes. I think it's a little bit higher than the Hog Rider. Just with the variations that you can do. You can go more cycle. You can go more fireball bait. Solid win condition. You can split them. They deal some serious damage. I like them a little bit more. Oh, but do I like them more than the Goblin Barrel, too? Oh, this is where it gets... Is it a B? Is it an A? What are we thinking? We've been talking so many B's and A's. I'm going to be saying that in my sleep. It's a B. It's an A. It's a C. My girlfriend's going to wake me up and shake me. Like, are you okay? What are we thinking? B? A? It's gotta be. It's B or A.
I'll go
A.
I mean, I think it is better than the Hog Rider right now because, just because Hog is just mostly in that
Hog.
giant
Hog
skeleton
EQ.
one. I mean, I don't. We're not again. 2.6 doesn't count. Doesn't matter. So like you got 2 decks the Royal Hogs are in, where Hog is just 1 pretty much.
Yeah, can we include 3 Musketeers Royal Hogs? Do you ever see that anymore?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I mean, I occasionally see that. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah,
that is a top ladder deck. It's played by like 2 people.
So we're going A. We're giving them an A. The piggies get an A. I guess it doesn't matter. We got 2 A's. It doesn't even matter what's.
I put it A. I put it A.
You said it A. Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right, Royal Recruits. I mean, early season Warriors have been loving them. Don't think they're that great. Probably put them C.
Yeah, the difference between, even though Hogs are in Recruits decks, Hogs you can use like Hog Cycle, right? Without Recruits, but it's like Recruits. I mean, it's weird to say, but it's like you're only good in Recruit decks, you know? So it's like, I don't know.
Giving me Golem vibes. Golem's only good in Golem decks. Recruits only good in Recruit decks.
Yeah.
I mean, the Royal Hogs, you can run with Cannon Cart and Mortar and stuff like that if you really want to. There's some decks that you can get really creative with duels and higher level. Like, you can surprise people with Royal Hogs and then Archer Queen.
Can we say Petals deck? Does that count? Or does that actually take away from the Recruits?
I don't know, because it's like he's the only guy who runs it, so it's kind of...
I'm gonna go with no, and you don't really see those lumberjack balloon decks anymore either. With the
yeah, those were really popular though a couple years ago.
Graveyard. I've seen a bunch of people in competitive use Recruits Graveyard.
Oh, recently. You mean the Mighty Miner one?
Yeah,
that's what the heck's true. With that?
It just seems like maybe they're trying to go for matchups though. I don't know if that justifies moving it up a rank. I'm fine with C. I think C's fine. It's not good enough to be B, but it's not bad enough to be D. C, it's average. I'm fine with it. It's good in one deck. Sounds like a C.
All right.
Yeah.
Just want to check. My mic is okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think people are trolling us.
Why does 2.6 not count? I'm not even talking about it.
All right. So Skeleton Army. Where do we put that?
Just because Skeleton King's so good, I can easily justify a B. Could we go higher? That's the question.
Yeah, it's
I was thinking, when I first saw it, I was like thinking, well, C. I mean, but then it's like in this meta, you have Skeleton King decks, you got Giant Graveyard. I mean, that's another deck it's great in.
You see it a lot.
It's not A though. It can't be A. It's just too easy to counter. But B it's used a decent amount. I'd say it's B.
Okay. I like B. B.
I could see B as well.
Bunch of bait decks, bunch of Skeleton King decks, even Royal Giant because of Skeleton King. I like B. It's not as good as guards. I like guards more than Skeleton Army. Yep.
All right, cool. We'll roll with that.
How many cards do we have left?
We barely have any. We are on the last 10. All right, I know it's been a while. We're gonna finish the strong skeleton barrel. Where are we putting that? I think
Man,
Ah,
D. It's
D for
D.
sure. It's only used
Oh,
in like a couple decks. Mega
you know
Knight, skeleton
what?
barrel.
Like,
we're
this is
trolling.
one where I was thinking could definitely use a buff or a rework, but I don't know if it's F, but I do think it's a card that they really should consider buffing, because
Yeah.
I just think it's been such a long time since we've seen Skeleton Barrel like have a decent spot in the meta.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't justify it being higher than a D. It's just so inconsistent as a win condition. There's better options with Goblin Barrel, Wall Breakers, and Goblin Drill, I could argue. And it's just
I mean, do you guys think there's any way you could see it being an F? I mean, because that Mega Knight deck with Skeleton Barrel, no one runs that anymore. That deck's awful now. And like Mortar, that's it. It's just Mortar. But even in Mortar, like, do you like even see it that much? I don't
there
know.
you see a
Giant
little
skeleton
bit.
clone.
Yeah, you
I
see
don't
some
know.
decks. I don't know if it's F. I don't know. SirTag, can you sell
D.
something?
I'd put it a D, bro. I think giant skeleton clone puts it like out of F. It works. It's just not good. You can activate King Tower with it, which makes it really hard to play.
It might just be because I almost never play against that Giant Skeleton Clone deck. I like hardly see that ever. But
Yep.
yeah, I mean,
I could do either. I could be sold because I think it does need a buff. It needs something. It's
I
so
just I think it's worse than Ram Rider. I don't know. I feel like it's worse than E-Dragon Ram Rider. I call me crazy. I just it looks like it's worse. It's just like now that I'm thinking about it. But
yeah.
I'm fine with it being D.
If Ram Rider's an F, how the heck is Skeleton Barrel not an F?
That's what I'm thinking because I feel like Ram Rider's a little better,
I
but
think I'm
I
being
don't
a little.
know.
I like the Skeleton Barrel. I used it. It was one of the first decks I maxed out. Maybe I'm being a little too nice to it. I'm fine to throw it with Ram Rider. It
You want to
sucks.
throw it with Ram Rider?
What are we talking? Like, it sucks. We got to be realistic here. We're
Okay,
not just like,
fine.
this isn't a
Yeah,
nice.
I could see it. I could see it. Yeah, it's not that good. It's used with like Goblin Barrel too, but it's like still not that great. Yeah. It. I think it's better than Ram Rider though. I don't.
I
See
don't
Ram-
know because Mega Knight Ram Rider's still a thing sometimes. Like
Yeah.
Anaban occasionally uses it to snipe, but
Do we put Ram Rider
I
in
don't
D
know.
tier then with Skeleton Barrel? Are they just better than the other cards at D tier
I
or F tier?
like. I
I
like that we're being hard. I
no,
like being
it's
hard
good
here.
because it hopefully means like they'll buff some of these and the meta can be shaken up a bit. I think like it's good to have a decent amount in F. I feel like,
Yeah, Tag. Your
but
mic does have a little bit of static though.
Ugh. All right. Well, I can't fix that right now, so I'll just talk as lit. That's
it's
what I've been
not too
trying to do.
bad, and we only got a few more left, so
You guys got to carry us then for a little bit more. I won't be able to talk as much.
It's all good.
All right. So skeleton. Yeah, skeleton dragons.
C.
ooh,
100%.
okay. I mean, yeah, they're either C or D for sure.
They could be. They actually could be D because other than I thought right away to Lava Miner.
They're
But
just
what?
lava. That's it,
Yeah,
though. But
Lava Miner, Lava Loon, and like I don't think they carry the deck. They're good. Don't get me wrong.
yeah,
But they don't carry.
like you could use Mega Minion or minions instead. So
Yeah. It. Hmm. The D actually kind of makes a little bit more sense. I like that we're being harsh though, because a lot of people cop out and they're like, the only F cards are Goblin and Barb Hut and Elixir Golem maybe. But I like that we're like, you know what, this card sucks. This
Yeah.
guy stinks. All right, let's do it. I'm good. I'm being harsh today. D.
D
Okay.
works for me too.
D it is. So yeah, it does work with some decks like maybe like Lava Hound, but it's not that great. So makes sense. Skeletons, we're gonna put it S, right? No question. Best distraction card in the game.
Yes.
Go with goblins here. I like goblins better than my skeletons. Yeah, we'll go S.
This is the only card in S tier that I feel like might literally be the only one that they can't nerf. Because how would they nerf it, you know?
There's nothing. Get rid of another skeleton.
Yeah, I guess we'll have
That
to
would
wait
be
and
funny.
see.
Imagine if there was 2 skeletons.
Just
People would still use it though, probably. That's the funny thing. People would still use it, I bet.
That'd be funny to see. I wonder what that would do.
Uh-huh.
Do we have to talk about skeletons at all, or I feel like we usually It's the same. They haven't been touched for how long? We're good, right?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. It's like one of the best cards in the game. You can distract bats or you can distract cards and pull them to the other side. Sorry, you can distract Inferno Dragons, pull them to the other side when like a Lava Hound push is coming at you, pull like minions. You can counter an entire minion horde, which is skeletons, by like pulling it to the other side. And then it's great from that perspective. It's also really good against bandits for a +2 trade. You can pull it Dark Princes up, and if you pull a Dark Prince up, then what happens is the Dark Prince takes 2 individual hits to finish off the skeletons. Like, there's just so much utility that you can get from this card, countering Musketeers, Electro Wizards, whatever it is. Just like probably one of the better cards in the game, and it doesn't take towers, so people don't really realize how OP it is, especially casual players. But it's one of the driving forces of why 2.6 Hog Rider and other decks are still pretty good, and why Drill is so broken, pretty much. All right, so yeah, next one is Valkyrie. You guys will have to let me know what you think.
It's either A or S. So what do we?
Ooh, I think it's A. I can't put it S because just I think now that Golden Knight is back, they buffed him again. It's like now he's replacing Valk in a lot of decks, and even Mighty Miner because log bait, right? Like people use Mighty Miner instead of Valk now. So
No, I like it. Yeah, that's exactly 100%. There's competition for the Valkyrie now. I think we rated her S last time, did we not?
We
might have, yeah.
don't
That
think
might have
so.
even been that could have even been before she got nerfed 4% health though. I forget.
So are we putting
I
her
can
in
check
A?
I can actually check on the Discord right now.
Let's do A. I think A makes the most sense. It's definitely not B, and I don't think after hearing what Boss had to say, I'm not sold on S.
She just
Golden
feels
Knight, Mighty Miner better.
Yeah, she just doesn't feel like she counters enough stuff. Like if I use her on defense, the Shredded Goblin Giant, she just dies a lot faster than she used to. She doesn't get that extra hit that she used to on top of towers after the HP nerf, and she definitely doesn't kill giant skeletons quick. But nothing does, but she really doesn't.
Yeah.
She's just disappointing all around.
No way it's B though, right? Because I mean she's very strong in the deck she's played in, like Mortar, and Mortar's like one of the most broken decks right now, and Drill, and yeah.
You can use her in every single deck. And
Graveyard.
Good, yeah, exactly. Graveyard, you can use her in a lot of, yeah, any cycle deck. Like she's good enough to justify an A. I can't.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll go next. We will do that. All right. Okay, so we're gonna have Barbarians. Barbarians after the buff is pretty interesting. The hit speed buff definitely made a pretty big impact in my opinion. The fact that it's able to, there's 5 of them instead of just 1 bar barrel or like a couple. Like you can see a difference then. Still not a great card. I'd put it average C tier.
Issue is just versatility. Like it's just lava, that's it. So I'd see. They probably went from D to C after the buff.
You guys think C?
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking?
I was thinking D. Because you don't even need
I could see that because you could argue it's the same as the skeleton dragons, right? They're just in lava. Like what else are they in? So
not only that, but you don't even need to use the skeleton dragons. You don't need to use the barbs. It's not like they're a staple card. It's not like you need them for that deck to excel.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at C. I would just say most of the cards in C are better than barbs, if not.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I'm trying to think.
They all are, except no, they all are.
And they're so bad. Like barbs are so bad against like all the fire spirits, like and like drill. They're so bad against drill because what are you gonna do? Use them on the drill and then they just get fireballed away? Like I mean, it. So
they're
yeah,
bad.
I don't know.
Yeah,
and against mortar, they're awful. Forget it. I mean, mortar decks and Valk with them, it's like no way. So
they are pretty good against Graveyard and Electro Giant, though. They're pretty.
Yeah, that's true.
I still can't do it. I'm going D. It's just because there's not enough deck justification to give them a C.
Yeah, I think you guys are right. I kind of like the Barbarians because I think they're just very satisfying to play. But going back to what we said again about Royale delivery, you get really nice value. Wizard, you get really nice value sometimes, but it doesn't mean that the card is like great by any stretch of the imagination. Barbarians, they counter E-Giant. They counter all of the bridge spam with Hog Riders, but you can do that with guards. You can also do that with like, you can't do it with guards really. You can do it with Tombstone or Building and then like guards as well. You don't need Barbarians. That makes sense. There's a lot of different supplementary things, and you don't see barbs all the time as a staple, as Cash said. It's not every single deck that runs it. Sparky now. I think Sparky got a lot better since last tier list because E-Giant is everywhere, and E-Giant doesn't reset Sparky. So
I love Sparky. It's one of my favorite cards to play.
Yeah, so boss, you want to talk about why you like Sparky so much and where you'd rank it?
I've always liked it. I don't know why. I've just always had fun using it. I know a lot of people consider it like a skillless, card or hate playing against it. I've always enjoyed using it. It doesn't matter the variant. I like using it with Rage. I like using it with just Giant without the Rage. Like in bait decks. I would give it. I think it's like a B. I think it's better than it was like a few months ago because it mirror pairs well with it. I think it used to be like a C, but it's a versatile card. I mean, obviously, you could use it with Goblin Giant, and then in those you can make changes. Like you could use it with bait, or you could use like Agony King variation with Tornado. So
No, I think that's a perfect. I like it right there with Giant. It's one of those cards where in theory you're like, this card's not that great, but then you see people in top ladder getting #1 finishes or top 5 finishes, and it's like, okay, yep, this card is good enough to be a B. I'm okay with B.
Cool. So next card, yeah, I agree completely. It's really good against tanks, like super good. The fact that you can get counter push and shred something like they drop a Valkyrie in the back or Elixir, they lose the Valkyrie, then you drop a Goblin Giant or a Giant in front of your Sparky. You're already up for Elixir because they, essentially just wasted that huge amount of stuff that they cycled in the back, and you just spam them, and they probably can't defend. Like that's the thing about Sparky and single Elixir. When you're up Elixir with an Elixir advantage, one of the hardest cards to defend in the game. So let's do Spear Goblins. Ramelli got number 3 in the world again with this card. It's not like it's an amazing card, but it's very oftenly used with Mortar instead of Dark Goblin. And then it's also used in Ramelli's Wall Breakers deck. It's not a great card, but it's used in 2 top decks.
I'm good with a B. I'm fine with that.
yeah, I think it's B. It's I don't know. I mean, I don't C might be a little too low for it, but
I'd give it B or C. I was thinking C probably. It
might be C to be honest. I don't know.
Because Dark Goblin's preferred more often, I would say. Yeah, I think Dark Goblin's preferred more often.
And no one really runs minor wall breakers cycle with Spear Goblins anymore. That kind of fell out. So
yeah, only Ramelli.
Yeah.
Quick curveball. Archers, move them down to D. Yay or nay?
Nah.
No, just one. They don't. You barely see them. Expo. You barely see Expo. It's the only deck it's played in. What justification are they in C?
And you know what? Now that I think about it, Expo can be played with Archer Queen. So there are Expo decks without archers, and they got buffed because they were really bad. They were probably F tier, and now you could say they're still weak, and they maybe just moved up to D. I mean, I could see that justified. I guess it's up to Tag.
I like them in C, but it's up to you, boss, on C or D, because it seems Cash wants D.
It seems.
I mean, I can see them being D because of like you could use Archer Queen with Rocket NATO Expo. So
after seeing all the cards kind of fall into their spot, I think it's a better spot. I don't think she should be with Princess because Princess is still a staple.
Yeah.
But archers, you can replace them in their best deck that you don't even see that often. That's not even that good that we already talked about.
Like, let's just take competitive. Like, no one uses archers in competitive, like, ever. They're, like, never seen.
Okay, you want to put them in D?
Say it. Do it.
Yeah, I'll do D. Yeah.
Let's go! Let's go. See?
Killing me. All right, so we got Witch.
Boss, do you want to take this one?
I could. This is a tough one because I, for some reason, almost think it's C now, but it's like, is it really? Because what is it used in? Giant Graveyard mostly. And you could see it, yeah, in some weird clone decks, or it's a lot better than it used to be, though. It's got to at least be D. No way it's F.
I'm fine with D. I like D. D sounds
yeah, D is reasonable. I think it's
if it's
better than
F.
So
I really think it's like Spear Goblin
you-
level at least. I want it C. But
No, Spear Goblins are way better than Witch. I don't even know what Spear Goblins are doing in C. Did we even say Spear Goblins were C? I thought we said B.
like which? With rage?
What is going on? We've lost control.
Alright.
I don't know. I could see it being C, but
Sell me on
That's-
C. real quick,
you know
boss.
what? We could just do it because that's what I originally said. I mean, it's a really annoying card when you play against it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's super obnoxious with like rage, and then it's also really like with a good rage deck.
it's so good inside of giant decks.
Yeah, it's
insane.
really, really good in giant mini P.E.K.K.A.
You love that mini pack, eh?
Dude, I'm telling you.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all don't even know. You don't even know half of it. All right.
You there?
People are
Tesla
flaming.
now.
Everyone's flaming you on the Royal delivery for my yeah. So you guys want to defend the Royal delivery really afterward? I guess we can take like two big complaints.
Everything we can change a couple of things. I'm totally
Yeah.
fine with
All right. So Tesla,
A. Oh,
think it's better than Bomb Tower. I'd put it B.
Right now, I actually think it's kind of not that great. I mean, some people and no, I don't think it needs a buff. Most of the people saying it needs a buff are Expo players, but it I think it could be C. I mean, what is it used in now besides Expo?
log bait, and that's it. And even log bait sometimes.
Well,
just
doesn't Logbait just all use Inferno or Cannon now? I mean,
ooh,
I think it really is on par with the Bomb Tower. I mean, of course there's exceptions, but you could say it's the same thing how Remieli got third with the Bomb Tower. It doesn't make it necessarily a good card. I just think it's
there's better options. Say
I think
it.
it's
There's
C.
better options.
I think it's C right now.
Let's do it. Huzzah! C is well for me.
Did one of you guys say C too, or did you both say B?
I said C. I started with a B, but you swung me. If we're looking at the meta as a whole, we're looking at the competition. There's better options. It's not used in any deck. It's not used in any deck. It's probably because it's bad or not.
Yeah, it's
bad.
just Expo. I can't like minor control. People don't use anymore.
Yeah.
They did that at first with the minor Golden Knight. No one runs that anymore. I don't think.
Yeah, I
So-
guess Inferno Tower is better, and with almost everything. Inferno Tower is like not as good as Cannon, but it's better than. the
Oh,
other
and
two.
yeah, Drill. That Drill, everyone's running it with Inferno now too. Or they're using Drill without another building. They're just using that bridge spam one. So
Where the 3M at?
C. Like it's
Mm.
just a novelty. Like it's same as like Royal Recruit, same as Golem. They're good in one deck, and that's 3M. I don't know.
just
like,
3M are just good in 3M decks.
Yeah.
Just 3M. Other than
Makes
I don't
sense.
know. Okay, the only thing we can do is move them up to B. Could we? Can we justify moving up? I
don't think-
can't.
Uh,
Can
They-
you, boss?
I truly don't think that they're that good, and most of the times they're
Are we going
good.
lower?
It's because they're used with the mirror, and like other broken cards like Golden Knight that make them stronger than they actually are in reality. I think they're average though, like just 3M themselves. I don't know though.
So what are we thinking? C or even lower? D.
I think C. There's no way I don't think I could put them D, but
Mhm.
C I think is
All right, so these next ones are all going to be ranked high.
ooh.
Tombstone.
A. A.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
like it. It's
it's
a
the-
little bit better Inferno.
Yeah,
but it's
it
not-
doesn't need a nerf though, so there's no way you could put it S, I don't think. But
Any reason why? Like, for me, it's just like a really good distraction that is
Mhm.
able to not only pull like hog riders and stuff, but defend stuff that is behind it. So like if you play against some weirdo that has like a hog rider bandit, you'll counter them both. Or if you play against like elite barbarians that are coming at you with another win condition like a battle
Oh.
ram, you'll counter them both. And it's really
here's
nice.
a really cool thing. I don't know if maybe you guys did know this, but I think I should throw this in for anyone watching who didn't know. A really cool thing about the Tombstone that even though Earthquake is good against Tombstone, you can so you know how you can push with like a spirit or something or anything, you can push a hog to the cannon if you play it outside of EQ range. You don't even need to do that with Tombstone. You can just place it in that spot, and because spawners have a larger like pool range, it'll pull the hog rider without you even having to like play anything else. So it's very good defensively, like against Earthquake decks if you do that. trick, and then also just the distraction, like you said, with the 2
And
skeletons spawning
King.
now.
Skeleton King, great combo card with Skeleton King, and that card is very good.
I'm gonna be very honest with you guys. I didn't even know that you didn't have to push it. I pushed it every time.
Yeah, I can show you. Maybe I could show you a clip or replay. Actually, the way I know this, I'm kind of surprised I didn't know myself. But I watched good players do it. It was actually Lucas and some other people I saw did it, where they just quickly played the Tombstone against like a hog, and it's outside of EQ range. And good splash yard players do that too when they're against Royal Hogs, so they don't have to waste any more elixir, like more than they have to. So it's a really cool trick.
That's super smart. I knew it happened against Royal Hogs. I didn't know that against regular Hog Rider though. I had no clue.
Yeah, it does. You don't even have to predict it. If you just react fast enough, you can do it.
Okay, cool. All right, so we're gonna do bats. A tier, right? They just don't. Yeah, they just get so much value from the sky, and they if you don't have Zap and Cycle, or if you don't have Zap in your deck, like, are you gonna arrow for a -1 trade? Probably not. Are you gonna be able to get a ranged air card on top of it? Probably
they're
not.
way better than Spear Goblins. Not that the 2 cards are like similar or anything, but they're just both cheap, and often you might see them in the same thing. But
super good. Yeah, it's really good with Skeleton King too, because if they die, then they give you more souls. I mean, it's just a great card with Mortar. Super solid with Mortar. Defending and then getting counter push with Miners or Goblin Drills with it. It's just a very obnoxious card, and most of the time you can cycle, like if your opponent's got a slower card cycle and they're running a beatdown deck and they've got Zap or something, you can usually cycle 2 iterations of bats. Okay, so we have Tornado. Where are we putting that? I think A. I don't know.
Well, A.
Situational, right? It can't be used in every deck.
I'd say it's A. Yeah. I mean, it's not used in a lot of things, but it's what makes the decks it's used in work. Like E-Giant wouldn't. I don't even know if E-Giant would be much of a thing, or it would be a lot worse if Tornado wasn't in it, for example.
Yeah.
So
Splash Yard wouldn't exist. Like Tornado is such a staple in the meta in so many of the top tier decks. It can't be lower than an A. Sure, it's a combo card, but it is the combo card.
Yeah, no, I 100% feel that. I mean, the thing for me is, like, I don't want to put it in S tier, because if you look at all the cards that we have in S right now, every single one of these cards is absolutely incredible at what they do. And they can be used in almost any deck. Tornado cannot be used in every deck.
Yeah,
like, you don't see it with like Lob Hound.
Tornado, it used to be an S, and I remember people were always saying it like needed a nerf, but I think now that there's just been more cards in the game, and maybe champions, maybe that was kind of what made NATO slightly worse. But I remember Tornado used to be way more versatile than it was. You used to see it in Hog decks even. There was that Hog Ice Wiz NATO deck. Expo was way more popular, and now it's just kind of like good, but definitely not broken.
I'm selling myself on S. I just thought of this. Okay, so Golden Knight combo with Tornado. Absolutely broken. Giant Skeleton combos with Tornado. Magic Archer combos with Tornado. We saw Sparky players top ladder with Tornado. Is Tornado an S?
And Goblin Drill too.
Giant as well. Yeah,
because
pulling cards away from it. Like, I can actually, right now in the current meta, I think it's an S.
I think...
Would Golden Knight, would Golden Knight even be an S if Tornado wasn't in the game, I wonder? Like, would it just be an A? This is crazy to think about, because Golden Knight is in E-Giant NATO, right? And it's in Drill NATO, that Bridge Spam one, and it's a lot of the decks it's used in have Tornado.
I have to go S. Like, right now, it is like, if we're looking at the best decks in the meta, Tornado's there. Like, Tornado's the one leading the charge. Tornado's the reason why we're in the meta we are in. How can it not be S tier? You're talking what you said was like, these cards are the best of the best. They change the game. It changes the game.
Yeah. I actually, you know what? I kind of agree. I think we have to switch it up and put it in S.
The question is, though, like, would a nerf be justified for it, though? Or would it be the type of cards where it's like good where it's at?
Kind of like Skeletons, though, where it's like, what could you do to it? Like, what else could Tornado.
Maybe
You
take away the damage it deals slightly. I don't know.
I thought you were gonna say take away another skeleton. I was gonna die laughing.
Take away another skeleton from the tornado.
So S, are we saying it?
Yeah, I think we're doing S. Unless boss has any big ideas.
S is good. I mean, I'm fine with it. Yeah, it
Makes sense. All right, so we have one last, and then there was one.
Ooh,
The
what is
wall
it?
breaker. The wall breaker.
Ooh.
For me,
A or
I
B?
think it would be A tier. It's really
Whoa.
good.
Are you thinking B as well, boss?
Oh wow, this is so we
Are
got
you
the
thinking
last
S?
one is the most controversial. No, I was thinking, you know what? Because
like
it's
B.
I was thinking it's really good in drill, so I changed my mind. I don't know
Yeah.
why, but I originally thought like minor wall breakers they're not too good right now, so I was thinking like, okay, wait, is it a C? But then I realized like because of drill it can't be.
Yeah.
It's
But
gotta be.
don't always even see wall breakers in drill. We're talking, is it a staple in drill? No, drill a lot of times is either a cycle deck or you just see bridge spam and you don't see the wall breakers. Like the wall breakers, I'd say maybe would be the second or third best version of drill.
I guess because of drill, they might be an A just because of it. They pair so well with it.
Like, I think if we're
I don't
comparing
know.
them to Royal Hogs and we split them at the start and we bait out Elixir on both sides, or we're really obnoxious with like a Skeleton King and other bait cards, I think it just functions really well in a lot of decks with either Goblin Drill or Skeleton King. So I think it's like as good as Royal Hogs. I that's my preference. I could see it at B, but I cannot see it at C.
Yeah, definitely scratch C. That definitely they're not C.
A or
Yeah,
B is fine for me. I think it might be an A though. It's a 2 elixir card. It's
man,
2.
I would lean towards B, but if you both want A, I'm cool with A.
No, I'm fine with it. Let's do it. I
B?
like B.
Okay.
Yeah, either one. It's a
B
tough
for
call.
breaker.
That
I
works
like
for me. I think as long as it's not C, we're chilling.
Okay, can we each have like
Yeah,
one?
I just
drill?
forgot about drill. That's
Yeah,
all.
you have one card that you guys can look at. For me, it's Royal Delivery, and that's what everyone else is saying too. I can't see it at C, dude. I won with Mini P.E.K.K.A. I'll take that win. I did not win with Royal Delivery. That C hurts me. I really think it's a B card at least.
Weren't even here for the argument.
Yeah, I actually thought because you were leaving, you said it was A just to add some debate between me and Cash. And, like, you knew it was, like, lower and you just wanted us to, like, talk while you were going. Because, like, I was like, A. I was like, whoa. I don't know. I
really like the card.
It's just, but it might be because you really enjoy those minor control decks. Those are, like, your favorite decks.
Yeah.
Could that be it, maybe?
Probably. Honestly, I'm super biased
I don't
on
know.
it, probably.
I mean, I'd be cool with it being a B, but I just think it's one of the weaker spells right now. I don't know.
It's not used. How can we give it a B if it's not even used? There's not one deck. It's sure Royal Hog.
Royal Hog Cycle, but that's it, I think.
Yeah, it's so annoying in that deck though.
Yeah, I can't give it the B. I can't. Boss, are you caving? Because I'm not. I'm staying strong.
I'm gonna stick with it too.
Formation,
Yeah,
let's go.
I'm sticking with C.
Chat, remember this. I tried. I really thought it was good with like Nate's deck and then some other decks with some control decks that you can play. Specifically Graveyard is pretty good with it. I think there's some Graveyard control decks that play with it.
I don't see those much anymore. There used to be. I know the ones you're talking about. There used to be like a Mortar Graveyard delivery deck, but and it had like Cannon Cart and stuff. But I don't see that anymore ever since Champions were added.
Yeah, specifically with Freeze, because you don't need to cross the river with the Rail Delivery. You don't need really a tank. So yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
All right, I got mine. After seeing the whole list, this was one of the earlier cards that we looked at. Battle Ram being a B hurts me. It should be a C. It should be a C. It's used in what? 2 decks, 1 archetype.
Oh, I thought you were gonna mention the E-Barbs because
E-Barbs. That's my real one.
You're not winning the E-Barbs one though.
I've tried. I would love to see E-Barbs being a B. I just don't think I'm gonna win that argument. So I got to pick my battles. Battle Ram should not be a B. It shouldn't. After seeing the Princess Land, the Royal Recruits land in C, even the Mega Minion Fish. Like it's good, but it's not even like the deck. I don't think it's like the key part of the deck. I think the Royal
You
Ghost and
know,
all these other things bring more to the deck than that.
I mean that could be it because I feel like there are a lot of good cards right now to just stop it. Like it's never gonna
So
get
many,
through someone running
so many
Cannon
builds.
or Tombstone, or Zappies even are really good against it. So
And it's one deck, P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam. And why the heck is P.E.K.K.A. a C, and for some reason Battle Ram is a B?
well,
I
there
don't.
is that bridge spam like E-Barb's
Yeah,
one with
that's
Battle
right.
Ram, but
No big spell. I just don't like it a B. SirTag, do you have anything to say on this, or do you still like it a B?
I like it as a C. I'm in a fold. I
What?
I thought about it a little bit more.
yeah, I'll agree with it too. Yeah.
It's
Can
after the list because I think originally that looked good there, but then once we started moving stuff around, it just didn't look good there.
Yeah, no, I 100% feel you. And then
Musketeer, the
boss,
barbarian.
yeah, it just doesn't. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that 100%.
All right, I like that. That's a good one. Boss, do you have any? Because I can take yours. The E-bar.
I'll see. I don't know which one I would have. I'm looking through all of them.
I love S. A, I think it's fine too.
I can't see the ones on the bottom.
Can't see it
Let me
either. Can you scroll
scroll
down?
down.
Fisherman higher, yo, banana. I tried banana. We did our best, but we failed that one. Mission failed. We'll get it next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know like what I would change. I think like overall we did a pretty good job. I mean, the only one like but you guys were even putting it in C. For some reason I was thinking like Bowler originally. I was considering it being A, but yeah, B's probably where I'd put that. Man, I think Mini P.E.K.K.A. should be C, but we already went through that, so we could leave it at B.
No, I want it to be C as well.
No,
Why?
no.
Why is it B? Why did we give him that? I hate this. We just caved. We're just like, I find tag. You can have your pancake man. No,
Yeah,
let's put
just
him-
because it's the arena for it, I don't think it should get special treatment. I don't know. I mean, like, because I see it as being just slightly better than the Lumberjack, you know? That's the way I see it. I just... It's so easy to
Ruthless.
counter. Like, Skeletons fully counter it. I think that'll be my one. I think it just deserves C. I don't know.
Okay. Can I do
So
one?
much-
Is you guys win that? Let me just make one clarification on something. The Royal Hogs, I think they're better than Hog Rider. I think they're better than Giant. I do not think that they're at the same level as Royal Giant. Like if I could make like a B plus thing, that would be there. So I don't know if you guys agree with that. I just think they're easier to counter than a Royal Giant with all the supporting cards.
Yeah, and I don't think Royal Hogs are there with Graveyard too.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that.
Like it's weird. I don't know where to put it, like B or A, but I don't think they're. Like, I don't want to put them in the B.
Royal Hogs being a B. I like that we're being kind of harsh for the higher levels.
Do you,
I like that there's.
Do you want it as the first thing in B, or do you want it like A still? Because I still like if we're being harsh, I don't like it in this category.
I don't mind it in B. Like it does kind of there. It's only good in two decks. Two decks.
Yeah, I almost think it's about on par with the Giant right now. I mean, like, because the Giant, it's kind of the same way. It's used in two decks, Sparky and Giant Graveyard. It's the same as Royal Hogs. They're using Recruits Hogs and that Hog Cycle deck. So, I don't know. I think that they're fine being next to Giant.
I agree with everything else on the list. I look at everything. Yeah.
The Witch. Why the heck is the Witch in C? I'm still not sold. What the heck is she doing there? I'm pretty sure you moved her up.
I could see it D as well. I was thinking it could be D. I was kind of torn on that one. Like it's either C or D. It's not F though.
My mini P.E.K.K.A. rage combo though, dude. What happened? The memes. It's
used in one deck, and you barely even see that deck. It's not even the best version of that deck. It's a troll card, and like it's gotta be up there. If we're looking at,
it's played in the top 200 in the world at the end, a little bit.
Who?
One dude. He played it over 8,000 trophies. I don't know how. I don't know.
You've beat me. I think we should move her up to B. I can't compete with these arguments. I think it's a D. It's got to be a D. It's there with Firecracker. It's there with Ice Wizard. It's there with Wizard. All those cards, they work in like
one deck. Yeah.
Like not even the best version of a meta deck. It still works. Are there better options? Yes, Witch as well. There's just better options. What are we talking about?
Giant Graveyard though, but yeah, there's better options with Archer Queen. I guess it's super obscure, right, to see the witch work in that one deck, and it probably wins a lot because people aren't prepared for it, mostly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does have some good matchups, but still, graveyard Archer Queen. Archer Queen's just pushing all these other cards down, and I think it has to be one of them.
Because if you have the S tier here, we need cards that actually compete with these. We can't have it anywhere nearby.
I really like this list. I like that we were kind of harsh at the bottom too. We weren't just putting goblins and barb barrels. It's like, no, we're dropping names. Skeleton barrel, boom, F tier. Buff it. S tier.
Boss, do you think we put the E-barbs lower? Or do
Yes!
or do you like them in A?
Why are they in A?
Cashman, you're not a part of this conversation.
Oh man, it's
Yeah,
so
A.
hard. I mean, they have to be A or B, right? Like,
Yeah, they
there's
have
no
to be
way
A or
they're
B.
C.
Yeah, I don't know if they're.
Let me look at the cards in B again. I mean,
Do you want to look at the win rate in the top 200 for the
I
last
feel
14
like
days?
I feel like they could be B because I don't know. It's like you don't see people finishing extremely high on ladder typically with E-barbs. I mean, of course, there's a good amount in the top like 100, but I don't know if they're like a top tier, like one of those very top tier cards.
Can I chime in real quick? Best
Yeah.
E-barb deck, go. What is it?
It'd be Bridge Fan.
Like 3M.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's
E-barbs.
3M as a C. How the heck is E-barbs a freaking?
Yeah, I
Right.
think it's probably B. I think Cashman did a good job of convincing.
Out of 100
don't know.
out of the 100 cards in the game, from a win rate perspective, it's ranked 37 in the top 1,000 over 14 days.
Yeah, let's just
So,
put it B then.
I think it's like low A, high B. So let's put it B.
I think Cashman did a good job explaining why it's
Yeah, I think it's about as good as Sparky, honestly.
annoying. But I shouldn't just go off of like, yeah, there's been games I've lost because of the E-barbs. I mean, it sucks when that happens, but I don't think that just automatically makes them A.
Hey, we're humans, right? Like, it's not easy to go through a list and then get everything perfect first try. So I think it looks pretty good now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like it. I think this list is. I'm good. I'm satisfied.
Yes. All right. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna save and download this, and then I'm gonna put it on our on the screen so we can see it all together. And then we won't have any issues with the scrolling thing. And then we can take a final last look at our glory. Tier list. If anyone wants to screenshot this, watch something completely different pop up and get me banned, Kappa.
Oh,
right.
Sick.
Yeah, that stuff would be hilarious. All right. All right, so
right away, like spear goblins just jump out at me. But no, we're going too nitpicky. We could be here all day. Move
so this
up and
I think this looks pretty good. I think this is a good tier list, and worked out pretty well. I think that the cards at the top probably deserve a nerf. The ones in A, good cards for the meta, pretty solid no matter what you want to do. These are cards that if you're putting them in your deck, likely going to be a star of your deck in some situations. B, bit above average. That these cards are good choices to put into your deck to supplement your win conditions or be your win conditions. If you like these cards, you're still going to have a good chance of winning most of your games. C, these are filler cards that you can put in your deck if they need to be in your deck. They're kind of, not the best in the game right now, but they're not bad. D, these are cards that work well with one deck, or they're kind of gimmicky. And if they're gimmicky, then obviously you're not going to be able to make them work consistently. If they work with one deck, if you're trying to make them work in other decks, they're probably not going to behave as well as you would want. And then you'll lose a lot more games if you try to really stretch their capabilities. And then the Goblin tier, these cards just suck. I mean, Ram Rider you can use for sniping. Skeleton Barrel, or Ram Rider and Skeleton Barrel and Executioner are probably at the top of this list. If we had another list, we'd probably put Goblin Gang, Battle Healer, Elixir Golem, Barb Hut. You'd never really want to play those cards ever. But still, like Executioner, not very good. Ram Rider, not very good after the nerf. And then these are just cards that you can play in your deck if you really like them. But for the most part, you would have success with almost any other card in the game over them. So that's what we have. Cash and Boss, do you have any interjections on any of the tier lists? Any final thoughts on them?
No, I just like that the tier list is pretty well spaced out. It's almost half at the top, half at the bottom, which I don't think any tier list. Usually it's kind of like normally distributed where like the top, like most of the stuff's in the middle. But I like that we were kind of a little harsher in this tier list, but I think it's in a good way.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's also why, like, even though this took a while to create, it's way more accurate the more time you spend on it. Because I notice, like, sometimes I know, like, when I make tier lists, sometimes I feel like I rush through it and I make mistakes. But I think what we did a really good job of like taking time and like really, breaking everything down. That's why I think it came out really nicely.
Awesome. So quick shout out to Boss. If you guys don't know him, pro player. All of the opinions from someone much better than Cashman and I. We're still pretty good at the game, but Boss is the king here, giving us the actual professional gameplay knowledge of insight from the competitive scene. And then we got Cashman, the king of absolute memes, the legend. if you guys want to watch more stuff on his channel or Boss's, check them out on YouTube. Just type them in. Of course, if you guys enjoy this, make sure to subscribe to my channel. I post daily videos at 3 p.m. Eastern every single day. Like the video for free if you guys want to subscribe, if you want to support us and get the video pushed out more often. Just like it, and that helps us out a lot. Leave a comment if you think any of this stuff was trash. If you guys think our tier list was great, I want to hear it. I want to hear what you guys would change differently or what you agreed on down below in the comment section. I'll be reading all of them, even if it's a week after. I'll probably still be reading it. And yeah, love you guys. Hope you have an amazing rest of your day, no matter when you're watching this. See you guys later. Peace.
Love you too.